The Fireman, Part 1 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirby Bonds. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Fireman, wherein we see a sleeping village swept by a river of fire and the burning of a famous hotel. I will first tell a story, fresh in my memory, about a New Jersey village lost in the hills back of Lake Hopatcong, a charming, sleepy little village that reaches along a stream fringed with butterball trees and looks contentedly out of its valley up the steep wooded hill that rises before it. Nobody in Glen Gardner cares much what there is in the world beyond that hill. The general attitude of Glen Gardner towards progress is shown well enough by this, that the village could never see the use of a fire department. They never had one, and never proposed to. Other people's houses might get on fire. Theirs never did. As a matter of fact, nobody could remember when there had been a fire in Glen Gardner, unless it was Aunt Ann Fritz, who was 88 years old and remembered back farther than was necessary. This was the case on a certain drizzling Sunday in March of the new century year, when at 6:30 a.m. the world beyond the hill intruded itself upon Glen Gardner's peacefulness in such a strange and sudden fashion that old Mr. Bergstresser collapsed from the shock. What made it worse was the fact that there had been a dance the night before at Farmer Apgar's, and 6:30 found most of the village dozing comfortably. There was really nothing to do before church time, so they all thought, at least, little suspecting that even now, as they slept, a long oil train was puffing up the steep grade from Easton, bringing 60 cars loaded with crude petroleum and trouble. On came the oil train, its front engine panting as the drivers slipped, and the pusher back of the caboose shouldering up the load with snorts of impatience. Oof! The front of the train climbs over the ridge at Hampton Junction, half a mile back of Glen Gardner, where the Jersey Central tracks reach their highest point. Now they are all right. There is a long down grade ahead for 3 miles. The pusher gives a final shove at the rear end and cuts loose, glad to be rid of the job. The men in the caboose wave goodbye to the fireman and the engineer as they drop away. Hello! What's that jerk? They look out and see the last oil car just clearing the divide. It's nothing. They're over now. They're running faster. Queer place, this. There's a spring here with 2 streams that part in the middle like a woman's hair. One goes down the east side, the other the west side. What? Broken in 2? The caboose crew starts to run forward. A brakeman on the front half starts to run back. 37 cars behind the engine. A coupling has snapped, and the train is taking the downgrade in 2 sections. 23 loaded oil cars are running away, and 1,000,000 gallons of oil are chasing 2,000,000 gallons down a mountainside. Everything now depends upon the brakeman on the forward section. He is the only man who can judge the danger and signals the engineer what to do. The engineer does not even know that anything is wrong. It is plainly the brakeman's business to keep the front half of the train out of the way of the rear half. They must go faster as the runaway cars gain on them. Anyone can see that it is undesirable to have 2,000,000 gallons of oil struck by 1,000,000 gallons coming at 40 miles an hour. Yet the brakeman does the wrong thing. No man can be sure how he will act in imminent peril. The brakeman signals the engineer to stop. Perhaps he planned a gradual slow up to block the flying section gently. Perhaps he did not realize how fast the runaway was coming. Most likely he lost his head entirely, as better men have done in less serious crises. At any rate, the front section presently drew up with the grinding brakes on the ledge of the tracks that stretches along the creek of the mountain just over the slope where the slumbering village lay, not 5 feet from Carling's warehouse, beyond which were the coal yards and the wooden houses of Glen Gardner, the post office, the hardware store, and the main street. All places for that train to stop. This was the worst. It was a matter of seconds now until the crash came, and on this followed a shattering blast that shook the valley and the hill, and brought the village to its feet in a daze of fear. 4 oil cars were smashed in the wreck and hurled across the tracks for the rear cars to pile upon. And straightway there was a gushing oil well here, out of which, in the first 10 seconds, came an explosion with the noise of cannon that showered burning oil over fields and trees and shingled housetops, while a fire column shot up 50 feet in the air and began its fierce feeding on the broken tanks. And out of this fire fountain came a smoking fire river that rolled down the hill toward the village. At this moment, Joe Snyder, who had not gone to the dance the night before, and was doomed now to the early worm's fate, had just put his key in the door of the butcher shop. He never turned the key, nor saw it again, nor saw the butcher shop again. What he did see was a roaring torrent of oil sweeping down the street and blazing 15 feet high as it came. And the picture next presented, when Snyder, white as a ghost, raced down the sidewalk ahead of the fire, will stay long in the memory of those who saw it from their windows. But this was no time for looking at pictures out of windows. There were other things to be done, and done quickly. Fire never did descend so swiftly upon a village. Even as the startled sleepers stared in fright, houses all about them burst into flames like candles on a Christmas tree. Now the warehouse is burning, and the sheds across the track, and there goes the hardware store, and there goes the carpenter shop, and now the fire stream rolls through Main Street and licks up Reeves' house on one corner and Vlet's house on the other. Then the drug store goes, and Carling's store, and Reinhardt's restaurant. Trees are burning, fences are burning, and the very streets are burning, and men see fire rolling across their front yards like drifting snow. I do not purpose to follow the incidents of this fire and the several explosions, nor show how the village fought against it vainly, damming up fiery oil streams and turning their courses, toiling at bucket lines and spreading blistering walls with soaked carpets. The point is that these efforts alone would never have availed, and Glen Gardner would speedily have lain in ashes, had not fire engines from Somerville and Washington been hurried to the spot. Even as it was, a section of the village was wiped away in clean-licked ruins, which stood many a day as a grim reminder that the only safety against fires in these times lies in being able to fight fires well. Which brings me, of course, to the modern fire department, and the men who risk their lives as a matter of daily routine to protect their fellow men. I will begin with some incidents of one particular fire that happened in New York on St. Patrick's Day, 1899. It was a pleasant afternoon, and Fifth Avenue was crowded with people gathered to watch the parade. A gayer, pleasanter scene it would have been hard to find at 3 o'clock, or a sadder one at 4. The ancient order of Hibernians, coming along with bands and banners, were nearing 46th Street, when suddenly there sounded hoarse shouts and the angry clang of fire gongs, and down 47th Street came Hook and Ladder 4 on a dead run, and swung into Fifth Avenue straight at the pompous Hibernians, who immediately became badly scared Irishmen and took to their heels. But the big ladders went no further. They were needed here, oh, so badly needed, for the Windsor Hotel was on fire, the famous Windsor Hotel at Fifth Avenue and 47th Street. It was on fire, far gone with fire before ever the engines were called, and the reason that everyone supposed that of course somebody had sent the alarm, and so they all watched the fire and waited for the engines. 10, 15 minutes, and by that time a great column of flames was roaring up the elevator shaft, and people on the roof in their madness were jumping down to the street. Then some sane citizen went to a firebox and rang the call, and within 90 seconds engine 65 was on the ground, and after her came engines 54 and 21. There was no making up that lost 15 minutes. The fire had things in its teeth now, and 3, 4, 5 alarms went out in quick succession. 23 engines had their streams on that fire in almost as many minutes, and the big fire tower came from 36th Street and 9th Avenue, and 6 hook and ladder companies came. Let us watch Hook and Ladder 21 for a moment. She was the mate of the fire tower, and the rush of her galloping horses was echoing up the avenue just as Battalion Chief John Binns made out a woman in a 7th-story window on the 46th Street side, where the fire was raging fiercely. The woman was holding a little dog in her arms, and it looked as if she was going to jump. The chief waved her to stay where she was, and running towards 21 as she plunged along, motioned toward 46th Street, whereupon the tiller man at his back wheel did a pretty piece of steering, and even as they swung the long truck in the turn, the crew began hoisting the big ladder. Such a thing is never done, for the swaying of that 10-ton mass might easily upset the truck, but every second counted here, and they took the chance. As they drew along the curb, Fireman McDermott sprang up the slowly rising ladder, and 2 men came behind with scaling ladders, for they saw that the main ladder would never reach the woman. 5 stories is what it did reach, and then McDermott, standing on the top round, smashed one of the scaling ladders through a 6-story window and climbed on, smashing the second scaling ladder through a 7th-story window, and 5 seconds later had the woman in his arms. To carry a woman down the front of a burning building on scaling ladders is a matter of regular routine for a fireman, like jumping from a 4th-story window down to a net, or making a bridge of his body. It is part of the business. But to have one foot in the air, reaching for the lower rung of a swaying, flimsy thing, and to feel another rung break under you and your struggling burden, and to fall 2 feet and catch safely, that is a thing not every fireman could do. But McDermott did it, and he brought the woman unharmed to the ground, and the dog too. Almost at the same moment, the crowd on 47th Street thrilled in admiration of a rescue feat even more perilous. On the roof, screaming in terror, was Kate Flanagan, a servant, swaying over the cornice, on the point of throwing herself down. Then out of a top-floor window crept a little fireman, and stood on the fire escape, gasping for air. Then he reached in and dragged out an unconscious woman and lowered her to others, and was just starting down himself when yells from the street made him look up, and he saw Kate Flanagan. She was 10 feet above him, and he had no means of reaching her. The crowd watched anxiously, and saw the little fireman lean back over the fire escape, saw him motion and shout something to the woman. Then she crept over the cornice edge, hung by her hands for a second, and dropped into the fireman's arms. It isn't every big strong man who could catch a sizable woman in a fall like that and hold her. But this stripling did it, because he had the nerve and knew how. And that made another life saved. By this time, flames were breaking out of every story, from street to roof. It seemed impossible to go on with the rescue work. Yet the men persisted. Even on the Fifth Avenue front, bare of fire escapes, they used the long extension ladders as far as they could, then scaled it from window to window. Here it was that William Clark of Hook and Ladder 7 made the rescues that gave him the Bennett Medal. Took 3 women out of a 7th-story window when it was like climbing over furnace mouths to get there. And one of these women he reached only by working his way along narrow stone ledges for 3 windows, and back the same way to his ladder with the woman on his shoulders. Even so, it is likely he would have failed in this last effort had not Edward Ford come part way along the ledges to meet and help him. Meantime, Fireman Kennedy of Engine 23 had rescued an old lady from the 6th floor, and Joseph Cratcheville of Hook and Ladder 2 had carried out Mrs. Leland, wife of the proprietor, from deadly peril on the 5th floor, and Frank Tizer of Hook and Ladder 4 had found a family named Wells, father, mother, and daughter, in a blazing room, and borne them out, with his own clothes burning, to the arms of Brennan and Sweeney, who were waiting for him in a fury of fire at the top of the 85-foot extension ladder. And Andrew Fitzgerald, also of Hook and Ladder 4, but off on sick leave with pneumonia, had shown the true fireman spirit as he came from the doctor's. His instructions were to go home and stay there. He was not on duty at all. He was scarcely strong enough to be out of bed. But when he heard there were lives in peril down the avenue, he forgot everything and ran to the place of danger. There was need of him here, and sick leave or not, pneumonia or not, he would do what he could. What he did was to carry out the last ones taken alive from the ill-fated hotel. 3 women whom he bore in his arms from the 4th floor through the roaring hallways, then up a fire escape and back into the building, with the flames singeing him and shattering blast of exploding gas pursuing him, and finally out on a balcony, whence, with the help of policeman Harrigan, he got them over safely to an adjoining housetop. No wonder the Bonner Medal was awarded him later for conspicuous courage. End of section 1. Recording by Kirby Bonds. The Fireman, Part 2 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirby Bonds. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Fireman, Part 2. What Bill Brown Did in the Great Tarrant Fire. The great test for Fire Engine 29 and her crew, the test of life or death that firemen wait years for to see what stuff is in them, came of a mild autumn afternoon, not soon to be forgotten by men who lunch down City Hallway, by men who swarm in the stone hives of Chambers Street and Greenwich Street and Washington Street. This is the day when innocent, wholesome chlorate of potash, excellent for colds, showed what it can do when you take it by the ton with a pinch of fire. This was the day of the great explosions, when it rained red-hot stones and blazing timbers, when whole blocks of lower Manhattan shivered with the concussion. This was Tarrant's Day, October 29th, 1900. It all started smoothly enough, with brass gongs tapping out deliberate 62s, at which the big horses in most engine houses stamped their displeasure, for 62 meant nothing to them, at least not on the first call. But it was the great business for Harry and Nigger and Baby, the two blacks and gray that pulled old 29. And there they were at the first tap, breasting the rubber-bound stall chains as if to hurry up laggard electricity, which presently shot its sparks and loosened their fastenings. Now, drop down the stall chains, and the horses, pounding over the tiles, crowd up three abreast ahead of the engines. Down drop the crew, silently, swiftly, sliding from ceiling to floor, like so many blue-shirted ghosts. And click, click, its traces up and its collars off the frames, and snap, snap until the last hooks hold. Says Baby as the thick wheels start. 6 seconds. Might have been worse. We'll strike the curb in 8.5, snorts Nigger. As the doors swing wide, they bang into Chambers Street. Out into Chambers Street they go, with Johnny Marks driving and Bill Brown jamming blazing waste into her firebox, where wood and oil do the rest. On the black steps rides Captain Devaney, steadying himself by the coal box, scowling under his helmet and jerking fast on the alarm cord as they swing onto Greenwich Street. There is the fire just ahead, corner of Warren Street, nasty black smoke choking back the crowd. And here comes the hose wagon, clanging and rumbling at their heels. "It's first water for us, Bill," says Devaney. "There's drugs and stuff in there," says Bill. They fell to work, as firemen do. "When the first explosions came," said Captain Devaney, telling the story weeks afterwards, "I was inside the building, up one flight at the bottom of a well of fire. MacArthur and Buckley were with me, playing a stiff stream to protect the back windows. There's where people in the building had to run, men and girls. We could see 'em crowding on the balconies over Bishop's Alley, and we wanted to give them a chance on the fire escapes. You see, a red-hot ladder isn't much use to anybody. Well, they got down, every soul of them, but by that time big chunks of fire were dropping all around us, and our helmets were crumpling and our clothes were burning. Besides that, we kept hearing little explosions overhead, louder than the firecracker, louder than pistol shots, and when you hear those in a drug house, you don't feel any too good. I went to the front and saw fire breaking out everywhere on the 4th and 5th floors. Then I knew it was all up, and ran back to order the boys out. On the stairs I met Gillen, and he was just yelling, 'Save yourselves!' When the crash came, it was like a cannon, sir, and sounded buzz in my ears for a long time. As I lay in the wreck with tongues of blue flame licking down over me, I'd been blown clean off the second-floor landing and dropped in the hallway, 20 feet back from the door. MacArthur and Gillen were down the elevator shaft, where they'd jumped. Nobody dared lift a head, for the cyclone of fire was all over us." It's not my purpose to detail the suffering and final rescue of these flame-bound men. They had some vivid glimpses of death and some cruel burns, but firemen count these nothing, nor is MacArthur's act in turning back through the fire to save a fallen comrade, Marin, more than ordinary fireman's pluck. Nor is Devaney's experience when caught in the second explosion and blown through a shop on Washington Street more than an ordinary hazard of the business. Indeed, this Tarrant fire should have been little of my attention, were there not something in it beyond noise and house smashing. There was this thing in it, overlooked by newspaper reports, yet vastly important: the behavior of Bill Brown, to whom, as a representative, one may say, of the engine crew 29, came the greatest test I spoke of, the rare test which nothing but the highest courage can satisfy. All firemen have courage, but it cannot be known until the test how many have this particular kind, Bill Brown's kind. And the odd part of it is that what he did seems a little thing, and it took only a minute to do. It saved no life and made no difference whatever in the outcome of the fire. Yet to the few who know or care, It stands in the memories of the department as a fine and unusual bit of heroism. What happened was this. Engine 29, pumping and pounding her prettiest, stood at the northwest corner of Greenwich and Warren Streets, so close to the blazing drug house that Driver Marks thought it wasn't safe there for the three horses, and led them away. That was fortunate, but it left Brown alone, right against the cheek of the fire, watching his boiler, stoking his coal, keeping his steam gauge at 75. As the fire gained, chunks of red-hot sandstone began to smash down on the engine. Brown ran his pressure up to 80 and watched the door anxiously where the boys had gone in. Then the explosion came, and a blue flame, white as a house, curled its tongues halfway across the street, enwrapping the engine and the man, setting fire to the elevated railway section overhead, or such wreck of it as the shock had left. Bill Brown stood by his engine, with a wall of fire before him and a sheet of fire above him. His quick footsteps on the pavements and voices that grew fainter and fainter, crying, "Run for your lives!" He heard the horses somewhere back in the smoke go plunging away, mad with fright and their burns. He was alone with the fire, and the skin was hanging in shreds on his hands, face, and neck. Only a fireman knows how one blast of flame can shrivel up a man, and the pain over the bared surfaces was, well, there is no pain worse than that of fire scorching in upon the quick flesh seared by fire. Here, I think, was a crisis to make a very brave man quail. Bill Brown knew perfectly well why every one was running. There was going to be another explosion in a couple of minutes, maybe sooner, out of this hell in front of him. And the order had come for every man to save himself, and every man had done it except the lads inside. And the question was, should he run or should he stay and die? It was tolerably certain that he would die if he stayed. On the other hand, the boys of Old 29 were in there, Devaney and MacArthur and Gillen and Merrin, his friends, his chums. He'd seen them drag the hose in through that door. There it was now, a long, throbbing snake of it, and they hadn't come out. Perhaps they were dead. Yes, but perhaps they weren't. If they were alive, they needed water now more than they ever needed anything before, and they couldn't get water if he quit his engine. Bill Brown pondered this a long time, perhaps 4 seconds. Then he fell to stoking in coal, and he screwed her up another notch, and he eased her running parts with the oiler. Explosion or not, pain or not, alone or not, he was going to stay and make that engine hum. He had done the greatest thing a man can do, had offered his life for his friends. It is pleasant to know that this sacrifice was averted. A quarter of a minute or so before the second and terrible explosion, Devaney and his men came staggering from the building. Then it was that Merrin fell, and MacArthur checked his flight to save him. Then it was, but not until then, that Bill Brown left Engine 29 to her fate. She was crushed by the falling walls, and ran for his life with his comrades. He had waited for them. He had stood the great test. It were easy to multiply stories of firemen, stories of the captains, stories of the chiefs. There is no end to them. However many may be told or written, they are but fragments of fragments. New York has 136 engine companies, 41 hook and ladder companies, besides the volunteers on Staten Island. And there is not one of these but has its proud record of courage and self-sacrifice. Other lives show bravery for gain, bravery for show, bravery for sport. These show bravery for the public good, and for no other reason. Unselfish bravery. Think what the firemen do. They give up regular sleep. They give up home life. They bear every exposure. They face death in many forms as a matter of daily routine. They never refuse an order, lead where it may. Such a case is practically unknown. And they do all this for modest pay and scant glory. $3 or $4 a day will cover their earnings. And as for the glory, what is it? For some, a medal, a tattered paper with a roll of honor mention, a picture in the newspapers. For most of them, nothing. Yet they are cheerful, happy men. Why? I have wondered about this. Shall we think of firemen as braver than other men, as finer or more devoted? No, and yes. I should say that most of them, to start with, had no such superiority, but came into the department, usually by opportunity or drift, out of unpromising conditions, came in quite as selfish and timorous, quite as human as the ordinary citizens. And the life did the rest. The life changed them, made them braver and better. Why? Because it is a brave, unselfish life, and no man can resist it. Put a convict in the fire department, and he will become an honest man, or leave. It's like changing scamps into heroes on the battlefield. Only these battles of hose and axe are all the righteous battles to save lives, to avert loss and suffering. In the whole business of fighting fires, there is no place for a mean or base motive, and can be none. Therefore, meanness and baseness go out of fashion just as whining goes out of fashion on a football team. It's the fashion among firemen to do fine things. Let me give a further instance of what this fire department fashion does for men at the very top, for battalion chiefs and deputy chiefs and the chief himself. It swings them into line like men in the ranks. With the chance to work less, they find themselves working harder. With orders to take from no one, they assume voluntarily a severer duty than any man would put upon them. And this even if power has come through the way of politics, through influence or scheming. Let the most spoils-soaked veteran become chief of a city fire department, and I believe we should see him, in spite of himself, forgetting his pocket-stuffing principles and seeking the heroic goal, though it kill him, which it probably would. As a matter of fact, New York has never had a chief who did not work harder than his men and spare himself less than he spared his men. Take our present chief, Edward F. Croker, the youngest man who ever held this place. Let me run over his 24 hours, from 8 in the evening, when he goes on night duty at the Great Jones Street engine house. From now until daylight, he will cover personally some 200 stations on the first alarm. That is, everything from 23rd Street to the Battery, the region of greatest danger. And on the second or third alarm, he will cover the whole of Manhattan Island. That means answering every night from 2 to a dozen calls scattered over a great area. It means a pair of horses, Dan and John usually, and a driver clean worn out when morning comes. It means to the chief, besides physical fatigue, an exhausting responsibility in quickly judging each fire and outlining the way of fighting it. Almost a day's work, this, one would say, but it is only a beginning. However broken his rest, the chief is up at 7 in the morning. And note that what sleep he gets, 3, 4, 5 hours, is at an engine house, not at his home. And by 9 he is at headquarters in 67th Street, ready for a hard morning transacting business for the department, doing as much work as a merchant in his counting room. This until 1 o'clock. Then no luncheon. All fire chiefs are 2-meal men. But off for a 4-hour spin behind Kitty and Bell, his daylight team, driving from station to station for the work of inspection, holding the reins himself for arm exercise, seeing with his own eyes how the work is going, holding every man to his duty, studying the city, too, as he goes about, noting its growth and changes from the viewpoint of a fire expert, detecting weak points, bad streets, defective structures, fixing in mind the danger spots, here oil, there lumber, yonder paint or chemicals, and always planning for the defense. After this inspection tour comes the only time in the day when the chief is not on duty, an hour and a half or 2 hours when he gets a glimpse of his family and eats his dinner. Even then the fire buggy waits outside. End of section 2. Recording by Kirby Bonds. The Fireman, Part 3 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirby Bonds. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Fireman, Part 3. Here we visit an engine house at night and chat with the driver. There is something strange and solemn about an engine house at night, like the stillness of a church or the hush of a drowsing menagerie. You are filled with a sense of impending danger, which is symbolized everywhere in the boots arranged at bunkside of sighing sleepers, in the brass columns, smooth as glass, that reach up through manholes in the floor, and at which the fire crew leap, half drunk with fatigue, in the engine purring at the double doors, steam away at 25 in the boiler, with tongues and harnesses lifted for the spring, in the big gong which watches under the clock, and the clock watches too, a tireless yellow eye that seems to be ever saying, "Shall I strike? Shall I strike?" And the clock ticks back, "Wait, wait," or "Now, now." That is what you feel chiefly in an engine house at night, the intense, quiet watchfulness. Even the horses seem to be watching with the corner of an eye as they munch their feed. I counsel a man, perhaps a woman, weary of the old evening things, the stupid show, the trivial talk, the laughter without mirth, the suppers without nourishment, to try an hour or two at an engine house, making friends with the fireman on guard. It may be the driver of a chief, as happened to me, and see if he doesn't walk back home with a gladder heart and a better opinion of his fellows. I fancy some of our reformers, even, might visit an engine house with profit, and learn to dwell occasionally on the good that is in our cities, and learn something about fighting without bluster and without ever letting up. It was a tall, loose-jointed fellow I met at the Elm Street station, a typical Downeaster, who had wandered over the world and finally settled down as a driver of the nervous little wagon that carries Chief Ahern, a daring man and famous in his dashes from fire to fire over the city. In these days of idol breaking, it is good to see such hero worship as one finds here for all men who deserve it, whether in humble station or near the top, like this wiry little chief, asleep, now upstairs, against the night's emergencies. Ask any fireman in New York to tell you about Ahern, and you'll find there is one business where jealousy doesn't rule. Ahern? What do they think of Ahern? Why, he's a wonder, sir. He's the dandiest man. Say, did ye ever hear how he crawled under that blazing naphtha tank and got a man out who was in there unconscious? They gave him the Bennett medal for that. And do you know about the rescue he made up at Williamsbridge, when that barrel of kerosene exploded? Oh, but the prettiest thing Ahern ever did was... Then each man will tell you a different thing. The driver's favorite story was of the night when Ahern ran back into a burning tenement building on Delancey Street. "Where nobody has any business to go, sir. The fire was that fierce." It was fine to see his face light up as he told what his chief did on this occasion, and the whole quiet engine house seemed to throb with pride. "You see," he went on, "there was a half crazy mother screaming about that her baby was in the building. As a matter of fact, the baby was all right. Some neighbor had it. But the mother didn't know that, and the chief didn't know it either. He was the chief of the 4th Battalion then. Now he's deputy chief. Been promoted, you know. Chief or not, didn't cut any ice with him, and he just wrapped a coat about his head and went in. He got to the room all right where the woman said the baby was, and it was like a furnace. So he did the only thing a man can do. Got down low on his hands and knees and worked along towards the bed, with his mouth against the floor, sucking in air. He went through fire, sir, that nearly burned his head off. It did burn off the rims of his ears, but he got to that bed somehow, and then he found he'd done it all for nothing. There wasn't any baby there to save. But there was a chief to save now. He was about gone when he got back to the door, and there he found that a spring lock had snapped shut on him, and he was a prisoner, sir, a prisoner in a stove. He didn't have any strength left, poor old chief. He couldn't breathe, let alone batter down doors. And we'd had some choice morning around here inside of a minute if the lads of Hook and Ladder 18 hadn't smashed in after him. They thought he'd looked for that baby about long enough. The last thing he did was to kick his foot through a panel, and they found him there unconscious, with his rubber boot sticking out into the hall. Tell ye another thing the chief did, continued the driver. He rescued a husband and wife in Hotel Jefferson out of a 7th-story window, when the whole business was roaring with fire, and that's only about a month ago. It was a mighty sad case. We had 3 people to save, if we could, and 2 of 'em sick, the husband and the wife, and the third was a trained nurse taking care of 'em. Shows how people get rattled in a fire. Why, if they'd only kept their hall door shut. Well, they didn't, and there they were, all 3 at the window, without hardly any clothes on, and the flames close behind 'em. We got up on the top floor of the Union Square Hotel, the chief and I, about 10 feet away, along the same wall, and by leaning out of our window we could tell him what to do. It was a case of ropes and swing across to us. But it isn't every man can make a rope fast right when a fire is hurrying him, especially a sick man, or maybe it was a poor rope he had. Anyhow, when the nurse came out of that window, you might say tumbled out, you see they made her go first, she fell just like that much dead weight, scared, you know. And when the rope tightened, it snapped, and down she went, 7 stories. Killed her. Bang! The chief saw that would never do, so we went up on the roof and threw over more rope. It was clothesline, the only thing handy, but I doubled it to make sure. And with that we got the husband and wife across all safe, for now, you see, we couldn't lift 'em out easy without such a terrible jerk on the rope. That was the chief's idea. Yes, said I, but you helped. What's your name? No, no, he smiled. Never mind me, I'm nobody. Let the chief have it all. And then he went on with the story, which interested me mainly as showing the kind of loyalty one finds among these firemen. Each man will tell of another man's achievements, not of his own. You could never find out what Bill Brown did from Brown himself. The clock ticked on. Some service calls rang on the telephone, and once the driver bounded up in the middle of a word and stood with the coat half on in strained attention, counting the strokes of the gong. No, it wasn't for them. They'd go, though, on the second call. Second calls usually came within 20 minutes of the first, so we'd soon see. Meantime, he told me about a fireman known as Crazy Banta. Talk about daredevils, said he. This man Banta beat the town. Why, I've known him to go on a house with a line of men where they had to cross the ridge of the slate roof, you know, where the 2 sides slant up to a point. Well, the other men would straddle along careful, 1 leg on each side. But when Banta came, he'd walk across straight up, just like he was down on the street. That's why we called him Crazy. He'd do such crazy things. And funny, well, sir, he'd swaller quarters as fast as you'd give 'em to him, and let you punch him in the stomach and hear him rattle around. Then he'd light a match, open his mouth and put the match way inside, and let you watch the quarters come up again. Had a double stomach or something. He could swaller canes, too, same as a circus man. Said he'd learned all his tricks over in India, but some of the boys thought he lied. They said he'd probably traveled with some show. He used to tell us how he could speak Burmese and Siamese and Hindu and all those lingos just perfect. So one day a battalion chief calls his bluff when there were a lot of emigrants from those parts down at the battery, and blamed if Banta didn't chin away to the whole crowd of 'em. You'd 'a' thought he was their long lost brother. Was he a foreigner? No, sir. He was born in Hocus, New Jersey. But the time Banta fixed his reputation all right was at a fire at Pell Street, some factory, and after that he might have told us he could fly or eat glass or any old thing, and we'd have believed him. Tell ye what he did. This factory all smashed in after she'd burned a while, and one of the boys, Dave Sodden, got wedged under the second floor, with all the other floors piled on top of him. It was a great big criss-cross of timbers, with Dave at the bottom, and the flames eating in fast. We could see the whole thing was making to a fine bonfire in about 3 minutes, and it looked as if Dave would be in it. You understand, we didn't dare pry up the timbers, for that would have brought the whole factory down on Dave and killed him plumb. And we couldn't begin at the top and throw off the timbers, for there wasn't any time. We didn't know what to do. But Banta, he did. He grabbed up a saw and said he'd crawl in and get Dave out. And by thunder, he did. He just wiggled in and out like a snake through those timbers, and when he got to Dave he sawed off the end of a beam that held him and then dragged him out. He took big chances, for you see, if he'd sawed off the wrong beam, it might have brought the whole business on both of them. But Banta, he knew how to do it. Oh, he was a wonder. They gave him a medal for that and promoted him. Say, you'd never guess how he ended up. How? I asked. Got hit by a cable car. Yes, sir, hurt so bad they retired him. What do you think of that? Not afraid of the devil, and done up by a measly cable car. End of section 3. Recording by Kirby Bonds. The Fireman, Part 4, of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirby Bonds. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Fireman, Part 4. Famous Rescues by New York Fireboats from Red-Hot Ocean Liners. After all has been said that may be about our admirable fire engines, and endless stories have been told of gallant fights made by the engine lads for life and property, there remains this fact, that New York possesses a far more formidable weapon against fires than the plucky little steamers that go clanging and tooting about our streets. The fireboat is as much superior to the familiar fire engine as a rapid fire cannon is superior to a rifle. A single fireboat, like the New Yorker, will throw as much water in a given time as 20 ordinary fire engines. It will throw 12,000 gallons a minute, that is 50 tons, or if we imagine this great quantity of water changed into a rope of ice, say an inch thick, it would reach 20 miles. Suppose we go aboard her now, this admirable New Yorker, and look about a little. People come a long way to see her, and she's the largest and finest fireboat in the world. Pretty, isn't she? All brass and hardwood and electric lights, everything shining like a pleasure yacht. Looks like a gunboat, with rows of cannons all about her. Queer, stumpy little cannons that have wheels above their mouths. Those are hose connections. Like hydrants in a city where they screw fast the rubber lines, she has 21 on a side. That makes 42 gates, as the engineers call them, without counting 4 monitors aloft. those things on the pilot house that look like telescopes with long red tails. It was the monitors, especially Big Daddy, that did such a great work against those North German Lloyders in their drift down the river in 1900, with decks ablaze and red-hot iron hulls. We shall hear about that day if we sit down quietly on the fire quarters ashore and get the crew started. Stepping overside again, here we are in the home of the fireboat crew. It's more like a club than an engine house. No horses stamping about, no stable, but pictures on the wall, and the men playing cribbage or reading, and nobody in a hurry. Plenty of time for tales of adventure, unless that gong takes to tapping. And here comes Gallagher, sliding down yonder brass column from the sleeping rooms. He's the lad who did fine things in that great fire at Mallory Pier. Saved a man's life and made the roll of honor by it. We'll never get the story from him, but the other boys will tell us. If ever fireboats proved their value, it was that night in May 1900 when Pier 19, East River, caught fire, with all its length of inflammable freight. Close to 3 o'clock in the morning it was, and a hurricane from the northeast was driving the flames towards land. Before the engine could start, a fire wave had leapt across the South Street and was raging down the block, and another fire wave had leapt across the dock between Pier 19 and Pier 20, setting fire to a dozen barges and lighters moored there, and to the steamship Nooses of the Mallory line. And presently all these were blazing, some with cargoes of cotton and oil, blazing until the lower end of the island looked out of the night in ghastly illumination, a terrible picture in red and black. They say it was bright enough that night half a mile away for a man to pick up a pin. There is no harder problem for the engines than these fierce-driven waterfront fires that sweep in suddenly shoreward, for they must be taken head-on, with all the smoke in the firemen's faces, and water often lacking, strange to say, although the river is so near. For the fireboats, however, the advantage is the other way. They attack from the rear, where they see what they are doing and can pump from a whole ocean. Besides that, they attack with so formidable a battery that no hook and ladder corps is needed to break open for them. The 3-inch streams from Big Daddy alone will tear off roofs and rip out beams like the play of artillery, and if that is not sufficient, the boys have only to hitch on the 4.5-inch nozzle and set the 2 pumps feeding it 5,000 gallons a minute, or 20 tons of water. Under that shock, there is no wall built of brick and mortar that will not crumble. When the New Yorker came upon this memorable night, the 5th alarm had sounded, and things were looking serious. Piers 19 and 20 were in full flame, and every floating thing between them. Into this street of fire streamed the big fireboat, straight in, with 4 streams playing to the port and 4 to the starboard, all doing their prettiest. She went ahead slowly, fighting back the flames foot by foot on pier and steamship, and kindling small craft that drifted in fiery procession, and the air in the men's faces was like the breath of a furnace. Here it was that Gallagher won his place on the roll of honor in this wise. For some time they had heard shouts that were lost in the din of conflagration, but presently they made them out as a warning from somebody somewhere that a man was on a burning barge just passing them. It seemed incredible that a man could be there, alive and silent, but with the spirit of his trade, Gallagher determined to see if it were true. He would board the barge anyhow, and as the New Yorker swung close alongside, he sprang down to her deck, where things were a good deal warmer than is necessary for a man's health. And as he leapt, John Kerrigan, at the steering wheel of the Big Daddy, turned its mighty stream against the barge, keeping it just over Gallagher's head, so the spray drenched down upon him, while the stream itself smote a path ahead through the fire. Down this path went Gallagher, searching for a man, avoiding pitfalls of smoke and treacherous timbers. confident that Kerrigan would hold the flames back, yet see to it that the terrible battering ram of water did not strike him. For to be struck with the full force of Big Daddy's stream is like being pounded by a drip hammer. Gallagher reached the cabin door, found it locked, put his back against it, and smashed it in. And he went in, groping, choking, feeling his way, searching for this man. And at last, on one of the bunks, he found him, stretched out in a stupor of sleep or drowsed by the stifle of gases. The man was a Swede named Thomas Bund, and he came out of that cabin on Gallagher's back, came off that burning barge on Gallagher's back. And if he does not bless the name of Gallagher all his days, then there is no gratitude in Sweden. Here we see the kind of service the fireboats render. On this night they saved the situation and $1,000,000 besides. They worked against a blazing steamship, against blazing piers, against blazing runaways, worked for 11 hours until the last smolder of fire had been drowned under 30,000 tons of water. And not a year passes but they do something of like sort. Now it is a steamship, say the ill-starred Leona, that comes up the bay with a cargo of cotton burning between decks. The New Yorker makes short work of her. Again, it is a blazing lumber district along the river, like the great McClave yards, where the fireboats fought for 8 days and nights before they gained the victory. But they did gain it. Or it may be a fire back from the river, like the Tarrant Horror, where the land engines, sore pressed, welcome far carried streams from the fireboats as help that may turn the balance. "Why, this fireboat's only 10 years old, sir," said Captain Braisted, "and she's saved more than she cost every year we've had her." Then he added, as his eyes dwelt proudly on the trim craft purring at her dockside, "and she cost a tidy sum, too." Let us come now to that placid summer afternoon, to that terrible Saturday, June 30th, 1900, when tugboats in the North River looked upon a fire the like of which the river had never known and may not know again. They looked from a distance, we may be sure, these tugboats, for when great liner swings downstream a roaring red-hot furnace, it is time for wooden-deck craft to scurry out of the way. And there were 3 liners in such case: the Bremen, the Sail, and the Maine, all burning furiously and beyond human help, one would say, for their iron hulls were vast fire traps, with portholes too small for rescue, and the decks swept with flame. It was hard to know that back of those steep sides were men in anguish, held like prisoners in a fortress of glowing steel that sizzled as it drifted. 3 fortresses of glowing steel. Then up steamed the New Yorker and the Van Wyck, with men behind the fire shields against the blistering scorch and glare, with monitors and pipe rails spurting out all that the pumps could send. The New Yorker took the Bremen, the Van Wyck took the Sail, and there they lay for hours, close on the edge of the fire, like a pair of salamanders, engines throbbing, pumps pounding, pilots at the wheel watching every movement of the liners, following foot by foot, and drawing in closer when they gained on the fire, holding away a shade when the fire gained on them, fighting every minute. "It's queer," said Captain Braisted, "but when you play a broadside of heavy streams on a vessel's side, say at 50 feet, there's a strong recoil that keeps driving the fireboat back. It's as if you were pushing off all the time with poles instead of water, and you have to keep closing in with the engines." "How near did you get to the Bremen?" I asked. "Oh, we finally got right up against her, say after 45 minutes. You can cool off a lot of red hot iron in 45 minutes when you got 45 tons of water a minute doing it with you." It was just as they came alongside that one of the crew made out a human shape in the coal chute some 10 feet up the Bremen's side, and presently they saw others there, blackened faces, fierce and fearful eyes, and above the fire crackle and the crash they heard the men's cries. Straightway a ladder was brought, and the three of the crew, Breen, Kerrigan, and Hartmann, lifted it on their shoulders until the top rung came up the level with the coal chute. But this, instead of bringing relief to the fire-bound company, brought madness, for now they fought and struggled so, each one wishing to go first, that none were able to go at all. They were like wild beasts, said one of the crew. In this crisis Gallagher swung the ladder to the top, where he could look in through the one hole in all the vessel's sides that was large enough for a man's body to pass. And reaching in there, he grabbed what was nearest, arm, leg, or shock of hair, and hauled it out and lowered it down the ladder to Captain Braisted, who stood below him and passed the bundle on. Then Gallagher grabbed again and again, pulling forth by sheer strength one man at a time, taking them as they came, Germans or Italians, officers or coal handlers, anything that was alive. Down came the tumbling masses, yelling, praying, fighting, a miserable human stream. And when it was all over and the count was taken, they had saved 32 lives. Now one of the rescued men spoke up in broken English, and said that there were others still on the Bremen, down in the engine room, and Gallagher volunteered to go aboard for the rescue if one of the men who knew the vessel would come along to guide him. But no man offered this service. It was too hazardous a thing, they said. Where the fire was not raging there was smoke and darkness, and the engine room was far down in the vessel. They had groped about themselves for a half an hour in despair, searching for the way out, and now that they had found it, they were not fools enough to go in again. "But you say there are others in there alive," insisted Gallagher. The rescued ones shook their heads blankly at this point. In their minds the law of self-preservation rode over all other things at this moment. Poor men, they were half dazed by their sufferings and the shock. "All right," cried Gallagher, "I'll go in and find 'em without any guide. Hold the ladder, boys." And up he went. "I'm with you, Ned," called Captain Braisted. And without more words these two climbed in through the coal chute and started down the black, hot, stifling way for the engine room. And somehow they got there safely, and found 8 men still alive, all Germans, engineers and their assistants. But when the firemen called to them to hurry out for their lives, they refused to move. Their duty was with their engines, said they, and they had to run the engines. They were much obliged to the American gentlemen, but they could not leave their posts. Gallagher and Braisted could hardly believe their ears. "But you will die," they urged. The Germans thought it very likely, still they could not leave. "But it won't do any good. The vessel is past hope. You will be burned to death." The Germans understood perfectly. They would be burned to death at their engines. And as they were all of this mind, and not to be shaken, the firemen could only say "Goodbye," and set forth sadly on the return journey. And this time they nearly lost themselves, but at last their good star prevailed, and they came without harm to their comrades, who listened in wonder to the news they brought. It seemed such utter folly, the decision of that unhappy engine room crew, yet there was something almost splendid in their stubborn devotion to duty. Quietly they had looked death in the face, a horrible, lingering death, and had not flinched. And days later, when the steamer had burned herself out and lay grounded in the mud, cold and black, the wreckers found these faithful, though mistaken men, still at their post, still by their engines, where they had waited in spite of everything, where they had perished. All this time the Van Wyck had been working on the sail, but in a harder fight, for the flames raged here as fiercely on the Bremen, while the smaller fireboat could throw against them only 25 tons a minute, which was not enough. So now, when all had been done that could be done for the Bremen, orders came that the New Yorker, too, turn her streams against the sail, and a little later the two fireboats were in massed attack upon the unhappy liner, which swung down the bay like a blazing island, and presently grounded by the bow on the Communipaw mud flats, and rested there for the last agony. The story of those tragic hours is not for telling now. There were more heroic rescues. There were brave attempts at rescue that availed nothing. The fire lads stood on the hurricane deck, with flames roaring about them and water up to their knees surging past like a mill race. It was the return torrent from their own nozzles. Foot by foot the stern settled, and the water crept nearer, nearer to the open portholes. In the large stateroom aft, 14 men and 1 woman gave a noble picture of resignation in the face of an awful death. Hemmed in there between fire and water, they prayed quietly, and thanked the fire lads for the cups of water passed in through the porthole, and waved good-bye as the stern gave a final lurch and went down. Nor does this end the record of that day, for there was still the Maine to fight for, and at 11 o'clock that night the New Yorker steamed up the river and caught the third liner as the flood tide bore her stern first toward the flats of Weehawken. She had been blazing for 8 hours, and was red hot now from the water line up. It seemed incredible that there could be a living thing aboard her, yet they went to work in the old way, and within an hour had dragged out through the coal hole a blackened and frightened company, more than a score of boiler cleaners and coal handlers, who had somehow lived through those fearful hours by burrowing down in the deepest bunkers far below the water level. After this, the fireboats did other things. The end of section 4. Recording by Kirby Bonds.
The Aerial Acrobat, Part 25 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Aerial Acrobat, Part 1, showing that it takes more than muscle and skill to work on the high bars. A few years ago I had the pleasure of traveling for 10 days with a great circus, and in this way came to know some very interesting people. Elephant keepers, lion tamers, trapeze performers, bareback riders, not to mention the bearded lady, the dog-faced boy, and other sideshow celebrities who used to eat with us in the cook tent. There was one gentleman, appareled in blue velvet, who ate with his feet, for the reason that he had no arms, and would reach across for salt or butter with an easy knee and ankle movement that was a perpetual surprise. What strange things one sees traveling with a circus! Every night there is a mile of trains to be loaded, every morning a tented city to be built. Such hard work for everybody. 2 performances a day, besides the street procession. And what a busy time in the tents! Leapers getting ready, double somersault men getting ready, clowns stuffing out false stomachs and chalking their faces, kings of the air buckling on their spangles. Oof! How glad we all were when 5 o'clock came, and the concert was over, and the big top, with its spreading amphitheater and its 4 great center poles, stood silent and empty. It was at this 5 o'clock hour one day that I first saw little Nelson, the 10-year-old trapeze performer, and that picture remains among the pleasantest of my circus memories. I can recall more exciting things, like the fight between 2 jealous wrestlers, or the mystery of the lost Chinese giant, or the story of a wrecked train, when the wild animals escaped and the fat lady was rescued with difficulty from a burning car. And I can recall sad things, the case of that poor trapeze girl, 2 weeks a widow, who nevertheless went through her act twice a day and tripped away kissing her hands to the crowd while her heart was breaking. And saddest of all was the case of beautiful Zazel, once the much advertised human cannonball, then suddenly a helpless cripple after a fall from the dome of the tent. Her husband, one of the circus men, told me how she lived for more than a year in a plaster case swung down from the ceiling, and of her sweetness and patience through it all. And she finally recovered, I am glad to say, so that she could walk, a pale, weak image of this once splendid circus queen. But let me come to Nelson. This sturdy little fellow was one of the circus children, born on the sawdust, brought up to regard lion cages as the proper background for a nursery, and thinking of father and mother in connection with the flying bars and bareback feats. It was Nelson's ambition to follow in his father's steps and become a great artist on the trapeze. Indeed, at this time he felt himself already an artist, and at the hour of rest would walk forth into the middle ring all alone, and with greatest dignity go through his practice. He would not be treated as a child, and scorned any suggestion that he go out and play. Play? He had work to do. Look here! Do you know any man who can throw a prettier row of flip-flaps than this? And wait! Here's a forward somersault. Is it well done or not? Did he come over with a good lift? Like his father, you think? Ah, I can still see his chest swell with pride. Nelson was not a regular member of the show. He was a child, and merely came along with his parents, the circus being his only home. But occasionally, after much teasing, or as a reward for good behavior, his father would lead the boy forth before a real audience. And how they would applaud as the trim little figure in black and yellow tights rose slowly to the tent top, feet together, body arched back, teeth set on the thong of the pulley line that his father held anxiously. And how the women would catch their breath when Nelson, hanging by his knees in the long swing, would suddenly pretend to slip, seem to fall, then catch the bar cleverly by his heels and sweep far out over the spread of faces, arms folded, head back, and a look that said plainly, "Don't you people see what an artist I am?" This boy possessed the two great requisites in a trapeze performer, absolute fearlessness and a longing to perform in the air, which longing made him willing to take endless pains in learning. It would seem that acrobats differ from divers, steeple climbers, lion tamers, and the rest in this, that from their early years they have been strongly drawn to the career before them, to leaping, turning in the air, and difficult tricks on the trapeze and horizontal bars. The acrobat must be born an acrobat, not so much because his feats might not be learned by an ordinary man, but because the particular kind of courage needed to make an acrobat is not found in the ordinary man. In other words, to be an aerial leaper or an artist on the flying bars is quite as much a matter of heart as of agility and muscle. There are men who know how to do these things, but can't. In illustration of this, let me present three of my circus friends, Weitzel, Zorella, and Danny Ryan, trapeze professionals whose daring and skill are justly celebrated. Zorella's real name, I may say, is Nagel, and so far from being a dashing foreigner, he is a quiet-spoken young man from Grand Rapids, Michigan, where he learned his first somersaults tumbling about on sawdust piles. And at 16 he was the only boy in the region who could do the giant swing, whereupon along came a circus with an acrobat who needed a brother, and Nagel got the job. 2 days later he began performing in the ring, and since then, that was 10 years ago, he hasn't missed a circus day. The act that has given these three their fame includes a swing, a leap, and a catch, which seems simple enough until one learns the length and drop of that swing, and how the leapers turn in the air, and what momentum their bodies have as they shoot toward the man hanging for the catch from the last bar. It is Weitzel who catches the other two. He was understander in a brother act before he learned the trapeze, and the man who earns his living by holding 2 or 3 men on his head and shoulders while they do tricks of balancing is pretty sure to build up a strong body. And Weitzel needs all his strength when Danny springs from the pedestal over there at the 10th top 52 feet away, and swinging through a half circle 36 feet across comes the last 16 feet flying free and turning twice as he comes. For all his brawny arms, Weitzel would be torn away by the clutch of that hurling mass, were not the strain eased by the stretch of 14 thongs of rubber, 7 on a side, that support his bar cords. And sometimes, as the leapers catch, the bar sags full 4 feet, and then, as they snap off down to the net, springs 9 feet up, so that Weitzel's head has many a time bumped the top support. The catcher man must hold himself ready for a dozen different leaps, must watch for the safety clutch, where the 4 hands grip first at the elbows, then slide down the forearms to the wrists, and hold there where the tight-bound handkerchiefs jam. He must know how to seize Zorella by the ankles when he shoots at him feet up after a backward double. He must know how to land Danny when he comes turning swiftly with eyes blindfolded and body in a sack. All these feats are hard enough to do, yet still harder, one might say, is the mere starting to do them. There are scores of acrobats, well skilled in doubles and shoots and twisters, who would not for their lives go up on the pedestal whence Ryan and Zorella make their spring, and simply take the first long swing hanging from the trapeze. Nothing else, simply take the swing. The fact is, there is an enormous difference between working on horizontal bars, say 10 feet above the ground, and on the same bars 30 feet above ground, or between a trapeze act with leaps after a moderate swing and the same act with leaps after a long swing. Often I have watched Ryan and Zorella poised on the pedestal just before the swing and holding the trapeze bar down so far over to one side that its supporting wires come up almost horizontal. And even on the ground it has made me dizzy to see them lean forward for the bar which falls short of the pedestal, so that they can barely catch it with the left-hand fingers, while the right hand clings to the pedestal brace. They need the send of that initial spring to give them speed, but... Well, there was a very powerful and active man in Columbus, Ohio, a kind of local athlete, who agreed on a wager to swing off from the pedestal as Danny and Zorella did, and one day a small company gathered at the practice hour to see him do it. He said it was easy enough. His friends chaffed him and vowed he couldn't do it in 100 years. The big man climbed up the swinging ladder to the starting place and stood there looking down. When you stand on the pedestal, the ground seems a long way below you, and there is little comfort in the net. The big man said nothing, but began to get pale. He had the trapeze bar all right with one hand. The thing was to let go with the other. For 10 minutes the big man stood there. He said he wasn't in a hurry. His friends continued to joke him. One man urged him to come down. The professionals told him he better not try it if he was afraid, at which the others laughed, and that settled it, for the big man was afraid, but he was stubborn too, and rising on his toes, he threw his right arm forward and started. He caught the bar safely with his right hand, swept down like a great pendulum, and at the lowest point of the swing was ripped away from the bar with the jerk of his 200 pounds, and went skating along the length of the net on his face until he was a sorry-looking big man with a scratch of the meshes. Not one athlete in 20, they say, without special training, could hold that bar after such a drop. Zorella cited a case in point where a first-class acrobat was offered a much larger salary by a rival circus to become the partner of an expert on the high bars. This man was crazy to accept, said Zorella, and everything was practically settled. The two did their act together on the low bars in great shape. Then they tried it on the high bars, and the new man stuck, right at the go-off. Queerest thing you ever saw. He had to start on the end bar with a giant swing. That gives 'em their send, you know. then do a backward single to the middle bar, then a shoot on the last bar, and from there drop with somersaults down to the net. All this was easy for him on the low bars, but when he got up high, well, he hadn't the nerve to let go of the first bar after the giant swing. He kept going round and just stuck there. Seemed as if his hands were nailed fast to that bar. We talked to him and reasoned with him, and he tried over and over again, but it was no use. He could drop from the last bar, he could shoot from the middle bar, but to save his life he couldn't let go of the first bar. I don't know whether he was afraid or what, but he couldn't do it, and the end of it was he had to give up the offer, although it nearly broke his heart. And even acrobats accustomed to working at heights feel uneasy in the early spring when they begin practicing for a new season. The old tricks have always in a measure to be learned over again, and they work gradually from simple things to harder ones, a straight leap, then one somersault, then two. And foot by foot the pedestal is lifted until the body overcomes its shrinking. Even so, I saw Zorella one day scratched and bruised from many failures in the trick where Weitzel catches him by the ankles. Here, after the long swing, he must shoot ahead feet first, as if for a backward somersault, and then, changing suddenly, do a turn and a half forward, and dive past Weitzel with body whirling so as to bring his legs over just right for the catch. And every time they missed, of course he fell, and risked striking the net on his forehead, which is the most dangerous thing an acrobat can do. To save his neck he must squirm around as a cat turns, and land on his back, which is not so easy in the fraction of a second, especially if you happen to be dazed by a glancing blow of the catcher-man's arm. End of section 25.
The Aerial Acrobat, Part 2 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Chenevert. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. About double and triple somersaults and the danger of losing heart. In talking with my circus friends, I was surprised to learn that a trapeze performer in perfect practice, say in mid-season, may suddenly, without knowing why, begin to hesitate or blunder in a certain trick that he has done without slip for years. This happened to Danny Ryan in the fall of 1900, when he found himself growing more and more uncertain of his difficult pirouette leap, a feat invented by himself in 1896, and never done by another performer. Danny did it first when he used to play the clown with the springboard leapers who do graceful somersaults over elephants and horses. With them would come Danny, made up as a fat man, and do a backward somersault with a full twister at the same time, the effect being a queer corkscrew turn that made the people laugh. They little suspected that this awkward-looking leap was one of the most difficult feats in the air ever attempted, or that it had cost Ryan weeks of patient practice and many a hard knock before he mastered it. And then one day, after doing it hundreds of times with absolute ease, he did it badly. Then he did it worse. Then he fell, and finally began to be afraid of it and left it out of the act. Acrobats shake their heads when you ask for an explanation of a thing like that. They don't know the explanation, but they dread the thing. Said Ryan, quote, "When a man feels that way about a trick, he's got to quit it for a while, or he'll get hurt. Most all the accidents happen where a performer forces himself against something inside him that says stop. Sometimes an acrobat has to give up his work entirely. Now there's Dunham, you've heard of him, the greatest performer in the world on high bars. They'll give him any salary he wants to ask. Graceful? Well, you ought to see him let go from his giant swing and do a back somersault clean over the middle bar and catch the third. And now they say he's gone out of the business. Somebody told me it was religion. Don't you believe it. He's had a feeling." It's something like fear, but it isn't fear, that he's worked on high bars long enough." Close quote. Wenzel remarked, "He's had bad luck with his partners, too. Couple of 'em missed the turn somehow and got killed. Say, that takes a man's nerve as much as anything, to have his partner hurt. I don't wonder Dunham wants to quit." Close quote. Zorella put in, "Tell you where it's hard on an acrobat. That's where he can't quit on account of his family, where he needs the money. I remember a young fellow joined the show out West to leap over elephants. He got along well enough over 2 elephants, but when it came to 3, why, we could all see he was shaky. Some of the boys told him he'd better stop, but he said he'd try to learn, and he was such a nice, modest fellow and worked so hard that everybody wished him luck. But it wasn't any use. One day he tackled a double over 3 elephants, and came down all in sections, with his right foot on the mattress and his left foot on the ground. That was his last leap, poor fellow, for the ankle bone snapped as his left foot struck, and a few hours later he lay in the dressing-room tent, pretty white, with the doctors over him. I'll never forget the way he looked up at us when we came in. He was game all right, but his eyes were awful pathetic. 'Well, boys,' he said, 'here I am. I did the best I could.' Turned out he'd done it for a sick wife and a little baby. Pretty tough, wasn't it?" Close quote. Speaking of leaps over elephants brings to my mind an afternoon when I watched a circus rehearsal in the open air. That is a thing better worth seeing, to my mind, than the regular performance. The acrobats and riders in their everyday clothes are more like ordinary men and women, and their feats seem the more difficult for occasional slips and failures. Here, for instance, are a mother and daughter in shirt-waists, watching the trick monkey ride a pony, when suddenly a whistle sounds, and off goes the mother to drive 3 plunging horses in a chariot race, while the daughter hurries to her part in an equestrian quadrille. And now these children, playing near the drilling elephants, trot into the ring and do wonderful things on bicycles. And yonder sleepy-looking man is a lion tamer, and those 3 are the famous Potter's aerial leapers. And this thick-set fellow in his shirt-sleeves is Artressi, the best jumper in the circus. He's going to practice now. See, they are putting up the springboard and the long downward run that leads to it. These other men are jumpers, too, but Artressi is the star. He draws the big salary. Now they start and spring off rather clumsily, one after another, in straight leaps to the mattress. They won't work into good form for some days yet. Here they come again. A little faster, and 2 of them try singles. Here comes Artressi. A double forward, and prettily taken. The crowd applauds. Now a tall man tries a double. Gradually the practice gets hotter, until every man is doing his best. There will be stiff joints here in the morning, but never mind. In a resting spell I sat down near Artressi and talked with him about leaping. It was hard, he said, going off a springboard into empty air. Didn't know how it was, but he could always do better with something to leap over, say elephants or horses. He could judge the mattresses easier, wasn't so apt to miss it. What was his biggest leap? Well, 4 elephants and 3 camels was about his best, with a pyramid of men on top. He cleared that twice a day for weeks some years ago, but he wouldn't do it now. No, sir. 4 elephants was enough for any man to leap over, if he had a wife and child. That made a flight of 30 feet anyhow, from the springboard to the ground. Oh, yes, he turned 2 somersaults on the way, forward somersaults. It wasn't possible for anyone to clear 4 elephants and turn backward somersaults. I asked Artressi, his real name is Artress, about a leap with 3 somersaults, and found him positive that such a feat will never become part of a regular circus program. A man can turn the 3 somersaults all right, but he loses control of himself and doesn't know whether he is coming down right or wrong. In fact, he is sure to come down wrong if he does it often. Then he mentioned the one case where he himself had made a leap with 3 somersaults. It was down in Kentucky, at the home of his boyhood. Years had passed since he had seen the town, and in that time he had risen from nothing to a blaze of circus glory. He had become the great Artressi, instead of little Joe Artress, and now he was to appear before the people who knew him. It was perhaps the most exciting moment of his life, and as he came down the run toward the springboard, he nerved himself to so fine an effort that instead of doing 2 somersaults over the horses and elephants, as he intended, he did 3, and by a miracle of fortune landed safely. That was his first and last triple. He wasn't taking chances on a broken neck or a twisted spine, which had been the end of more than one ambitious leaper. No, sir. He would stick to doubles where a man knows exactly what he's doing. In talking with acrobats I came upon an interesting phenomenon that seems almost like a violation of the laws of gravity. It appears that the movements of a performer on the bars or trapeze are affected in a marked degree by the slope of the ground underneath. In other words, although bars and trapeze may rest on supports that are perfectly level, yet the swing of an acrobat's body will be accelerated over a downward slope or retarded over an upward slope. So true is this that the trapeze performer swinging over an upward slope will often require all his strength to reach a given point, while over a downward slope he must hold back lest he reach it too easily and suffer a collision. Nevertheless, the swing in both cases is precisely the same with rigging and bars fixed to a true level. On this point there has been endless arguments, and many persons have contended that acrobats must imagine all this, since the upward or downward slope of the ground under a trapeze can in no way affect the movement of that trapeze. I fancy the wisdom of such people is like that of the professors who proved some years ago that it is a physical impossibility for a ball player to pitch a curve. There is no doubt that trapeze performers are obliged to take serious account of the ground slope in their daily work, to note carefully the amount of slope and the direction of slope, and to take these precautions accordingly. If they did not, they would fail in their feats. Those are the facts to which all acrobats bear witness, let scientists explain them as they may. "Suppose the ground slopes to one side or the other under your trapeze," I asked Ryan one day. "How does that affect you?" "It draws you down the slope and makes your bar swing that way." "What do you do about it?" "Sometimes I pull the bar over a little in starting, so as to balance the pull of the hill, but that's uncertain. It's better to fix the rigging so that the bar is a little higher on the downhill side." Ryan said that a straight-ahead downhill slope is the worst for a man, because he is apt to hold back too hard, being afraid of bumping into his partner, and so he doesn't get send enough and falls short of his mark. "But all slopes are bad for us," he said, "and we try hard to get our things put up over level ground." This is but one instance of the jealous care shown by acrobats for their bars and rigging. These things belong not to the circus, but to the individual performers, who put every brace and knot to the severest test. For the high bars a particular kind of hickory is used, with a core of steel inside. Every mesh of the net must resist a certain strain. The bars themselves must be neither too dry nor too moist. The light must come in a certain way, and a dozen other things. Many an accident has come through the failure of some little thing. This much is certain, that acrobats often suffer without serious injury falls that would put an end to ordinary men. Like bareback riders, they know how to fall, this art consisting chiefly in tucking up into a ball and hardening the muscles so that the shock is eased. Also they have by practice acquired the power of deciding instantly how to make the body protect itself in an emergency. "Now," said Ryan, "I'll give you a case where 2 of us did some quick thinking, and it helped a lot. We were with the circus in Australia making a night run. It was somewhere in New South Wales, and every man was asleep in his bunk. First thing we knew, bang, rip, tear! A drowsy engineer had smashed into us and taken the rear truck of our sleeper clean off, and there were the floor timbers of our car bumping along over the ties. We had the last car. Our engineer never slowed up, and our floor was going into kindling wood fast. It was as dark as pitch, and nobody said a word. Fred Reynolds and I, Reynolds was a clown acrobat, had lower berths right at the end, next to the negro porter, and I don't say we escaped because we were acrobats, but, well, this is what we did. Fred gave one mighty leap, just like going over elephants, and cleared the whole trail of wreckage that was pounding along behind the car, and landed safe on the track. It was a crazy thing to do, in my opinion, but it worked. I made a spring for the chandelier and hung there until the train stopped. And afterward I found my trousers back on the road bed with the legs cut clean off. And I guess my own legs would have gone the same way if they'd been there. What did the porter do? Oh, he did nothing, and he was killed. End of section 2. The Aerial Acrobat, Part 3 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Chenevert. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett, in which the author tries his hand with professional trapeze performers. On this particular morning, it was a damp day in February. I had been watching the Potter family, familiar on circus posters in tights and spangles, at their practice of aerial leaps, when Henry Potter, who is husband, father, and brother of the others, and chief of the act, suggested that if I wanted a vivid idea of what it was to work on the flying trapeze, I might come up and take his place on the cradle, and let Tom chuck the kid across to me and see if I could catch him. The kid was Roy Potter, sometimes Royetta when presented in feminine trappings, a slender lad of 17 who had just been doing doubles and twisters and half-turns, leaping with shoot and graceful curve from brother to brother up there in mid-air under the rafters of this moldering old skating rink. "Go ahead," he urged. "It's easy enough. All you've got to do is hang by your knees, and it can't hurt the boy, for he'll drop in the net if you miss him. Besides, we'll put the mechanic on him." The mechanic is an arrangement of waist straps and trailing pulley ropes that guard a gymnast while he is learning some new feat. Doubtless I should have declined this amiable offer had I taken time to consider, for there was no particular appropriateness in a man who knew nothing about the trapeze except such rudiments as boys of 12 get in their own backyards, taking part off-hand in a leaping performance 30 feet above the ground with "the phenomenal and fearless Potters," I quote the circus signs, "greatest of all great acrobat aerials." Yet he put it so plausibly I certainly would get a better idea of the thing, and he made it out so simple, anybody can hang by his knees, that I said all right, I would go up on the cradle and catch the kid. The cradle is composed of 2 steel bars about a foot apart, that are held rigid by tackle and wire braces. You climb to it, after emptying your pockets, by a swinging ladder, none too secure, and seated here, look down as from the dome of a circus tent. On a line with you are other cradles where your partners are coolly preparing to do things. You glance across at them anxiously, then down at the net, which seems a long way beneath. "Better put some rosin on your hands," sings out Potter from the ground, where he is arranging the mechanic lines. "It's in that little bag on the wire," calls the boy from his perch. "Rub it along your wrists, too. We'll catch better." We will, eh? I do as I'm told, and realize that even the trifling movement to get this rosin bag involves a certain peril. "Now lean back," comes the word. "Catch one bar in the crotch of your knee and brace your feet under the other. That's right. Hang way down. Stretch your arms out, and when I say 'now,' pull up and reach for the kid. You'll see him coming." Sure enough, although the blood was in my head, I could see over there Tom Potter's red shirt and the boy's blue one as they poised for the swing. Then Tom's body dropped back, and he swept the lad at full arm's length through a half circle and let him go head first, cutting the air straight at me. "Now!" cried Harry, and I reached out as best I could, only to see the boy a second later floundering in the net below me. And they were all laughing. In trying to reach one way, I had actually reached the other and withdrawn my arms instead of extending them, which made me understand better than an hour of words that a man hanging head down at a height finds his muscles as hard to control as a penman writing with his left hand for the first time. He cannot even see straight until his eyes learn to gauge distances and the relation of things presented upside down. With some pains and an awkward clutching at the braces, I got myself back into a sitting position, while Roy climbed again good-naturedly to his starting cradle. A trapeze performer must have infinite patience. Again we tried the trick, and this time, as I hung expectant, I felt my wrists clutched tight, and there was the agile leaper swinging back pendulum fashion from my arms, then forward, then back, while the bar strained under my knees. "Now throw him," called Harry. "Stiffen out and chuck him back to Tom. Now!" Alas, I made a bungle of it. I could not give him send enough, and the boy, falling short of Tom's arms, dangled from the mechanic lines halfway down to the net. It was quite plain that more than good intentions are needed to chuck young gentlemen through flights of 18 feet. I was feeling decidedly queer by this time, a sort of halfway over the channel faintness, and could imagine what it must be to work up here, right at the peak of a big-top tent, under the scorch of an August sun, with the stifle of a great audience coming up from below. I expressed a readiness to descend. "Try a drop into the net," suggested Tom Potter. "See, hang by your hands like this. Keep your legs together. Keep 'em out stiff. Then—" Down he went and landed easily on his shoulders. "Better put the mechanic on him," said Harry, and presently young Roy was beside me on the cradle, securing me to the drop lines with a double hitch. "You want to be sure to lift your legs," he remarked. "I knew a fellow that struck the net straight on his feet and broke his knees." "Don't you worry," said Harry. "If you don't fall right, I'll hold you with the mechanic." Of course, when a man has started at this sort of thing, he must see it through, so I hung obediently by my hands, lifted my legs, and "Now!" called Harry, and instantly, before I had time to think or note sensations, I was on my back in the net. And I understand what a terrible problem it is for a gymnast, falling with such swiftness, to turn 2 or 3 somersaults in the air, and land with the body at just the angle of safety, for a shade too much one way may mean a broken leg, and a shade too much the other an injured spine. For some time after my aerial experience, I sat around rather limp and white, giving but indifferent attention to the breaking in of young Clarence Potter, baby of the family, now in his first fortnight's practicing. He certainly showed a game spirit, this little fellow. When his father said jump, he jumped, and when the call came for a forward somersault across and a half turn, he went at it like a veteran, though his wrists must have burned with red chafes where they caught him. Of course he had the mechanic on all the time. "We have to handle him very careful," said his father. "He's so limber. It wouldn't take much to break his back, but he'll harden up soon. People have an idea that gymnasts are supple-jointed. That's all nonsense. A gymnast won't bend as much as an ordinary business man. There are too many bunches of muscles all over him that keep him stiff. See, feel along here." He prodded my hand into his back and sides. "Not big muscles, mind, but lots of small ones. Say it's a fine thing to have your body trained. I don't believe there's a healthier— Hey there! Keep those legs together. Easy now. Good boy." The little fellow had made a pretty turn and dropped to the net, and was striding along its meshes, beaming at the praise. "He'll make a gymnast," said Potter, "because he's got a head on him and can fix his mind on what he's doing. Oh, it takes more than body to make a great acrobat. It takes brains, for one thing, and heart. I believe I'll be able to train that boy so he can do a triple. I mean do it, not get through it in a Lord help me way. Most people say a triple can't be done for a regular act because it's too uncertain and too dangerous, but they used to say that of a double. It's all a matter of taking time enough in the practice. That's the thing, practice. Why, look at us. We don't open for months yet, but we're up here every morning all through the winter, getting our act down so fine and the time so perfect that when summer comes we can't fail." "How do you mean, getting the time perfect?" "Why, in trapeze work everything depends on judging time. Just now, when you were hanging from the cradle, you couldn't see much, could you? Well, we can't either. We have to know when to do things by feeling the time they take. Say it's a long double swing where the men cross and change bars. Each man grabs or lets go at the second or part of a second when the watch inside him says it's time to grab or let go. That's the only watch he has, and it's the only one he needs. And he dives by the sense of time? That's right. And does the triple somersaults by the sense of time? Certainly he does. He can't see. What could you see, falling and whirling? A gymnast has no different eyes from any other man. He's got to feel how long he must keep on turning. And it's good-bye gymnast if his feeling is a quarter of a second out of the way. Do you mean that literally? Mr. Potter smiled. I'll give you a case, and you can judge for yourself. There was a fellow named Johnny Howard in the Barnum show. He was doing trapeze work with the famous Dunham family, and was very ambitious to equal Dunham in all his feats, which was a large contract, for Dunham is about the finest gymnast in the world. What a pretty triple he can do, clean down from the top of the tent and land right every time. Well, Howard, he kept trying triples, and sometimes he got 'em about right, and sometimes he didn't. Dunham told him he'd better stick to doubles until he'd had more practice, but Howard wouldn't have it, and he kept right on. Probably he thought Dunham was jealous of him. Anyhow, he tried a triple one night at Chicago in the Coliseum, and that was the last triple he ever did try. He misjudged his time by a quarter of a turn. That is, he turned 3 somersaults and a quarter instead of just 3, and struck the net so that he twisted his spinal column, and he died a few weeks later. That last quarter of a turn killed him, and it probably didn't take over a tenth of a second. Here was something to think about. Precision of movement to tenths of a second, with no guidance but a man's own intuition of time, and a life depending on it. Can a man regulate the speed of his turning while he is in the air? Certainly he can. That's the first thing you'll learn. If you want to turn faster, you tuck up your knees and bend your head so the chin almost touches your breast. If you want to turn slower, you stretch out your legs and straighten up your head. The main thing is your head. Whichever way you point that, your body will follow. In our act, we do a long drop from the top of the tent, where you shoot straight down, head first, for 50 or 60 feet, and never move a muscle until you are 2 feet over the net. Then you duck your head everlastingly quick and land on your shoulders. I asked Mr. Potter how long a drop would be possible for a gymnast. He thought 100 feet might be done by a man of unusual nerve, but he pointed out that the peril increases enormously with every 20 feet you add, say to a drop of 40 feet. When you've dropped 60 feet, you are falling 35 miles an hour. When you've dropped 80 feet, you are falling nearly 60 miles an hour, and so on. It seemed incredible that a man shooting down head first at such velocity would wait before turning until only 2 feet separated him from the net. It can't be, said I, that in one of these straight drops a gymnast is guided only by his sense of time. Potter hesitated a moment. You mean that he uses his eyes to know when to turn? I guess he does a little, though it is mostly sense of time. You wouldn't get a man to do it blindfolded? I suggested. Not a straight drop, no, but a drop with somersaults, yes. What? 2 somersaults down to the net blindfolded? Yes, sir, that would be easy. I tell you, a man's eyes don't help him when he's turning in the air. Why, Tom and I would throw that boy of mine, Royetta, across from one to the other, he turning doubles just the same whether he was blindfolded or not. It wouldn't make any difference. I'll tell you another thing, he continued, that may surprise you. It's possible for a fine gymnast to swing from a bar, say 60 feet above the net, turn a back somersault, what we call a cast somersault, then shoot straight down head first for 30 feet, and then tuck up and turn a forward somersault, landing on his shoulders. I couldn't do it myself ever since I got hurt down in Mexico, but Tom Hanlon could. I mention this to show what control a man can get over his body in the air. He can make it turn one way, then go straight, then turn the other. After a proper expression of wonder at this statement, I asked Mr. Potter if something might not go wrong with this wonderful automatic time machine that a gymnast carries within himself. Of course there might, he said, and that is why there is such need of practice. Let a man neglect his trapeze for a couple of months, and he would be almost like a beginner. And even the best gymnasts, he admitted, men in the pink of training, are liable to sudden and unaccountable disturbances of mind or heart that make them for the moment unequal to their most familiar feats. "I'll tell you what accounts for the death of most gymnasts," he went on. "It's changing their minds while they're in the air. That's what we call it, but it's only a name. Nobody knows just what happens when a gymnast changes his mind. I mean, what happens inside him. What happens outside is that he's usually killed. Now, there was Billy Batcheller. He was a fine leaper, and could do his 2 somersaults over 4 elephants or 8 horses with the prettiest lift you ever saw. He could do it easy. But one day we were showing out west with the Reynolds circus. As he came down the leaping run, he struck the board wrong somehow, and in the turn he changed his mind. Instead of doing a double, he did 1 1/2, and shot over the last horse straight for the ground, head first. 1 second more, and he was a dead man. He would have broken his neck sure. But I saw him coming, and caught him so with my right arm, took all the skin off under his chin, and left the print of my hand on his breast for weeks. But it saved him. And the queer thing was, he never could explain it. None of them ever can. He just changed his mind. So did Laddell, who used to do doubles from high bars down to a pedestal. He made his leap one night, just as usual. It was at Toronto in 1896, I think. And as he turned, he changed his mind, and I forget how he landed, but it killed him all right. "Did you ever have an experience of this kind yourself?" I asked. "Not exactly," he answered, "and I'm thankful I haven't. But I came near it once in Chicago. It was the night after Howard got hurt, and I guess fear, just plain everyday fear, was at the bottom of my feeling. My wife and I were doing an act 60 feet above the ground, without a net. I would hang by my hands from a couple of loops at the top of the Coliseum, and she would hang, head down, from my feet, her ankles locked across mine, just natural locking of the feet with no fastenings and only ordinary performing shoes. When I had her that way, a man below would pull a drag rope and get us swinging higher and higher, until finally we would come right up to a horizontal. I tell you, it was a hair-raising thing to see, but until this night I had never thought much about the danger. I thought of it now, though, as I remembered Howard's fall, and I got so nervous for my wife that I felt sure something terrible was going to happen. I was just about in the state where a man starts his act and can't go through with it, where he changes his mind. And you'll be surprised to hear what gave me heart to go on." "What was it?" "It was the music, sir. And ever since that night I've understood why some generals send their soldiers into battle with bands playing. As we stood by the dressing-room entrance waiting to go on, it seemed as if I couldn't do it. But when I heard the crash of that circus band calling us, and came out into the glare of light and heard the applause, just roars of it, why, I forgot everything except the pride of my business, and up we went, net or no net. And we never did our toe swing better than that night. Just the same, I'd had my warnings, and I soon got another act instead of that one, and—" he hesitated. "Well, sir, today I wouldn't take my wife up and do that toe swing the way we used to, not for $1,000,000. And yet she's crazy to do it." End of Part 3. The Aerial Acrobat, Part 4, of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Chenevert. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. Some remarkable falls and narrow escapes of famous athletes. As we finished our talk, Mr. Potter asked me to call some evening at their rooms on 10th Street and see a family of trapeze performers in private life. I was glad to accept this invitation, and looked in upon them a day or two later. Like the other figures in these studies of thrilling lives, they present a modest, simple picture in their home circle. There is nothing in the externals of lion tamers, steeple climbers, divers, balloonists, or gymnasts to betray their unusual calling. Nor is there any heroic sign in eye or voice or bearing. They are plain, unpretentious folk, for the most part, who do these things and say little about them. In one room were Tom and Royetta playing checkers, while Clarence, the kid, weary no doubt from the morning's practice, lay on a bed, storing up resistance against the next day's shoots and twisters. In a room adjoining were Mr. Potter himself and Mrs. Potter, enjoying the call of a lady acrobat, one of the famed Livingston's trick bicyclists. As soon as was fitting, I put the old question to Mr. Potter, the question that always interests me, how it happened that he became a gymnast, and he went back to his Western boyhood and the early longings that possessed him to be a performer in the air. Plainly he was born with the gymnast instinct, and he ran away from home to follow his heart's desire. Then he told us how, at 17, he was traveling with a 10-cent show, doing a single trapeze act in the ring, and an out-of-door free exhibition of tightrope walking from canvas top to ground. Once he went at a difficult feat so eagerly, he was always his own teacher, that he fell clean off a trapeze 60 feet above the ground, and by some kind of providence that watches over boys, escaped serious injury. "It's queer about falls," said Mr. Potter. "It's often the little ones that kill. Now, there I fell 60 feet, and you might say it didn't hurt me at all. Another time, showing in Yucatan, I fell only 40 feet and smashed 2 ribs. And the worst fall I ever had was 15 feet at the Olympia in London. I was driving 4 horses in a tandem race, and was thrown straight on my head. That time I nearly broke my neck." 25 feet is my best fall," put in Mrs. Potter, smiling. "I was doing an act on the flying rings, and one of them broke. Remember that, Harry?" His face showed how well he remembered it. "Perhaps you won't believe this," he said, "but when I saw her falling, I couldn't move. I was tending her in the ring, and wasn't 10 feet from where she struck. I could have caught her and saved her if my legs would only have moved. But there they were frozen, sir, and I just had to stand still and see my wife come down smash on her head. Pretty tough, wasn't it? She lay unconscious for 2 days. That was at Monette, Missouri. Oh, yes, I remember it." I asked Mrs. Potter if she had ever been afraid, and she shook her head. Never once. Not even at Chicago, in the perilous toe swing, when even the other gymnasts told her she would certainly be killed. She knew her husband would hold her safe, and she really enjoyed that toe swing more than any act they ever did. "I'll tell you this, though," she admitted. "I would be afraid to do these things with any one except my husband." "Yes, and I'd be afraid to have her," added Potter. "Why, down in Mexico, when I broke my ribs, there was a man, a fine gymnast, too, who offered to take my place so we wouldn't lose our salary. But every time I saw him practice with my wife it made me so nervous I called it off and let the salary go." In spite of these manifest hazards, Potter insists that there is no healthier life than a gymnast leads. "We never are ill," he said. "We never take cold. We travel through all sorts of fever-stricken countries and never catch anything. And we always feel good. Look at that boy of mine. He's 17 years old, and he's got a chest on him like a man. 38 inches is what it measures. Why, I can't find a coat that'll fit him." He went on to point out some plain advantages, in addition to health, that ordinary citizens might derive from a moderate knowledge of trapeze work. In a fire, for instance, a man so trained would have little difficulty in saving himself and others by climbing and swinging. And firemen themselves would double their efficiency by regular practice on high bars. Again, in case of a runaway, a man familiar with the trapeze knows how and when to swing for the bridle of a plunging horse, or should he find himself almost under the wheels of a trolley car, he could leap for the platform rail and swing up safely. "I'll give you a case," said Potter, "where the training we get helped a good deal. It was a season when I was working with the Barnum outfit. We were showing in the East, and during the hippodrome races a little girl got away from her people somehow, and the first thing anybody knew, there she was out on the track with 3 4-horse chariots not 100 feet off, and coming on a dead run. As the crowd saw the child, they gave a great "oh!" in fear, and lots of women screamed. It wasn't in human power to stop those horses, and it seemed as if the little tot must be killed. She was about halfway across the track before I started for her. Lots of men would have started just as I did, but very few would have gone at just the right angle to save her. Most men would have tried to run straight across, but I was sure the horses would trample me and the child too if I tried that. So I took her on a slant, running across and away from the horses, and I caught her little body as a gymnast knows how, didn't waste any time at it, and then we were over with the breath of those horses on our necks. If it hadn't been for the practice I've had, judging time and distance, we'd both have been killed that trip. I came now to another occasion when I spent 2 profitable hours with the St. Belmos, husband and wife, who for years past, and in many parts of the world, have appeared in a trapeze act that calls for the greatest nerve and precision of movement. As a climax to this act, St. Belmo makes a leap and swing of 40 feet over his audience, springing head first through a circle of knives and fire that barely lets his body pass, then catching a suspended trapeze that breaks away at his touch and carries him on in a long sweep, then leaping again, feet first, from this flying bar through a paper balloon, where he holds by his arms and drops swiftly 35 feet to the ground. I was surprised to find the hero of this perilous feat rather the reverse of athletic in appearance. St. Belmo struck me as a pale, thin, almost sickly man. Yes, I judge it would fare ill with anyone who tried to impose upon him as an invalid. Over that spare form are hard, tireless muscles, and for years to come St. Belmo feels equal to leaping this obstacle of blades and flame. Most people, I suppose, in watching this act, would imagine the knives to be of wood and tinsel, but I saw that they were of steel, and sharp, heavy, double-edged knives a foot long, murderous weapons made by St. Belmo himself out of old saws, and 15 of these, with points turned inward, form the heart through which the gaunt yet rather genial gymnast shoots his way. I asked St. Belmo about the accidents that he had suffered. Had he ever struck the knives when leaping through? Yes, again and again. He had torn his clothes to tatters on them, and lined his body with scars. But that was years ago, when he was learning. Now he never touched the knives. He could leap through them, eyes shut, as surely as a man puts a spoon in his mouth without striking his teeth. How about falls in the air? Well, he remembered 2 in particular. One at Syracuse, where he missed the trapeze because someone was careless in fastening a snap hook that held it, and when he came through the blades and flames head first and reached for the bar had swung away, and he plunged on smash down to the ground and broke both legs. "Didn't you look for the bar before you made the leap?" I questioned. He shook his head. "I never see the bar for the dazzle of fire. I know where it must be and leap for that place. If it isn't there, why—" He pointed down to his legs and smiled ruefully. He had another fall at Seattle, where he came down 35 feet and put both his knees out of joint, all because he was thinking of something else as he shot toward the balloon and forgot to throw out his arms and catch in the hoop. It was exactly the case of a man who might walk over the edge of a housetop through absent-mindedness. "Ever have a feeling of fear?" I asked. "I don't know as you'd call it fear exactly," he began. "Yes, it was fear, too," put in his wife, teasing. "I've seen your knees shake so up on the pedestal that you almost tumbled off." "No wonder my knees shook," protested St. Belmo. "They've been out of joint times enough." Naturally, after an accident you feel a little queer for a while, but I'll own up there was once I felt afraid, and it wasn't long ago either. "I know," said his wife, "up at the 22nd Regiment Armory." "That's right. It was in December. Remember when that bicycle diver was killed?" His name was Stark. Poor chap! He was a friend of ours, and we were there when it happened. You know, he got too much speed on the incline and struck the far edge of the tank instead of the water. That was in the afternoon, and the same night we had to go on and do our act. I looked at that tank, and then I said, 'Boys, I'm leery about this, but I'm going to do my act. I'll come down somehow, boys. You watch me.' Honest, I thought I was going to be killed, but I got through all right." Then he explained that the greatest danger in his act is neither at the knives nor at the balloon, but in the swift drop after the balloon with the hoop under his arms. The hoop, as it goes down, winds up a spring overhead that acts as a brake on the fall, though a very slight one. Just before St. Belmo reaches the floor, he lifts his arms above the hoop and drops through it to the ground, but he must do that at precisely the right moment, or he will suffer accident. If he drops through too soon, he will strike too hard and may break his legs. If he does not drop through soon enough, the hoop may jerk his arms out of the sockets. And in spite of this formidable alternative, St. Belmo assured me that for more than a dozen years now he has made this drop continually and never failed once. Think of a calling that requires a man to steer perpetually by the closest fraction of a shave between a pair of broken legs and a pair of dislocated arms. Fancy such an alternative as part of the regular after-dinner routine. Then consider what marvelous precision must be in these bodies and minds of ours, when a man can face such hazards for years and never come to grief. End of The Aerial Acrobat.
The Wild Beast Tamer, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Wild Beast Tamer, Part 1. We visit a clear resort for circus people and talk with a trainer of elephants. Well down on 4th Avenue, below the bird fanciers, the rat catchers, the antique shops, and the dingy hotels where lion tamers put up, is Billy's place, the great rendezvous of the country for circus folk, and here any afternoon or evening, especially in the dull winter time, you may find heroes of the flying trapeze, bereft of show-ring trappings, playing monotonous euchre with keepers of the cages, or sitting in convivial and reminiscent groups that include everything from the high-salaried star down to some humble tutor in the band at present looking for a job. All kinds of acrobats come to Billy's, all kinds of animal men, everybody who has to do with a show, barring the owners. If a Norwegian wrestler wants to get track of an Egyptian giant, he goes to Billy's. If an elephant trainer needs a new helper, he goes to Billy's. It is at once a club, a haven, a post office, and a general intelligence bureau for members of this wandering and fascinating profession. It was my fortune recently to spend an evening at Billy's, and I had as companion a veteran circus man, able to explain things. After taking in the externals, which were commonplace enough save for a big-top celebrities ranged along the walls in tiers of photographs, we sat us down where a man in a blue shirt was telling how a lioness and 3 cubs got out of a cage somewhere one afternoon just after the performance. It seems one of the cubs had been playing with a loose bolt, and the first thing anyone knew, there they were, all 4 of them, skipping about free in the menagerie tent. The story detailed various efforts to get the lioness back into her cage. Prodding, lassoing, shouting, and the total failure of these because she would neither leave her cubs nor let them be taken from her. Finally the situation grew serious, for the evening performance was coming on, and it was quite sure there would be no audience with an uncaged lioness on the premises. So it became a matter of business in this wise. A lioness worth a few $100 against an audience worth a couple of thousand. Word was sent to the head of the show, and back came the order, kill her. In vain the keeper pleaded for one more trial. He would risk a hand-to-hand struggle with hot irons. The head of the show said no. The lioness was desperate, and he wouldn't have his men expose their lives. It was a case of shoot her, and do it quick. Of course, that settled it. They did shoot her, and as the blue-shirted man described the execution, I was impressed by his tenderness in speaking of that poor defiant mother, and then of the 3 little cubs that howled for a whole month, sir, and looked so sad it made us boys feel like murderers. Blamed if it didn't. Another man, with steely grey eyes and a stubble of beard, ventured the opinion that they must have had a pretty poor quality of gumption in that outfit, or someone would have got the lioness into her cage. He was mighty sure George Conklin would have done it. George was over in Europe now handling big cats for the Barnum's show. There wasn't anything George didn't know about lions. "Why, I'll give you a case," said he. "We were showing out in Kansas, and one night a cage fell off the circus train. It became unlashed or something as she swung round a curve, and when we stuck our heads out of the sleeper there were a pair of greenish burning eyes coming down the side of the track, and we could hear a rrrr, something between a bark and a roar that didn't cheer us up any, you better believe. Then George Conklin yelled, 'By the Lord, it's Mary! Come on, boys, we must get her.' And we went out. Mary was a full-grown lioness, and she was loose there in the darkness, out on a bare prairie, without a house or fence anywhere for miles." "Hold on," said I. "How did your circus train happen to stop when the cage fell off?" With indulgent smile he explained that a circus train running at night always has guards on the watch, who wave quick lanterns to the engineer in any emergency. "Well," continued the man, "George Conklin had that cage fixed up and the lioness safe inside within 40 minutes by the clock." "Do? Why, it was easy enough. We unrolled about 100 yards of sidewall tenting and carried it toward the lioness. It was a line of men holding up a length of canvas so it formed a long moving fence, and every man carried a flaming kerosene torch. There was a picture to remember, that line of heads over the canvas wall, and the flaring lights gradually circling round the lioness, who backed, growling and switching her tail, backed away from the fire, till presently, as we closed in, we had her in the mouth of a funnel of canvas, with torches everywhere except just at her back where the open cage was. Then Conklin spoke sharp to her, just as they were in the ring, and snapped his whip, and the next thing Miss Mary was safe behind the bars. It was a pretty neat job, I can tell you." During this talk a broad-shouldered man had joined the group, and my companion whispered that he was Bill Newman, the famous elephant trainer. Mr. Newman at once showed an interest in the discussion, and agreed that there are times when you can do nothing with an animal but kill it. "Now there was old Albert," said he, "a fine 10-foot tusker that I'd seen grown up from a baby, and I was fond of him too, but I had to kill him. It was in '85, and we were showing in New Hampshire. Albert had been cranky for a long time, never with me but with the other men, and in Nashua he slammed a keeper against the ground so hard that he died the next morning just as we were coming into Keene. That settled it, and the afternoon performance Mr. Hutchinson announced in the ring that we had an elephant on our hands under sentence of death, and he was willing to turn this elephant over to the local rifle corps if they felt equal to the execution. You see, he had heard there was a company of sharpshooters in Keene, and it struck him that this was a good way to be rid of a bad elephant and get some advertising at the same time. Well, those Keene riflemen weren't going to be bluffed by a showman. They said to bring on the elephant and they'd take care of him. So after the performance I led old Albert back to a piece of woods behind the tent, and we hitched tackle to his 4 legs and stretched him out between 4 trees so he couldn't move, and then the rifle corps lined him up about 12 paces off, ready to shoot. That elephant knew he was going to die, sir. Yes, he knew it perfectly well, but he was a lot cooler than some of those riflemen. Why, there was one fellow on the end of the line shaking so he could hardly aim. You see, they were afraid old Albert would break loose and come at them if they only wounded him. Do you know where to shoot? I called out. We're going to shoot at his head, answered the captain. All right, said I. You'd better send for lanterns and more ammunition. You're liable to be shooting here all night. Then where shall we shoot? Asked the captain. That depends, I answered. If you can send your bullet straight into his eye at a 45-degree upslant, you'll fix him all right. If you don't hit his eye, you can shoot the rest of his head full of holes and he won't care. You've got to reach his brain, and that's a little thing in where I'm telling you. That made the captain do some thinking, for Albert looked awful big and his eye looked awful small, and they didn't want to bungle the job. Well, said he, is there any other place we can aim except his eye? Aim here, I told him, and I drew a circle with a piece of chalk just back of his left foreleg, a circle about as big as your hand. When a man has cut up as many elephants as I have, he knows where the heart is, but most men don't. After this there was a hush, while the whole crowd held its breath, and old Albert looked at me out of his little eyes as much to say, So you're going to let 'em do me after all, are you? And then came the sharp command, ready, fire, and 32 rifle balls started for that chalk mark. And how many do you think got there? 5 out of 32 I counted, but 5 did the business. Poor old Albert dropped without a sound or a struggle. Newman sighed at the memory. Isn't there some exaggeration, I asked, in what you said about shooting an elephant full of holes without killing him? Exaggeration, answered Newman. Not a bit of it. Why, there was an elephant named Samson with the coal show, and he got loose once in a town out in Idaho and ran through the streets crazy mad, killing horses, smashing into houses, ripping the whole place wide open. Well, sir, they shot at him with Winchesters, revolvers, shotguns, every darn thing they had, until that elephant was full of lead. Then he went off all right the next day and never seemed any the worse for it up to the day he was burned to death with the Barnum show at Bridgeport. The mention of this catastrophe reminded me of reports that wild beasts in a burning menagerie are silent before the flames, and I asked Mr. Newman if he believed it. No, sir, he said, it isn't true. I was in Bridgeport when the Barnum show burnt up, and I never heard such roaring and screaming. It was awful. Even the rhinoceros, which can't make much noise, was running round the yard grunting and squealing, with flames 4 foot high shooting up from his back and sides. You see, a rhinoceros is almost solid fat, and as soon as he caught fire he burnt like an oil tank. Didn't you save any lions or tigers? He shook his head. Wasn't any use trying. They'd have been shot by policemen as fast as we could get 'em out. Besides, we couldn't get them out. We concentrated on elephants and saved all the herd but 5. There were free elephants all over Bridgeport that night, and a queer thing was we had to look sharp that some of the elephants we'd saved didn't run back into the fire. You know how horses will go back into a burning stable? Well, elephants are just the same. That's how we lost the white elephant. She walked straight into the blaze when she might just as well have walked out through an open door. By this time most of the company at Billy's had gathered round to listen, for Newman was a veteran among veterans, and was now in the full swing of reminiscence. He went back to his earliest days, back to Putnam Country, New York, where young men might well be drawn into the circus life, so many famous showmen has this region produced, Jim Kelly and Seth B., Howes and Langway and the Baileys. I started with Langway, the old lion tamer, said Newman, and he was one of the best. I'll never forget once what he told me when he was breaking in a den of lions and tigers. There were 3 lions and 2 tigers, all fully grown and fresh from the jungle. Bill, said he, I'm an old man, and this is my last den. I won't break in no more big cats, but I'll break this den in so they'll never work for another man after I've gone. It'll look easy what I do, and folks'll want you to tackle 'em, Bill, but don't you never do it, for if you do these cats will chew you up sure. Well, he worked that den in great shape for a year or so, and then he died, and I minded his words. I let those lions and tigers alone. They hired a lion tamer named Davis to work 'em, and sure enough he got chewed up bad, just as the old man said he would. And the end of it was that nobody ever worked that then again. It couldn't be done, although they'd been like kittens with Langway. What he did to 'em's always been a mystery." Newman paused, as impressive story-tellers do, and then, drawing once more upon his memories, he told how a terrible death came to poor Patsy Marr, as he was drilling a herd of elephants once in winter quarters at Columbus, Ohio. "It was the day before Thanksgiving," he said. "I'll never forget it, and a big bull elephant named Sid took the order wrong, went right face instead of left face or something, and Patsy got mad and hooked him pretty hard. Some think it was Patsy's fault, 'cause he gave the wrong order by mistake, and Sid did what he said, while the other elephants did the thing he meant to say. Anyhow, Sid turned on Patsy and let him have both tusks, brass balls and eye, right through the body. Killed him in half a minute. Why, sir, they took Patsy's watch out through his back. That's the sort of thing you're liable to run up against." "Did they kill Sid?" I asked. "No, they gave him the benefit of the doubt. You see, it ain't square to blame an elephant for obeying orders." Then came the story of how they killed bad old Pilot at the Madison Square Gardens back in 1883. Fought his hard spirit all night long with clubs and pitchforks and prods and hot irons, 100 men flaying and jabbing in relays against a poor bound animal that died rather than yield, died without a sound as day was breaking. "Yes, sir," said Newman, "he never squealed, he wouldn't squeal, and 3 minutes afore he died he nearly killed me with a swing of his trunk. Oh, he was game all right, Pilot was." Newman came back to the difficulty of working animals broken in by another tamer, but he declared that the thing can be done in some cases if the new tamer has in him that unknown something to which all wild beasts submit. His own wife, for example, after a dozen years of peaceful married life, determined one day that she would make a herd of 8 big Asiatic elephants obey her, a thing no woman had ever attempted, and within 3 weeks she did, and drilled the herd in public for years afterward. In fact, became a greater star than her husband. All of which was most unusual, and entirely due to her exceptional nerve and physical power. "Why, sir," said Newman, proudly, "she was 6 foot tall and built like an athlete. She only died a few years ago, and that gulp and the catch in his voice told the whole story. This was no longer a dauntless elephant trainer, but a stricken, heartbroken man. What now were the glories of the ring to him? His wife was dead. End of The Wild Beast Tamer, Part 1. The Wild Beast Tamer, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Wild Beast Trainer, Part 2. Methods of Lion Tamers and the Story of Brutus's Attack on Mr. Bostock. The wild beast tamer, as generally pictured, is a mysterious person who stalks about sternly in high boots and possesses a remarkable power with the eye that makes lions and tigers quail at his look and shrink away. He rules by fear, and the crack of his whip is supposed to bring memories of torturing points and red-hot irons. Such is the storybook lion tamer, and I may as well say at once that outside of storybooks he has small existence. There is scarcely any truth in this theory of hate, for hate and conquest by fear. It is no more fear that makes a lion walk on a ball than it is fear that makes a horse pull a wagon. It is habit. The lion is perfectly willing to walk on the ball, and he has reached that mind not by cruel treatment, but by force of his trainer's patience and kindness and superior intelligence. Of course, a wild beast tamer should have a quick eye and a delicate sense of hearing, so that he may be warned of a sudden spring at him, or a rush from behind, and it is important that he be a sober man, for alcohol breaks the nerve or gives a false courage worse than folly. But the quality on which he must chiefly rely, and which alone can make him a great tamer, not a second-rate bungler, is a genuine fondness for his animals. This does not mean that the animals will necessarily be fond of the tamer. Some will be fond of him, some will be indifferent to him, some will fear and hate him. Nor will the tamer's fondness protect him from fang or claw. We shall see that there is danger always, accident often, but without the fondness there would be greater danger and more frequent accident. A fondness for lions and tigers gives sympathy for them, sympathy gives understanding of them, and understanding gives mastery of them, or as much mastery as is possible. What but this fondness would keep a tamer constantly with his animals, not only in the public show, the easiest part, but in the dens and treacherous runway, in the strange night hours, in the early morning romp, when none is looking, where there is no reason for being with them except the tamer's own joy in it. I do not propose now to present in detail the methods of taming wild beasts, rather what happens after they are tamed, but I may say that a lion tamer always begins by spending weeks or months in gaining a new animal's confidence. Day after day he will stand for a long time outside the cage, merely looking at the lion, talking to him, impressing upon the beast a general familiarity with his voice and person, and each time as he goes away he is careful to toss in a piece of meat as a present memento of his visit. Later he ventures inside the bars, carrying some simple weapon, a whip, a rod, perhaps a broom, which is more formidable than one might be supposed, through the jab of its sharp bristles. One tamer used a common chair with much success against unbroken lions. If the creature came at him, there were the four legs in his face, and soon the chair came to represent boundless power to the ignorant lion. He feared it and hated it, as was seen on one occasion when the tamer left it in the cage, and the lion promptly tore it into splinters. Days may pass before the lion will let his tamer do more than merely stay inside the cage at a distance. Very well, the tamer stays there. He waits hour after hour, week after week, until a time comes when the lion will let him move nearer, will permit the touch of his hand, will come forward for a piece of meat, and at last treat him like a friend, so that finally he may sit there quite at ease and even read his newspaper, as one man did. Lastly begins the practice of tricks. The lion must spring to a pedestal and be fed. He must jump from one pedestal to another and be fed. Must keep a certain pose and be fed. A bit of meat is always the final argument, and the tamer wins, if he wins at all, for sometimes he fails, by patience and kindness. There is no use getting angry with a lion, said a well-known trainer to me, and there is no use in carrying a revolver. If you shoot a lion or injure him with any weapon, it is your loss, for you must buy another lion, and the chances are that he will kill you anyway if he starts to do it. The thing is to keep him from starting. I once had a talk with the lion tamer Philadelphia on the subject of breaking lions, and heard from him what need a tamer has of patience. I have sat in a lion's cage, said Philadelphia, 2 or 3 hours every day for weeks, yes, for months, waiting for him to come out of his sulky corner and take a piece of meat from me. And that was only a start towards mastery. Wouldn't he attack you? Philadelphia smiled. He did at first, but that was soon settled. It isn't hard to best a lion if you go at it right. I usually carry a pair of clubs. Some men prefer a broom because the bristles do great work in a lion's face without injuring him. But the finest weapon you have against a fighting lion is a hose of water. That stops his fight, only you mustn't have the water too cold, or he might get pneumonia. You mightn't think it, but lions are very delicate. In using the clubs you must be careful not to strike them hard across the back. You'd be surprised how easy it is to break a lion's backbone, especially if it's a young lion. In support of this statement that lions are delicate, I remember hearing old John Smith, director of the Central Park Menagerie, set forth a list of lions' ailments and the coddling and doctoring that they require. Lion medicine is usually administered in the food or drink, but there are cases requiring more heroic measures, and then the animal must be bound down before the doctors can treat him. It should be remembered that lions in city menageries are more dangerous than circus lions, since they are either wild ones brought straight from the jungle and never tamed, or rebellious ones, anarchist lions that have been turned against their tamers, perhaps killed them, and have finally been sold to any zoological garden that would take them. "When we have to rope a lion down to doctor him," said Smith, "we drop nooses through the top bars and catch his 4 legs, and let down one round his body. Then we haul these fast, and there you are. You can feel his pulse, or give him stuff, or pull one of his teeth, or anything." "It must be pretty hard to pull a lion's tooth," I remarked. "Not very. Here's the forceps I use. You see, it isn't very big. This is for the upper jaw, and that other one is for the lower jaw." I made some remark meant to be facetious about not giving the lions gas, but the old man took me up sharply. "Certainly we give 'em gas. How in the world do you think we operate on 'em? They get chloroform same as a person. I have a bag that fits over the lion's head and pulls up tight with a string. In the bag is a sponge saturated with chloroform, and the first you know, off goes Mr. Lion into a quiet sleep, and you can do what you like. But you have to be mighty careful not to give him too much, and look sharp as his heart action, or you'll have a dead lion on your hand. Say, I found out one thing chloroforming lions that lots of doctors don't know. It's this, that if a lion comes back hard to consciousness after you've put him to sleep, you can help things along by catching hold of his tail and heaving him up on his head. That sends the blood down to his brain where you want it, and pretty soon you'll see his muscles begin to twitch, and back he comes. I told a doctor about this once, and he said he'd done the very same thing with patients." Coming again to the need of patience, let me quote my friend Bill Newman. "Why," he says, "I've spent weeks and weeks teaching an elephant to ring a bell, just that one thing. You have to sit by him hour after hour, giving him the bell in his trunk and giving it to him again when he drops it, and then again and again for a whole morning, and then for many mornings until he gets the idea and rings it right. It's the same way teaching an elephant to fan himself or teaching tricks to a clown elephant. You have to wait and never give up. Once an elephant understands what you want, he'll do it, but it's awful hard sometimes making him understand." "How do you teach them to stand on their heads and on their hind legs?" I asked. "With the same kind of patience and with tackle. Just heave them or roll them over the way they're supposed to go, and then keep at it. Some learn quicker than others. Once in a while you get a mean one, and then look out." An instance of the affection felt for wild beasts by their tamers is offered in the case of Madame Bianca, the French tamer, who in the winter of 1900 was with the Bostock Wild Animal Show, giving daily exhibitions in Baltimore, where her skill and daring with lions and tigers earned wide admiration. It will be remembered how fire descended suddenly on this menagerie one night and destroyed the animals among fearful scenes, and in the morning Bianca stood in the ruins and looked upon the charred bodies of her pets. Had she lost her dearest friend, she could scarce have shown deeper grief. She was in despair, and declared that she would never tame another group. She would leave show business. And when the menagerie was stocked afresh with lions and tigers, Bianca would not go near their cage. These were lions indeed, but not her lions. And she shook her head and mourned for Bowser, the handsomest lioness in captivity, and Spitfire, and Juliet, and the black-maned Brutus. This recalls a story that Mr. Bostock told me, showing how Bianca's fondness for her lions persisted even in the face of fierce attack. It was in Kansas City, and for some days Spitfire had been working badly, so that on this particular afternoon Bianca had spent 2 hours in the big exhibition cage trying to get the lioness into good form. But Spitfire remained sullen and refused to do one perfectly easy thing, a jump over a pedestal. "Ask Mr. Bostock to come here, please," called Bianca, finally, quite at her wits' end, with the performance hour approaching and hers the chief act. To go on with Spitfire in rebellion would never do, for the spirit of mischief spreads among lions and tigers exactly as it spreads among children. Spitfire must jump over that pedestal. Mr. Bostock arrived presently and at once entered the cage, carrying 2 whips, as is the custom. There is something in this man that impresses animals and tamers alike. It is not only that he is big and strong and loves his animals and does not fear them. That would scarcely account for his extraordinary prestige, which is his rather because he knows lions and tigers as only a man who has literally spent his life with them. From father and grandfather he has inherited precious and unusual lore of the cages. He was born in a menagerie, he married the daughter of a menagerie owner, he sleeps always within a few feet of the dens, he eats with roars of lions in his ears, and his principle is, and always has been, that he will enter any cage at any time if a real need calls him, which has led to many a situation like that created now by Spitfire's disobedience. There were many groups in the menagerie at this time, each with its regular tamer, and while Bostock as owner and director watched over them all, it often happened that months would pass without his putting a foot inside this or that particular cage. And in the present case he was practically a stranger to the 4 lions and tiger now ranged about on their pedestals in a semicircle 30 feet in diameter, with big Brutus in the middle and snarling Spitfire at one end. "Well," said Mr. Bostock, explaining what happened, "I saw that Bianca had made a mistake in handling Spitfire from too great a distance. She had stood about 7 feet away, so I stepped 3 feet closer and lifted one of my whips. There were just 2 things that Spitfire could do. She could spring at me and have trouble, or she could jump over the pedestal and have no trouble. She growled a little, looked at me, and then she jumped over that pedestal like a lady. I had called her bluff. The rest was easy. I put her through some other tricks, circled her around the cage a couple of times, and brought her back to her corner. Then, just then, as she crouched there and snarled at me, I played a tattoo with my whip handle on the floor just in front of her. It was sort of a flourish to finish off with, and was one thing too much, for in doing this I turned quite away from the rest of the group and made Brutus think that I meant to hurt the lioness. He said to himself, 'Ha! Here's a stranger in our cage taking a whip to Spitfire. I'll just settle him.' And before I could move he sprang 20 feet off his pedestal, set his fangs in my thigh, and dragged me over to Bianca as if to prove his gallantry. Then the Frenchwoman did a clever thing. She clasped her arms round his big neck, drew his head up, and fired a revolver close to his ear. Of course she fired only a blank cartridge, but it brought Brutus to obedience, for that was Bianca's regular signal in the act for the lion to take their pedestal. And the habit of the work was so strong in the old fellow that he dropped me and jumped back to his place. There wasn't any more to it except that I lay 5 weeks in bed with my wounds. But this will show you how Bianca loved those lions. She wouldn't let me lift a hand to punish Brutus. Of course I called for irons as soon as I got up, and wounded or not, I would have taught Mr. Brutus a few things before I left that cage, if I could have had my way. But Bianca pleaded for him so hard, for she actually cried, that I hadn't the heart to go against her. She said it was partly my own fault for turning my back, which was true, and that Brutus was a good lion and had only tried to defend his mate and a lot more, with tears and teasing, till I let him off, though I knew I could never enter Brutus's cage again after leaving it without showing myself master. That's always the way with lions. If you once lose the upper hand, you can never get it back. End of The Wild Beast Tamer, Part 2. The Wild Beast Tamer, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Wild Beast Tamer, Part 3. Bonavita describes his fight with 7 lions, and George Arsentel tells how he conquered a mad elephant. In the course of days spent with Mr. Bostock and his menagerie, I observed many little instances of the tamer's affection for his animals. I could see it in the constant fondling of the big cats by Bostock himself, and by Bonavita, his chief tamer, and even by the cage grooms. And no matter how great the crush of business, there was always time for visiting a sick lioness out in the stable, who would never be better, poor thing, but should have all possible comforts for her last days. And late one afternoon I stood by while Bonavita led a powerful yellow-maned lion into the arena cage and held him as a mother might hold a suffering child, while the doctor, reaching cautiously through the bars, cut away a growth from the beast's left eye. It is true they used a local anaesthetic, but even so it hurt the lion, and Bonavita's position as he knelt and stroked the big head and spoke soothing words seemed to me as far as possible from secure. Yet it was plain that his only thought was to ease the lion's pain. "I couldn't have done that with all my lions," Bonavita said after the operation, "but this one is specially trained. You know, he lets me put my head in his mouth." Bonavita is a handsome, slender man, with dark hair and eyes, quite the type of a Spanish gentleman, and I liked him not only for his mastery of 20-odd lions, but because he had a gentle manner and was modest about his work. According to Mr. Bostock, Bonavita has but 2 strong affections, one for his old mother and one for his lions. Occasionally I could get him aside for a talk, and that was a thing worth doing. "People ask me such foolish questions about wild beasts," he said one day. "For instance, they want to know which would win in a fight, a lion or a tiger. I tell them that it is like asking which would win in a fight, an Irishman or a Scotchman. It all depends on the particular tiger you have and the particular lion. Animals are just as different as men. Some are good, some bad, some you can trust, and some you can't trust." "Which is the most dangerous lion you have?" I inquired. "Well," said he, "that's one of those questions I don't know how to answer. If you ask which lion has been the most dangerous so far, I should say Denver, because he tore my right arm one day so badly that they nearly had to cut it off. Still, I think Ingomar is my most dangerous lion. Although he hasn't got his teeth into me yet, he's tried, but missed me. It doesn't matter, though, what I think, for it may be one of these lazy, innocent-looking lions that will really kill me. They seem tame as kittens, but you can't tell what's underneath. Supposing I turn my back and one of them springs, why, it's all off." Another day he said, "A man gets more confidence every time he faces an angry lion and comes out all right. Finally he gets so sure of his power that he does strange things. I have seen a lion coming at me and never moved, and the lion has stopped. I've had a lion strike at me, and the blow has just grazed my head, and I have stood still with my whip lifted, and the lion has gone off afraid. One day in the ring a lion caught my left arm in his teeth as I passed between 2 pedestals. I didn't pull away, but stamped my foot and cried out, 'Baltimore, what do you mean?' The stamp of my foot was the lion's cue to get off the pedestal, and Baltimore loosed his jaws and jumped down. His habit of routine was stronger than his desire to bite me." Again Bonavita explained that there is some strange virtue in carrying in the left hand a whip which is never used. The tamer strikes with his right hand whip when it is necessary, but only lifts his left hand whip and holds it as a menace over the lion, and it is likely, Bonavita thinks, that to strike with that reserve whip would be to dispel the lion's idea that it stands for some mysterious force beyond his daring. "You'll see, lions aren't very intelligent," he said. "They don't understand what men are or what they want. That is our hardest work, to make the lion understand what we want. As soon as he knows that he expected to sit on a pedestal, he is willing enough to do it, especially if he gets some meat, but it often takes weeks before he finds out what we are driving at. You can see what slow brains lions have, or tigers either, by watching them fight for a stick or a tin cup. They couldn't get more excited over a piece of meat. One of the worst wounds I ever got came from going into a lion's den after an overcoat that he had dragged away from a foolish spectator who was poking at him. I finally got Bonavita to tell me about the time when the lion Denver attacked him. It was during a performance at Indianapolis in the fall of 1900, and the trouble came at the runway end where the two circular passages from the cages open up on an iron bridge that leads to the show rings. Bonavita had just driven 7 lions into this narrow space, and was waiting for the attendants to open the iron-barred door, when Denver sprang at him and set his teeth in his right arm. This stirred the other lions, and they all turned on Bonavita, but fortunately only 2 could reach him because of the crush of bodies. He was a tamer in sorest need, for the weight of the lions kept the iron doors from opening and barred out the rescuers. In the audience was wildest panic, and the building resounded with shouts and screams and the roars of angry lions. Women fainted, men rushed forward brandishing revolvers, but dared not shoot, and for a few minutes it seemed as if the tamer was doomed. But Bonavita's steady nerve saved him. As Denver opened his jaws to seize a more vital spot, the tamer drove his whip handle far down into his red throat, and then with a cudgel passed into him beat the brute back. The other lions followed, and this freed the iron door, which the grooms straightway had opened, and in a moment the 7 lions were leaping towards the ring as if nothing had happened. And last of all the 7 came Denver, driven by Bonavita, white-faced and suffering, but the master now, and greeted with cheers and roars of applause. No one realized how badly he was hurt, for his face gave no sign. He bowed to the audience, cracked his whip, and began the act as usual. As he went on he grew weaker, but stuck to it until he had put the lions through 4 of their tricks, and then he staggered out of the ring into the arms of the doctors, who found him torn with ugly wounds that kept him for weeks in the hospital. That, I think, is an instance of the very finest lion tamer spirit. Among the various meetings with tamers of animals, I recall with particular pleasure one afternoon when my friend Newman brought to see me a tamer famous in his day, George Arstingstall. I knew that Arstingstall was the first man in this country to work lions, tigers, leopards, elephants, sheep, monkeys, and various other beasts, all in a great circular cage. Also that his fame had spread across Europe and his daring feats been shown from London to Moscow, but I did not know what a simple, modest man he was, nor realized till then the charm of listening to a couple of circus veterans, comrades for years, talking of the old stirring days. Here were 2 men getting on to 60, yet talking with the eagerness of boys about their exploits and perils under fang and claw. It was, "Say, Bill, do you remember when that bull pup caught Topsy by the trunk and stampeded the whole business? Do I remember, George, up in Boston, bing bang over the common and the old man wild? Well, I guess. But say, George, that wasn't as bad as the stampede in Troy, when those 4 elephants cleaned out the rolling mill. Oh, what a night! Let's see, there was Nan and Tip. Yes, poor Tip. I strangled him at Bridgeport. You remember, George? He wouldn't take the poison. Oh, he was no fool, Tip wasn't. And I told the old man we'd have to put nooses on him and cut off his wind. I know, Bill, the old man said it wasn't possible to strangle an elephant. And say, George, I had his wind shut off inside of 3 minutes after the boys began to haul. Oh, you can't beat 3 shave blocks, George, for finishing off a bad tusker. Well, that night in Troy those 4 elephants went sailing through this rolling mill, trumpeting like mad, right over the hot iron, scaring those Irishmen blue, and then smashed down the steep refuge bank into the mud. Oh, what looking elephants! Nan had her legs all burnt, and I know, and say, Bill, do you remember where I found Tip, 3 miles out of Troy, standing up in a cornfield fast asleep, and 2 little boys on a rail fence looking at him? He'd knocked over a shanty and smashed open a barrel of whisky, a whole barrel, Bill, and there he was sound asleep. When I saw those little boys I made up my mind I'd found Tip. "What you looking at, boys?" I sang out. "Elephant, mister," says one of the boys, careless like it was a common thing in Troy for elephants to be asleep in the cornfields. "I know, that's the way little boys act," remarked Newman sagaciously. "Say, George, tell about the time that you took that carload of animals over the Alleghanies." After some preliminaries, Mr. Arstingstall responded to the invitation, and I heard a story that Victor Hugo might have turned into a masterpiece of description. It was back in the winter of 1874, and circus trains were not fitted up as completely then as they are today. Arstingstall was in charge of a car packed with a medley of animals, lions and tigers in cages, some camels, some boxes of monkeys, some hyenas, a sacred bull from Tibet, and a young male elephant recently brought from Africa and as yet untrained. All these were on their way to Wisconsin, where the show was to make its spring opening in a couple of weeks, during which Arstingstall was expected to break the young elephant for driving in a chariot race. At the end of the car was a stove against the bitter weather, but the elephant was chained at the other end, and as they came into the mountain region, Arstingstall noticed that the elephant was suffering from cold, and at the first stop sent a man out for half a bucket of whisky, which he filled up with water and gave to the shivering animal. There is no use in giving an elephant whisky unless you give him enough. Now came a run of an hour and a half without stop, and during this time Arstingstall was alone in the animal car and about as busy as he ever expects to be on this earth. The trouble began when he unloosed the elephant's chains to lead him nearer the stove, for it looked as if his ears might freeze, as happens. Indeed, an elephant's ears will sometimes freeze so hard that big pieces drop off, while a frozen tail has been known to drop off entirely. Against such chances, Arstingstall wished to take precautions, so he led the elephant down the car, through a jumble of animals and cages, all the less prepared for mischief as this was rather a smallish elephant, not over 6 feet at the shoulder, and showing only half-grown tusks. But they were sharp. Whether it was the whisky taking violent effect or some sudden hatred for his keeper, at any rate, that elephant, long before he reached the stove, set forth upon a murderous campaign the like of which Arstingstall had never known. Before he realized the danger, he felt the creature's trunk twisting round his neck, and he was hurled violently to the floor. There he lay helpless, while the elephant hesitated, one might fancy, whether to kneel on him and crush the life out, or run him through with his tusks. In that moment's pause, Arstingstall made a last despairing effort, did the only thing he could do, sunk his teeth into the fleshy finger that curls round the end of an elephant's trunk, and covers the opening so no invading mouse may enter and work destruction. In all an elephant's great body there is no spot so sensitive as this finger, and with a scream of pain the animal loosed his hold, whereupon Arstingstall sprang behind one of the cages. But the elephant was after him in a moment, swinging his trunk and trumpeting black murder. Arstingstall dodged behind the camels, behind the sacred bull, behind the stove. The elephant followed him everywhere, profiting by his smallness, and where he could not go himself he sent his curling trunk. Arstingstall, out of breath, climbed on top of the lion's cage, thinking to find some respite, but the red-ended trunk pursued him. Once more he tried biting tactics, and as the reaching fingers swept along the cage top he seized it again in his teeth, and this time took a piece clean out of it, which was not pleasant for him, and less so for the elephant. Now came a truce of some minutes, during which the elephant put forth screaming challenges, but kept at a distance, and allowed Arstingstall to reach the bunks beside the monkey's cage. From the topmost bunk opened a trapdoor in the car roof, the only exit, as the sliding doors were bolted. He might escape here to the back of the train, But that would leave a mad elephant in possession of the car, a thing not to be thought of. Thus far the elephant's rage had been directed solely against his keeper, but the keeper gone he might turn to destroy the other animals, might kill the sacred bull or smash open the lion's cage. There was no telling what he might do. Arstingstall saw that his duty lay in that car. Whatever came, he must. Crash came the elephant again, and the lower berth was a wreck. And now the din became infernal, with the roaring and bellowing and chattering of the other animals. Arstingstall did some quick thinking. There was sure death before him unless he could somehow conquer this frenzied creature, whose rushes, coming harder and harder, must soon batter down the car for all its stout oak timbers. Oh, for a weapon, a prod of some sort! Like a flash the thought came, down at the other end was a pitchfork, used for throwing fodder. There was his chance. He must get the pitchfork. For the next hour it was a fight, man against elephant, for the winning and holding of that pitchfork. There was the whole story, and some day I hope to give its details, the moves and counter-moves, the strategy of brute against human, the conflict of brain against crude force. Arstingstall won, but by what patience and quiet nerve he alone knew. Foot by foot, cage by cage, he worked his way down the length of that car. The elephant now on the defensive, one would say, as if he realized what was planning. The man watching, resolute, biding his time, ready for a sudden rush, forced now and again to use his teeth upon that murderous trunk. Finally he got the pitchfork, and for a moment, what a moment that was, held 4 prongs of flashing steel before the elephant's eyes, red-burning, unsubmissive. It was all over now. The battle was won. The animal knew, and stood still, awaiting the blow. Down came the weapon, and right through the trunk went those 4 sharp points, down into the timbers underfoot. Then Arstingstall braced the handle under a wall beam, so that the elephant was nailed fast to the floor, nose down. And then the brute squealed at his submission. 3 weeks later Arstingstall drove that elephant, perfectly broken, in a chariot race, and for years after there was not a better little bull in the herd than he. End of Wild Beast Tamers, Part 3. The Wild Beast Tamer, Part 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Wild Beast Tamer, Part 4. We see Mr. Bostock matched against a wild lion and hear about the Tiger Rajah. Whenever I made the round of cages with Mr. Bostock, I was struck by the fierce behaviour of a certain male lion with a brown and yellow mane. Young Wallace, they called him, who would set up a horrible snarling as soon as we came near, and rush at the bars as if to tear them down. And no matter how great the crowd, his wicked yellow eyes would always follow Bostock, and his deep purring roar would continue and break into furious barks if the tamer approached the bars. Then his jaws would open and the red muzzle curl back from his tusks, and again he would strike the floor with blows that would crush a horse. "Doesn't love me, does he?" said Bostock one day. "What's the matter with him?" I asked. "Why, nothing, only he's a wild lion, never been tamed, you know, and I took him in the ring one day. He hasn't forgotten it, have you, old boy? Ha!" Bostock stamped his foot suddenly, and young Wallace crouched back, snarling still, a picture of hatred and fear. "Yes," went on Bostock, "he's wild enough. You see, after the fire I had to get animals from pretty much everywhere and get 'em quick. Did some lively cabling, I can tell you, and pretty soon there were lions and tigers and leopards, and everything from sacred bulls down to snakes, chasing across the ocean, and more than half of them had been loose in the jungle 6 months ago. It was a case of hustle, and we took what they sent us. Then we had fun breaking 'em. Ask Madame Morelli if we didn't. She's in hospital now from the claws of that fellow. He pointed to a sleepy-looking jaguar. "Tell you how I came to take this wild lion into the ring. I had a press agent who'd been announcing out west what a wonder I was with wild beasts, and how I wasn't afraid of anything on legs and so on. That was all very well when I was in Baltimore, but when I joined my other show after the fire, of course I had to live up to my reputation. And when they got up a travelling men's benefit out in Indianapolis and asked me to go into the ring with young Wallace, why, there wasn't anything to do but go in. It wasn't quite so funny, though, as it seemed, for I might as well have taken a lion fresh from the wilds of Africa." Mr. Bostock smiled at the memory. "Well, I did the thing and got through all right. Young Wallace hasn't forgotten what happened to him. I got the best of him by a trick, had a little shelter cage placed inside the big arena cage, and at first I stood in the small one and let the lion come at me. Oh, you'd better believe he came. I thought sure he'd jump clean over the thing and land on me, for there was no roof to my cage, only sides of wire netting. He didn't quite do it, though, and as soon as I saw he was getting rattled, I stepped out quick and went at him hard with whip and club. And I drove him all over the ring, and the people went crazy, for he was the maddest lion you ever saw. That was all right as far as it went, but the people wanted more. They got to be out-and-out bloodthirsty here in Indianapolis. Wanted me to go in the ring with Rajah, that big tiger. See over there? Come up, Rajah. Beauty, isn't he? Doesn't even pay any special attention to me, does he? Nearly killed me just the same. Look." He lifted his cap and showed wide strips of plaster on his head. Point about Rajah was that he'd killed one of my keepers a couple of weeks before. Poor fellow got into his cage by mistake. And now these Indianapolis folks wanted to see me handle him. Between you and me, this keeper wasn't the first man Rajah had killed, and I didn't care much for the job. As for my wife, well, you could imagine how she felt when she heard I was going in with Rajah. On the morning of the performance I decided to have a rehearsal and call on a few picked men to help me. I knew by the way he had killed his keeper that Rajah would go at my head if he attacked me at all, so I rigged up a mask of iron wire and wore this strapped over my head like a little barrel. Then I drove him into the arena and began while the others looked on anxiously. It's queer, sir, but that tiger went through his tricks as nice as you please, back and forth, upon his pedestal and down again, everything just as he used to in the old days before he went bad. Never balked, never turned on me, just as good as gold. Soon as I was satisfied, I drove him across the bridge and down the runway towards his den. I came about a dozen feet behind him, carrying a long wooden shield, as we generally do in a narrow place. Rajah reached his cage all right and went in. You see, he couldn't go down the runway any farther, for the door opening outward barred the passage. Behind that door I had stationed a keeper, with orders to close it as soon as Rajah went inside. But Rajah went in so silently that the keeper didn't know, the peepholes in the door being too high for him to see very well. The result was that the cage door stood open for a few seconds after the tiger had gone in. It seems a little thing, but it nearly cost me my life, for when I came up, Rajah's head was right back of the open door, and when I reached out my hand to close the door, he sprang at me, and in a second had me down, with his teeth in my arm and his claws digging into my head through openings in the mask. Then you'd better believe there was a fight in the runway. The keepers rushed in, Bonavita rushed in, they shot at him with revolvers, they jabbed him with irons, they pounded him with clubs, and one of the blows that Rajah dodged knocked me senseless. They got me out finally. I guess the mask saved my life. But I didn't take Rajah into the ring that evening, and Rajah won't be seen in the ring any more. He's made trouble enough. Why, the things I could tell you about that tiger would fill a book. Some of these things he did tell me, for I brought the talk back to Rajah whenever the chance offered. I well remember, for instance, the occasion when I heard how Rajah once got out of his cage and chased a quagga, one of those queer little animals that are half zebra and half mule. It was late at night, and we had entered the runway. Mr. Bostock and I, after the performance, for he wanted me to realize the perils of this narrow bordered lane that circles all the dens and leads the lions into the ring. It is indeed a terrifying place, a low, dimly lighted passage, curving constantly so that you can see ahead scarcely 20 feet, and always turning a slow corner, always peering ahead uneasily and listening. What is that? A soft tread? The glow of greenish eyeballs? Who can tell when a bolt may slip or a board give way? So many things have happened in these runways. Of course, a lion has no business to be out of his den, but suppose he is? Suppose you meet him, now, there. Well, it was there that I heard the story. Bonavita, it appears, was standing on the bridge one morning when there arose a fearful racket in the runway, and looking in he saw the quagga tearing towards him. He concluded that someone had unfastened the door, and was just preparing to check the animal when around the corner came Rajah in full pursuit. Bonavita stepped back, drew his revolver, and as the tiger rushed past, fired a blank cartridge, thinking thus to divert him from the quagga. But Rajah paid not the slightest heed, and in long bounds came out into the arena hard after the terrified quadruped, which was galloping now with the speed of despair. A keeper who was sweeping clambered up the iron sides and anxiously watched the race from the top. Bonavita, powerless to interfere, watched from the bridge. Of all the races ever run in the circus, this was the most remarkable. It was a race for life, as the quagga knew and the tiger intended. 5 times they circled the arena, Rajah gazing always, but never enough for a spring. In the 6th turn, however, he judged the distance right, and straightway a black and yellow body shot through the air in true aim at the prey. Whereupon the quagga did the only thing a quagga could do, let out both hind legs in one straight tremendous kick, and they do say a quagga can kick the eyes out of a fly. At any rate, in this case a pair of nervous little heels caught the descending tiger squarely under the lower jaw and put him to sleep like a nice little lullaby. And that was the end of it. The quagga chopped back into his cage. Bonavita put up his revolver. The frightened sweeper climbed down from the bars, and Rajah was hauled back ignominiously to his den. Here we have 3 instances showing the extreme importance of little things in a menagerie. A keeper opens the door No. 13 instead of door No. 14, and is straightway killed. A screw loose in a bolt fastening, and presto, a tiger is at large. A watcher at a peephole looks away for a moment, and a life goes into jeopardy. It is always so, and I will let Mr. Bostock tell how a little thing gave Rajah his first longing to kill. "It was several years ago," said he, "when I was running a wagon show in England. I remember we were about 1.5 miles out of a certain town when this thing happened. For some reason Rajah had been transferred to a bear wagon, and we ought to have examined it more carefully, for bears are the worst fellows in the world to damage a cage by ripping up the timbers. It seems as if nothing can resist their claws and teeth. And this particular cage was in such a bad shape that Rajah managed to get out of it. I knew something must be wrong when I saw the big elephant wagon that headed the procession go tearing away with its 6 horses on a dead run under the driver's lash. No wonder the driver was scared, for he had turned his head and seen the 2 draft horses that followed him down on the ground, with Rajah tearing at one of them and the other dead. It wasn't a pretty sight when we got there, and it wasn't an easy job either, capturing Rajah. I don't know what we should have done if he had not been for a long-haired fellow in the show called Mustang Ned, who came up with a coil of rope and lassoed the tiger. Then we tangled him up in netting and finally got him into one of the shifting cages. But after that he was never the same tiger. You wouldn't think there was a time when Rajah used to ride around the tent on an elephant's back, with only a little black boy to guard him. What, outside the iron ring? Yes, sir, right among the women and children. He did that twice a day for over a year. Might be doing it yet if the black boy hadn't been so careful of his white trousers. His white trousers? That's right. You see, this boy rode on the elephant behind Rajah, and he wore long black boots and a fine white suit. Made quite a picture. Only he didn't like to rub his trousers against the tiger, for an animal's back is naturally oily. He used to tuck his legs under a lion's skin that Rajah rode on, and wrap it round him like a carriage robe. Well, one day as we were going round, the nigger lost his balance, and tumbled off the elephant, pulling the lion's skin with him, and of course that dragged Rajah along too. The first thing we knew there was a big tiger on the ground, and people running around screaming. Pleasant, wasn't it? In another minute we'd have had a panic, but by good luck I was there, and caught Rajah quickly around the neck and held him till the others got a rope on him. Then we had a time getting him back on the elephant. First I tried to make him spring up from a high pedestal, but he wouldn't spring. Next I had them work a ladder under Rajah, so he sat on it, and then, with 2 men at one end and me at the other, we lifted him slowly level with our shoulders, level with our head, and just there the tiger gave a vicious growl, and the 2 men lowered their end. That made him work up towards my end, and in a second I had Rajah's face close to my face, and both hands occupied with the ladder. I couldn't do a thing, and the only question was what he would do. He looked at me, looked at the elephant, and then struck out hard and quick, missing me only by a hair. In fact, he didn't miss me entirely, for one of his claws just reached the corner of my eye. See, I have the scar still. But he jumped on the elephant, and we kept the mastery that day. Still, it was a bad business, and I saw we couldn't take such chances again. That was Rajah's last ride. End of The Wild Beast Trainer, Part 4. The Wild Beast Tamer, Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Wild Beast Tamer, Part 5. We spend a night among the wild beasts and see the dangerous lion, Black Prince. The general opinion among wild beast tamers is that the tiger is more to be feared than the lion. The one will kill a man as easily as the other, but the lion gives fair warning of his murderous intention by rushing at his victim with a roar, whereas the tiger, true representative of the cat tribe, sneaks up with a semblance of affectionate purr, only to set his fangs suddenly into the very life of his victim. The lion has somewhat greater muscular power than the tiger, but the latter has greater quickness. The tamer Philadelphia once told me that he had seen a lion fasten his fangs in the shoulders of a dead horse and drag the carcass, weighing perhaps 1,000 pounds, a distance of 20 feet. If a lion and a strong horse were to pull in opposite directions, the horse would drag the lion backward with comparative ease. But if the lion were hitched behind the horse, facing in the same direction, and were allowed to exert his strength in backing, he would easily pull the horse down upon its haunches, so much greater is his strength when exerted backward from the hind legs than in forward pulling. A lion springing through the air from a distance of 6 feet would knock down a horse or bullock with a single blow of his forearm, backed by the momentum of his 300 pounds weight, and a full-grown lion in the jungles would jump 25 or 30 feet on the level from a running start. In captivity the same lion would clear a distance about half as great. A lion can jump over a fence 8 or 10 feet high, but not at a bound. He catches first with his forelegs and drags his body after him. Tigers will jump a trifle higher than lions, but of all wild animals the leopards are the greatest jumpers, being able to hurl their lithe and beautiful bodies curled up almost into a ball to extraordinary heights. They bound with ease, for instance, from the floor of a cage so as to touch a ceiling 12 feet high. For a short distance a lion or tiger will outrun a man, and can equal the speed of a fast horse, but they lose their wind at the end of half a mile at the most. They have little endurance and are remarkably weak in lung power. Their strength is the kind which is capable of a terrific effort for a short time. It would take 6 men, for instance, to hold a lion down in his first struggles, even after his legs were tied. One day Philadelphia, wishing to test the affection popularly supposed to exist between a lion and a mouse, put a mouse in the cage of a full-grown Nubian lion. The lion saw the mouse before it was fairly through the bars, and was after him instantly. Away went the little fellow, scurrying across the floor and squealing in fright. When he had gone about 10 feet, the lion sprang, lighting a little in front of him. The mouse turned, and the lion sprang again. This was repeated several times, the mouse traversing a shorter distance after each spring of the lion. It was demonstrated that a lion is too quick for a mouse, at least in a large cage. Finally the mouse stood still, trembling, while the lion studied it with interest. Presently he shot out his big paw and brought it down directly on the mouse, but so gently that the little fellow was not injured in the least, though held fast between the claws. Then the lion played with him in the most extraordinary way, now lifting his paw and letting the mouse run a few inches, now stopping him as before. Suddenly the mouse changed his tactics, and instead of running when the lion lifted his paw, sprang into the air straight at the lion's head. The lion, terrified, gave a great leap back, striking the bars with all his weight and shaking the whole floor. Then he opened his great jaws and roared again, while the little mouse, still squealing, made his escape. Of the two, the lion was the more frightened. Speaking of Philadelphia, I used to wonder, as I watched him manage Black Prince on horseback, whether the lion was really in earnest as he struck and roared with such apparent viciousness, or whether he had simply been trained to play a part. Certainly the lion looked as if his one desire was to kill the little man who teased him so with rod and whip, smiling all the time under his yellow moustache. One night Black Prince sprang 10 feet through the air straight at Philadelphia, who saved his life by dodging, but did not escape the sweep of the lion's forearm. No one knew that, however, for the tamer showed no sign of injury, but brought his heavy whip down with a stinging cut over the lion's head, and went through the act, holding a handkerchief to his face now and then, but smiling as before. When he left the ring, it was found that one of the lion's claws had laid his cheek open almost from eye to lip. "He meant to kill me that trip," said Philadelphia, as they bound up his face. "We will never show that lion again," declared the manager, much excited. "Oh, yes, we will," answered the wounded tamer. "I will make him work to-morrow as usual." And he did, teasing and prodding him that day as never before, as if daring him to do his worst. The climax was reached one night in January, when Black Prince came within an ace of killing this daring tamer, and certainly would have done so had not his attention been diverted just at the critical moment by the horse he was riding. He paused in the very act of springing, as if undecided whether to destroy the man or the horse, and that pause put the tamer on his guard, while the watchful grooms rushed in through the iron gates and drove Black Prince from the ring. Speaking to me afterward of that night, Philadelphia said, "I knew the critical moment had come, and it would not do to push matters any further. If I had made Black Prince do his jump when he balked and turned on me, he would have sprung at my throat, caught me between his forepaws, and fastened his fangs in my neck or breast. It would have been impossible for 10 men to have dragged him off, and I should have been killed there in the sight of all the spectators, just as my nephew, Albert Krone, was killed in Germany some years ago by a Russian bear. In conclusion, let me recall the night that I spent among the wild beasts of the famous Hagenberg menagerie. That, by the way, is a thing worth doing if one values strange sensations. It is 2 hours after midnight. The snow lies crisp underfoot, the stars and electric lights shine quietly in the still night. Before me rises a big building, its walls pictured with springing lions and pyramids of tigers. As I enter, a long roar from within tells me that the animals are not all asleep. The roar, a lion's, comes 3 times with increasing volume, and at the 4th is answered by another of equal volume. Then 2 lions roar together, the sounds coming quicker and quicker, with an increasing staccato that ends finally in hoarse barks. Taking a little alarm clock that the night watchman loans me, I go back among the cages, where I am to keep strange vigil. A small wooden door at the right takes me into an open space ranged with cages and wagons, the former containing some barking dogs. From here I pass into a circular shed where there are more wagons and dogs, and at the farther end, by the wet sticky-looking seals, I reach a small door leading into a low passage, beyond which are the wild beasts. I push aside a curtain covering the entrance against draughts, and see before me a picture never dreamed of by humdrum New Yorkers sleeping within stone's throw. The cages, ranged in double row, form an alleyway, divided at intervals by gas stoves, on which water is heating. In front of a big group of lions and tigers sleeps one of the grooms, stretched out on a cot bed. He wears a pink shirt and blue drawers, and his bare feet are turned to the gas stove, which burns night and day. Another groom sleeps further on, beside the Tibet goats, and still another near the ponies, opposite the small cage of the lioness Mignon. They sleep so soundly that a riot would scarcely waken them, yet by some subtle sense they would be on the alert in an instant if anything were wrong in the cages. 3 animals rouse themselves as I step into the darkness which shrouds the big cage. The lion Yellow Prince is one of them, and as I approach the bars 3 pairs of burning eyes glare at me through the shadows. I venture to turn on the electric light and peer into the cage. Here are 3 leopards with 3 Royal Bengal tigers, and a full-grown lion, making no more noise between them than a sleeping child. I return to the farther end of the shed, where the 5-year-old lioness Helena, alone in her cage, is walking back and forth drowsily, as if on the point of dropping off for her night's rest. Indeed, she does this presently, turning on her side and stretching her legs out perfectly straight, with no bend at the joints. It was Helena who, in a fit of nervous fright a year or so ago, sprang upon Betty Stuckert, the famous prize beauty, and nearly killed her. Since then she has lived in solitary confinement. The stillness now would be absolute but for a very curious sound, which comes out of the gloom beyond the big cage of leopards and tigers. It is the elephant Topsy sleeping. There is no stranger sight in the menagerie than of elephants asleep. The huge legs are bent to right angles at the knees, the trunk is curled into the mouth, and the whole suggests a shapeless mound of mud or clay, or a half-inflated balloon. Head and tail are alike, the ears lie flat, the eyes are quite concealed in wrinkled flesh, but from somewhere within this seemingly dead mass comes a long hissing sound, like the exhaust from a steam pipe. This sound continues for several seconds, and then stops, to be repeated after an interval of silence. So complete is the illusion of the sleeping elephants not being alive at all, but only a mound of dead matter, that abstractly I set the alarm clock down upon the flat bone of the forehead. No sooner have I done so than I spring back startled, leaving the clock ticking on the elephant's head. There has been no noise or movement, no indication of displeasure, no effort to do me harm. But suddenly, in the middle of the huge mud-coloured mass, there has appeared a round red circle about 2 inches in diameter. The elephant has simply opened his eye. The eye does not roll, or move, or wink. It merely remains open on me for a few seconds, a round, stirring circle, and then disappears as suddenly as it came. Leaving Topsy, I resume my wanderings among the cages. The whole place is asleep, and I am seized with intense desire to awaken something. I take a long straw and tickle Black Prince on his black nose. His eyes open instantly, and the heavy paw swings round like the working beam of an engine, only more quickly, to crush the straw for its impertinence. I tickle him again, and again he strikes with force enough to knock down a horse. As I continue, his blows grow quicker and heavier, and his big tusks snap at the troublesome straw. Finally, in desperation, he starts up, and throwing back his magnificent head, looks at me out of his brown, wicked eyes, lifts his chin, curls down his lower lip a little, and bellows forth a low, plaintive sound, more like the mooing of a cow than the roar of a lion. Then, apparently ashamed of this uninspiring sound, he shakes his mane and roars in genuine lion fashion. So the hours of the night pass, and at last, having seen everything and grown weary of experiments, I seat myself on a trunk near Black Prince's cage, and am soon buried in my meditations. The tips of the tigers' noses begin to change from red to green and then back again. The leopards' tails are no longer straight, but end in snake heads with forked tongues darting out. I overhear curious conversations among the lions, and presently men in blue shirts and pink drawers come marching past, each carrying an alarm clock. Then a curious thing happens. With a sweep of her trunk, the elephant Topsy lifts Jocko the monkey out of his red box. "You must unlock the cages," says Topsy. "All right," says Jocko, and he does. Then all the lions, tigers, leopards, boarhounds, Tibet goats, bears, ponies, and wild boars join in the procession, while the alarm clock beats time. Black Prince walks first, and presently wheeling the lion towards me, lifts his forepaw and says, "Mein Herr, it is 6 o'clock." End of The Wild Beast Tamer.
The Dynamite Worker, Part 1 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Dynamite Worker, Part 1. The story of some millionaire heroes and the world's greatest powder explosion. There is illustrated in this career of the explosive maker a splendid fact touching courage, that, once a man has begun to practice it, the habit holds him with stronger and stronger grip, so that he must be brave whether he will or no. I think of firemen, for instance, who for years had jumped at the tap of a bell into any peril, would show the same fine courage all alone, let us say, in some crisis on a desert island. He couldn't turn coward if he tried. It is good to know, too, that these fearless qualities may be transmitted from father to son, so that we have whole families born, as it were, to be brave, and we see the son of a pilot facing the sea-sick torture for 20-odd years, as his father faced it before him for 30. Nor is it possible to be in close relations with a very brave man without yielding in some measure to his personality. Heroes produce heroes through a sort of neighborhood influence, just as surely as thieves produce their kind. Thus the brother-in-law of a lion-tamer, though previously a mild enough man, takes to taming lions, and does it well. And wives of acrobats find themselves one day quietly facing perils of the air that would surely have blanched their cheeks had they married, let us say, photographers. All of which brings me to a remarkable family of explosive makers, the DuPonts of Wilmington, who for generations now have had practical monopoly in this country of the powder-making business, including dynamite and nitroglycerin. In this enterprise a great fortune has accumulated, so that the DuPonts of today are very rich men, far beyond any need of working in the mills themselves, and have been for years. Yet work in the mills they do, all of them practically, and direct in detail every process of manufacture, and face continually in their own persons the same terrible dangers that the humblest mixer faces. There has grown in their hearts through the century, along with riches, a great pride of courage, like that of the officer who leads his men into battle, a pride far stronger than any longing for idleness or pleasure. And they cannot, if they would, leave these slow-grinding mills, where any day a spark may bring catastrophe to make the whole land shudder, as it has shuddered many times after the fury of these giant magazines. There came a day, for instance, this was a long time ago, when a swift flame swept through one of the mixing rooms, nearly empty of powder at the time, yet so permeated with the stuff in floor and walls that instantly the building was burning fiercely. No man can say what started it. The cause of trouble at a powder mill is seldom known, it comes too quickly, and usually leaves no witness. A nail overlooked in a workman's heel may have done the harm by striking a stone, though of course there is an imperative rule that all footgear made with nails be left outside the walls, or a heavy box slid along the wooden floor may have brought a flash out of the dry timbers. At any rate, the flash came, and the blaze followed on it so swiftly that the building was wrapped in fire before men inside could reach the door, and they presently burst out blazing themselves, for their clothing, as it must be, was sifted through with explosive dust. Indeed, it is always true in fires at powder mills that the workmen themselves are a serious menace to the buildings by reason of their own inflammability. So the next thing was a plunge into the placid Brandywine, which winds across the yards between willow-hung banks. In went the men, in went young Alexis Dupont, and with a little hiss their flaming garments were extinguished. Then, as they struck out into the stream, they looked back, and saw that the wind was carrying a shower of sparks from the burning building to the roof of a cutting mill near by, where tons of powder lay. For one of the sparks to reach the tiniest powder train would mean the blowing up of this mill, and almost certainly the blowing up of another and another by the concussion, for it is in vain that they try to protect powder mills by scattering them over wide yards in many little buildings. When one explodes, the great shock usually sets off others, as a falling rock turns loose an avalanche. All this young Dupont realized in a single glance. There would be an awful disaster presently, with many lives imperiled, unless those falling firebrands could somehow be kept off that roof. To know this was to act. Millionaire or not, peril or not, it was his plain duty as a Dupont to fight those sparks, and without a moment's wavering he turned back and scrambled up the bank. "Come on, boys," he cried, "start the bucket line." And a moment later he was climbing to the roof of the threatened mill, where he did all that a brave man can do, stamped out the falling embers, dashed water again and again upon the kindling fire as the men passed up full buckets, and for a time seemed to conquer. But presently the fire flamed hotter, the sparks came faster, and the water came not fast enough. He saw, he must have seen, that the struggle was hopeless, that the mill beneath him was doomed, that the explosion must come soon. From the ground they shouted, calling on him to save himself. He shouted back an order that they must pass up more water, and keep passing water. There was only one thing in the world he wanted, water. The men below did their best, but it was a vain effort, for in those days the roofs of powder mills were made of pitch and cement, not of iron as today, and by this time the fire had eaten its way nearly through. Alexis Dupont, working desperately, stood there with flames spreading all around him. It was plain to everyone that the minutes of his life were numbered. Again they shouted, and the explosion came like an execution, and out of the wreck of it they bore away his crushed and broken body. The last thing he knew was that he had played the game out fairly to the end. He died like a Dupont, said the men. Such was the spirit of the second generation. Alexis Dupont was a son of old Eleuther, founder of the line. And later we find the same courage in the third generation, as on March 29, 1884, when Lamotte Dupont, one of the grandchildren, took his stand inside the dynamite mill, his mill, when it was threatened by fire, and stayed there after every man had left it, struggling with hand and brain against the danger until the explosion, coming like 1,000 cannon, crashed his body deep into a sand heap, and left it with the life gone out. I suppose this is only an instance of nature's tendency to furnish always what is needed, to raise up a hero for each emergency. But it is encouraging to know that the very finest kind of courage may be thus developed by the mere pressure of moral responsibility in a man under no master, but free to be a craven if he will. We have seen something like this in the splendid devotion of fire department chiefs, who often outshine all their men simply because they cannot resist the gallant spirit in their own hearts. Now for the exception to this rule of persisting courage, an exception sometimes presented in the lives of explosive makers, and in the other lives too, and showing that in certain cases courage may suddenly and strangely disappear. A man may be brave for years, and then cease to be brave. The wild beast tamer may awaken some morning and discover himself afraid of his lions. The steeple climber who has never flinched at any height may shrink at last. The pilot in the rapids, the acrobat on his swing, the diver sinking to a wreck, may feel a quaking of heart unknown before. Here is apparent contradiction, for how can courage be made by habit and then unmade? I don't know. I merely give the facts as I have found them, and it is quite certain that a sturdy Irishman, who has shovelled powder all his life, and waded in it knee-deep, as if it were so much coal-dust, may, for no reason he can put finger on, find himself lying awake of nights reflecting on what would happen if a spark should strike under one of the big rollers he feeds so carelessly, or remembering uneasily that dream of his wife's about a white horse. Every powder man knows the close relation between dreams and explosions, and, well, they will all tell you this, that the only thing for a man to do when his heart feels the cold touch of fear is to quit his job. If he doesn't, his knell is sounded, he is marked for sacrifice, his tigers will rend him, the deep waters will overwhelm him, a swift fall will crush him, he will surely die. The greatest catastrophe in the records of powder-making came because a man ignored such plain warning of his own fear. At least the workmen at the DuPont mills will tell you this, if you can get them to break through their usual reserve. The man was William Green, and, whatever his fault, he paid the fullest price for it. Green was stationed in one of the magazines, with the responsibility of sealing up hexagonal powder, a very powerful kind used by the government in heavy guns. This powder comes pressed into little six-sided cakes of reddish color, which are packed in large wooden boxes lined with tin, and it was Green's duty to solder the tin covers tight with a hot iron. In each box there was enough of this powder to blow up a fortress, and it is no wonder the occupation finally told on Green's nerves. He said to his wife that sooner or later a speck of grit would touch his iron and make a spark, and then... The theory is that a spark is required to explode powder which will only burn harmlessly at the touch of a hot iron or flame. However this may be, and I should add that the theory is disputed, Green felt that he was in danger, and by that fact, say the powder men, if for no other reason, he was in danger. And one day, it was October 7, 1890, the spark came. Surely that was a most important spark, for it caused the explosion of 150 tons of gunpowder, the instant death of 13 men and 1 woman, and the serious or fatal injury of 22 men and 9 women. Only an earthquake could have wrought such terrible destruction. The city of Wilmington was shaken to its foundations. Great chasms were rent in the solid rock under the exploding magazines. Trees were torn up by the roots. Iron castings, weighing tons, were hurled clean across the Brandywine. Iron columns, thick as a man's waist, were twisted and bent like copper wire. Horses outside the yards were found with legs missing. Men were found stripped clean of their clothes, and this curious fact was developed, that a man or a horse in the region of explosion would have shoes blown from the feet iron shoes or leather shoes if the legs were on the ground at the moment of shock, but would keep shoes on if the legs were lifted. Thus poor Green was found with both feet shod, and so identified, although his body had no other stitch of covering, and the explanation was that he probably saw the spark in time to spring away, and was actually in the air when the explosion came. In my investigations I have heard various stories showing what uncertainty there is as to the behavior of dynamite in the presence of fire. Workmen who handle it constantly in blasting operations say you can put fire to a stick of dynamite without danger, and it will simply burn away in bluish flame. On the other hand, they admit that in every 50 or 100 sticks there may be one where the touch of fire will bring explosion. It is quite certain that this was the case in New York's recent tunnel accident near 180th Street, and I have some facts of interest here obtained from a workman who was in the main gallery at the time. This man heard a shout of warning, and, looking down the rock street, saw a puddle of blazing oil from one of the lamps lapping at the side of a heavy wooden box. He knew that the box was full of dynamite, and as he looked he saw the yellow oil flame turn to blue. That was enough for him, and he started to run for his life. But the explosion caught him in the first step, lifted him from the ground, and bore him on, while his legs kept up the motions of running. He was running on the air. As he was thus hurled along, his knee struck a large stone between the siding and the north heading, and he fell on his face, half dazed. The air was thick with strangling fumes. There was a frightful din about him, yells and crashing stones. Every lamp had been blown out, and in the utter darkness he could see the glaring eyeballs of fleeing negroes, who cursed in awful oaths as they ran. He pressed his mouth close to the ground, and found he could breathe better. He felt someone step over him and seized a leg. The leg kicked itself free and went on. He groped about with his hands and touched an iron rail. It was the little track for hauling the dumping cars. He crept along this painfully to the siding, then down the siding to the shaft, where, in the blackness, he found a frantic company. Negroes mad with fright, Italians screaming and praying, Irishmen keeping fairly cool, but wondering why, oh why, the elevator did not come, and several men stretched on the ground quite still, or groaning quietly. Time lacks for the rest of the story. They took out men dressed in a collar and shirt band only, everything else blown off, and some whose faces were mottled with fragments of stone, a kind of dynamite tattooing, and some grievously injured. There are no limits to the fury of dynamite, once it sets out to be cruel. End of section 29. Read by Kara Schallenberg, www.kray.org, in November 2010 in San Diego, California. The Dynamite Worker, Part 2 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Dynamite Worker, Part 2. We visit a dynamite factory and meet a man who thinks courage is an accident. On a certain pleasant morning in June, I set forth to visit a dynamite factory, and see with my own eyes, if might be, some of the men who follow this strange and hazardous business. As the train rushed along, I thought of the power for good and evil that is in this wonderful agent. Dynamite piercing mountains. Dynamite threatening armies and blowing up great ships. A teacupful of dynamite shattering a fortress. a teaspoonful of the essence of dynamite, that is, nitroglycerin, tearing a man to atoms. What kind of fellows must they be who spend their lives making dynamite? In due course I found myself back in the hill land of northern New Jersey, where everything is green and quiet, a lovely summer's retreat with nothing in external signs to suggest an industry of violence. Stop! Here is a sign, though it doesn't seem much. 2 sleepy wagons lumbering along the road between these cool woods and the waving fields. Farm produce? Lumber? No. The first is loaded with a sort of yellow meal, and trails the way with yellow sprinklings. That is sulphur. They use it at the works. The second is piled up with crates, out of which come thick glass necks, like the heads of imprisoned turkeys. These are carboys of nitric acid, hundreds of gallons of that terrible stuff, which is so truly liquid fire that a single drop of it on a piece of board will set the wood in flames. This nitric acid mixed with innocent sweet glycerin (it comes along the road in barrels) makes nitroglycerin, and the proper mixing of these two is the chief business of a dynamite factory. Farther down the road I came to a railroad track where a long freight train was standing on a siding. Some men were busy here loading a car with clean-looking wooden boxes that might have held starch or soap, but did hold dynamite, neatly packed in long fat sticks like huge firecrackers. Each box bore this inscription in red letters: High Explosives, Dangerous. I looked along the train and saw that there were several cars closed and sealed, with a sign nailed on the outside: Powder. Handle carefully. In this case, powder means dynamite, for the product of a dynamite factory is always called powder. I think the men feel more comfortable when they use that milder name. There was powder enough on this train to wreck a city, but nobody seemed to mind. The horses switched their tails. The men laughed and loitered. They might have been laying bricks, for any interest they showed. I asked one of them if it is considered safe to haul carloads of dynamite about the country. He said that some people consider it safe, and some do not. Some railroads will carry dynamite, while others refuse it. Suppose a man were to shoot a rifle ball into one of these cars, I asked. Do you think it would explode? This led to an argument. One of the group was positive it would explode. Concussion, he declared, is the thing that sets off dynamite. Another knew of experiments at the works where they had fired rifle balls into quantities of dynamite and found that sometimes it exploded and sometimes it didn't. Then a third man spoke up with an air of authority. "You've got to have a red spark," said he, "to set off dynamite. I've handled it long enough to know. Here's an experiment that's been tried. They took an old flat car and loaded it with rocks. Then they fastened a box of dynamite to the bumper and let the car run down a steep grade, bang, into another car anchored at the bottom. And they found that the dynamite never exploded unless the bumpers were faced with iron. It didn't matter how much concussion they'd got with wooden bumpers, the dynamite was like that much putty. But as soon as a red spark jumped into it out of the iron, why, off she'd go." Then he instanced various cases where powder cars had gone through railroad wrecks without exploding, although boxes of dynamite had been smashed open and scattered about. "How about that car of ours the other day up in central New York?" said the first man. "Everything blown to pieces and 6 lads killed." He smiled grimly, but the other persisted. "That collision only proves what I say. There was a red-hot locomotive plowing through a car of dynamite, and of course she went up. But it wasn't the concussion that did it, it was the sparks." "You say that it takes a red spark," I observed, "to set off dynamite. Do you mean that a white spark wouldn't do it?" "That's what I mean," said he. "It seems queer, but it's a fact. Put a white-hot poker into a box of dynamite, and it will only burn. But let the poker cool down until it's only red-hot, and the dynamite will explode." Pondering this remarkable statement, I continued on my way, and presently, not seeing any big building, asked a farmer where the Atlantic Dynamite Works were. He swept the horizon with his arm, and said they were all about us. They covered hundreds of acres, little, low buildings placed far apart, so that if one exploded it wouldn't set off the rest. "The dynamite magazines are along the hillside yonder," he said. "If they went up, I guess there wouldn't be much left of the town." "What town?" said I. "Why, Kenville. That's where the dynamite mixers live. It's over there. Quickest way is across this field and over the fence." I followed his advice, and presently passed near a number of small brick buildings, so very innocent looking that I found myself saying, "What, this blow up? Or that little sputtering shanty town a wreck?" It seemed ridiculous. I learned afterward that I had walked through the most dangerous part of the works. It isn't size here that counts. I paused at several open doors, and got a whiff of chemicals that made me understand the dynamite sickness, of which I had heard. No man can breathe the strangling fumes of nitric acid and nitrated glycerin without discomfort, and every man here must breathe them. They rise from vats and troughs like brownish yellow smoke. They are in the mixing rooms, in the packing rooms, in the freezing house, in the separating house, everywhere. And they take men in the throat, and make their hearts pound strangely, and set their heads splitting with pain. Not a workman escapes the dynamite headache. New hands are wretched with it for a fortnight, and even the well-seasoned men get a touch of it on Monday mornings, after the Sunday rest. In walking about the works I noticed that the several buildings, representing different steps in the manufacture of explosives, are united by long troughs or pipes sufficiently inclined to allow the nitroglycerin to flow by its own weight from one building to another, so that you watch the first operations in dynamite making at the top of a slope, and the last ones at the bottom. Of course, this transportation by flow is possible for nitroglycerin only while it is a liquid, and not after it has been absorbed by porous earth, and given the name of dynamite and the look of moist sawdust. As dynamite, it is transported between buildings on little railroads, with horses to haul the cars. I noted also that most of the buildings are built against a hillside, or surrounded by heavy mounds of earth, so that if one of them blows up, the others may be protected against the flight of debris. Without such barricade, the shattered walls and rocks would be hurled in all directions with the energy of cannon balls, and a single explosion would probably mean the destruction of the entire works. At one place I saw a triangular frame of timbers and iron supporting a 500-pound swinging mortar, that hung down like a great gipsy kettle under its tripod. In front of this mortar was a sand heap, and here, I learned, were made the tests of dynamite, a certain quantity of this lot or that being exploded against the sand heap, and the mortar's swing back from the recoil giving a measure of its force. The more nitroglycerin there is in a given lot of dynamite, the farther back the mortar will swing. It should be understood that there are many different grades of dynamite, the strength of these depending upon how much nitroglycerin has been absorbed by a certain kind of porous earth. In a little white house beyond the laboratory I found the superintendent of the works, a man of few words, accustomed to give brief orders and have them obeyed. He did not care to talk about dynamite. They never do. He did not think there was much to say, anyhow, except that people have silly notions about the danger. He had been working with dynamite now for 25 years, and never had an accident. That is, himself. Oh yes, some men had been killed in his time, but not so many as in other occupations, not nearly so many as in railroading. Of course there was danger in dealing with any great force. The thing would run away with you now and then, but on the whole he regarded dynamite as a very well-behaved commodity, and much slandered. "Then you think dynamite workers have no great need of courage?" I suggested. "No more than others. Why should they? They work along for years, and nothing happens. They might as well be shoveling coal. And if anything does happen, it's over so quick that courage isn't much use." Having said this, he hesitated a moment, and then, as if in a spirit of fairness, told of a certain man at the head of a nitroglycerin mill, who on one occasion did do a little thing that some people called brave. He wouldn't give the name of this certain man, but I fancied I could guess it. This nitroglycerin mill, it seems, was on the Pacific coast, whence they used to ship the dynamite on vessels that loaded right alongside the yards. One day a mixing house exploded and hurled burning timbers over a vessel lying near that had just received a fresh cargo. Her decks were piled with boxes of explosives, wooden boxes, which at once took fire. When this certain man rushed down to the dock, the situation was as bad as could be. There were tons of dynamite ready to explode, and a hot fire was eating deeper into the wood with every second, and all the workmen had run for their lives. "Well," said the superintendent, "what this man did was to grab a bucket and line and jump on the deck. Yes, it was burning, everything was burning, but he went to work lowering the bucket overside and throwing water on the flaming boxes. After a while he put 'em out, and the dynamite didn't explode at all. But it would have exploded in a mighty short time if he had kept away, for the wood was about burned through in several places. I know that's a true story because I know it." "Don't you call that man brave?" I asked. The superintendent shook his head. "He was brave in that particular instance, but he might not have been brave at another time. You never can tell what a man will do in danger. It depends on how he feels, or on how a thing happens to strike him. A man might act like a hero one day and like a coward another day, with exactly the same danger in both cases. There's a lot of chance in it. If that man I'm telling you about had been up late the night before, or had eaten a tough piece of steak for breakfast, the chances are he would have run like the rest." End of section 30. Read by Kara Schallenberg, www.kray.org, in November 2010 in San Diego, California. The Dynamite Worker, Part 3, of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Dynamite Worker, Part 3, How Joshua Plumstead Stuck to His Nitroglycerin Vat in an Explosion and Saved the Works. I drove over from the works to Kenville under the escort of a red-nosed man who discoursed on local matters, particularly on the prospects of his youngest son, who was 18 years old, and earned $3 a day. "What does he do?" I asked. "He's a packer," said the red-nosed man. "What does he pack?" "Dynamite. Guess there ain't no other stuff he could pack and get them wages. Just the same, I wish he'd quit, 'specially since the big blow-up t'other day." "Why, what blew up?" I inquired. "Freezing house did, with an all-fired big lot of nitroglycerin. Nobody knows what set her off. Reg'lar miracle there weren't a lot killed. Man in charge, feller named Ball, he went out to look at a water pipe. Hadn't been out the door a minute when off she went. Say, you'd oughter seen the boys run. They tell me some of 'em jumped clean through the winders, sashes and all. If you want to know more about it, there's my boy now. He was right near the house when it happened." We drew up at the Kenville Hotel, where a young man was sitting. Here was the modern dynamite worker, and not at all as I had pictured him. He looked like a summer boarder who liked to take things easy and wear good clothes. Wondering much, I sat down and talked to this young man, a skillful dynamite packer, it appears, who happened at the time to be taking a day off. "They put me at machine packing a few days ago," he said, "and it's made my wrist lame. Going to rest until Monday." After some preliminaries, I asked him about the process of packing dynamite, and he explained how the freshly mixed explosive is delivered at the various packing houses in little tubs, 100 pounds to a tub, and how they dig into it with shovels and mold it into shape on the benches like so much butter, and ram it into funnels, and finally, with the busy tamping of rubber-shod sticks, squeeze it down into the paper shells that form the cartridges. One would say they play with concentrated death, as children play with sawdust dolls, but he declared it safe enough. "How large are the cartridges?" I asked. "Oh, different sizes. The smallest are about 8 inches long, and the largest 30. And they vary from 1 inch thick up to 2½ I know a man who carried a 30-inch cartridge all the way to Morristown in an ordinary passenger car. He had it wrapped in a newspaper, under his arm, like a big loaf of bread. But say, he took chances all right." At this another man informed us that people often carry nitroglycerin about with them, and take no risk, by simply pouring it into a big bottle of alcohol. Then it can do no harm, and when they want to use the explosive, they have only to evaporate the alcohol. The talk turned to precautions taken against accidents. In all powder mills the workmen are required to change their clothes before entering the buildings, and to put on rubber-soled shoes. There must be no bit of metal about a man's person, no iron nail or buckle, nothing that could strike fire. And of course the workman who would bring a match on the premises would be counted worse than an assassin. "Just the same, though, matches get into the works once in a while," remarked the young packer. "I found a piece of a match one day in a tub of dynamite. It had the head on, too." Say, it's bad enough to find buttons and pebbles, but when I saw that match head, well, it made me weak in the knees. This brought back the old question, when does dynamite explode, and when does it not explode? I mentioned the red spark theory. "I think that's correct," agreed the packer. "I've watched 'em burn old dynamite boxes, and if there are iron nails in the boxes, they explode as soon as the nails get red hot. If there are no nails, they don't explode." "You mean empty boxes?" I asked. "Certainly, but there's nitroglycerin in the wood, lots of it. It oozes out of the dynamite, especially on a hot day, and soaks into everything. Why, I suppose there's enough nitroglycerin in the overalls I wear to blow a man into—well, I wouldn't want to lay him on an anvil and give him a whack with a sledge." There was a certain novelty to me in the thought of a pair of old overalls exploding, but I was soon to hear of stranger things. By this time other workmen had drawn up chairs, and were ready now with modest contributions from their own experience. "Tell you a queer thing," said one man. "In that explosion the other day, I mean the freezing house, a car loaded with powder (dynamite) had just passed, not a minute before the explosion. Lucky for the 3 men with the car, wasn't it? But what gets me is how the blast, when it came, blew the harness off the horse. Yes, sir, that's what it did, clean off, and away he went, galloping after the men as hard as he could leg it. Nobody touched a buckle or a strap. It was dynamite unhitched that animal." "Dynamite did another trick that day," put in a tall man. "It caught a bird on the wing. Dunno whether 'twas a robin or a swaller, but 'twas a bird all right. Caught it in a sheet of tin blowed off the roof, and just twisted that little bird all up as it sailed along, and when it struck the ground, there was the bird fast in a cage made in the air out of a tin roof. Alive? Yes, sir, alive, and that shows how fast dynamite does business." So the talk ran on, with many little details of explosions. The expert explained that the air waves of a great concussion move along with crests and troughs like water waves, and the shattering effect comes only at the crests, so that all the windows might be broken in a house, say, half a mile from an explosion, and no windows be broken in a house 200 yards nearer. The first house would have been smitten by a destructive wave crest, the second passed over by a harmless wave trough. And, by the way, when windows are broken by these blasts of concussion, it appears that they are usually broken outward, not inward, and that the fragments are found on the ground outside the house, not on the floors inside. The reason of this is that the concussion waves leave behind them a partial vacuum, and windows are broken by the air inside houses rushing out. "How about thunderstorms?" I asked. "There is always danger," said the expert, "and all hands hurry out of the works as soon as the lightning begins to play. If a bolt struck a lot of dynamite, it would set it off." Then he explained that the policy of dynamite manufacturers is to handle explosives in small quantities, say a ton at a time, each lot being finished and hauled away in wagons before another lot is started. This is possible because of the short time occupied in making dynamite. He assured me, for instance, that if there were only raw materials at the works on a certain morning when the 7 o'clock whistle blew, it would be perfectly possible to have a ton of dynamite cartridges finished, packed in boxes, and loaded on freight cars by 9 o'clock. After this someone told of a thrilling happening in the mixing house by the great vat, wherein nitroglycerin is mixed with porous earth, called dope, and becomes dynamite. Over this vat 4 men work continually, 2 with rakes, 2 with hoes, kneading half a ton or more of explosive dough to the proper consistency. One day a powder car loaded with heavy stone got loose on its track a quarter of a mile up the slope, and started down the steep grade. The tracks ran straight into the mixing house. The switch was open, and the first thing these men knew there was an angry clang at the switch, and then a swift, heavy car was plunging toward the open door, with every chance that it would set off 1,200 pounds of dynamite there. Workmen outside shouted, and then stared in horror. Not a man in the mixing house moved. All 4 kept their places around the vat, held tight to their rakes and hoes, while the car, just missing the dynamite, hurled its mass of 2 tons through the back wall of the building, and spent its force against a tree trunk. There was no explosion, and nothing happened, which was something of a miracle, but what impressed me was that these 4 men stood still, not from courage, but because they were frozen with fear. While there is danger in every step of dynamite manufacture, it appears that the center of peril is in the nitrating house, where the fresh glycerin is mixed with nitric acid, or, more correctly, is nitrated by it. This operation takes place in a great covered vat, about which are many pipes and cockstops. A man stands here like an engineer at the throttle, watching his thermometer and letting in fresh glycerin. These are his 2 duties, and upon the right performance of them depends the safety of the works. Every hour he must let in some 700 pounds of glycerin upon the deadly acid, and every hour he must draw off some 1,500 pounds of nitroglycerin, and let it go splashing away in a yellowish stream down the long uncovered trough that leads to the separating house yonder. From this separating house runs another trough to the freezing house, and a third to the distant mixing house. These 3 troughs enclose an oblong space, at the corners of which stand the nitrating house, the separating house, and the freezing house. In each one of these, at any hour of the day, is a wagon load of pure nitroglycerin, while in the 3 troughs are little rivers of nitroglycerin, always flowing. The arrangement of buildings in this part of the works makes clearer what was done at the nitrating house by a certain Joshua Plumstead in the recent explosion. Joshua is a veteran at dynamite making. He has worked at the nitrating vat for 25 years, and has probably made more nitroglycerin than any one man in the world. He has been through all the great explosions. He has seen many men killed. He has stood by time and again when his own nitrating vat has taken fire, and yet he always comes through safely. They say there is no man like Joshua for nerve and judgment when the demons of gas and fire begin to play. The explosion took place at the freezing house, which is the one place in all the works where dynamite is never expected to explode. Yet it did explode now, with a smashing of air and a horrible grinding underfoot that stifled all things in men but a mad desire to flee. Joshua Plumstead was in the nitrating house alone. His helper had fled. The roof timbers were crashing down about him. He heard the hiss of fire and the shouts of workmen running. He knew that a second explosion might come at any moment. There was danger from firebrands and flying masses of stone and iron, danger from the open troughs, danger from the nearby houses. A shock, a spark anywhere here might mean the end. Plumstead kept his eyes on the long thermometer that reached up from the furious smoking mass of oil and acid. The mercury had crept up from 85 to 90, and was rising still. At 95 he knew the nitroglycerin would take fire, probably explode, and nothing could save it. The vat was seething with a full charge. 91. He shut off the inflow of glycerin. 92. Something might be wrong with the coils of ice-cold water that chill the vat down to safety. He opened the cocks full. Crash came a beam from overhead, and narrowly missed the gearing of the agitating blades. Were they to stop but for a single second, the nitroglycerin would explode. He eased the bearings, turned on compressed air, watched the thermometer, and waited. There was no other man but Plumstead who did wait that day. There was none but he whose waiting could avail anything. He had to fight it out alone with that ton of nitroglycerin, or run and let an explosion come far worse than the other. He fought it out, he waited, and he won. Gradually the thermometer dropped to 85, to 80, and the danger was past. But, well, even the superintendent admitted that Joshua did a rather fine thing here, while the workmen themselves and the people of Kenville shake their heads solemnly, and vow that he saved the works. End of The Dynamite Worker, Part 3. Read by Kara Schallenberg, www.kray.org, in November 2010 in San Diego, California.
The Locomotive Engineer, Part 1 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Locomotive Engineer, Part 1. How it feels to ride at night on a locomotive going 90 miles an hour. It is 8:30 p.m. any night you please, and for miles through the yards of East Chicago lights are swinging, semaphore arms are moving, men in clicking signal towers are juggling with electric buttons and pneumatic levers, target lights on 100 switches are changing from red to green, from green to red. Everything is clear, everything is all right, the Lake Shore mail is coming, with 80 tons of letters and papers in its pouches. Relays of engines and engineers have brought these messages, this news of the world, thus far on their journey. Up the Hudson they have come, and across the Empire State, and along the shores of Lake Michigan, nearly 1,000 miles in 24 hours, which is not so bad, although the hottest, maddest rush is yet to come. It is a fine thing to know the men who drive the engines on these trains. Just to see them is something, and to make them talk, if you can do it, is better business than interviewing most celebrities you have heard about. To this end I set out, one evening early in January, for the great roundhouse of the Northwestern Road that lies on the outskirts of Chicago. A strange place, surely, is this to one who approaches it unprepared, a place where yellow eyes glare out of deep shadows, where fire dragons rush at you with crunchings and snortings, where the air hisses and roars. It might be some demon menagerie there in the darkness. To this place of fears and pitfalls I came an hour or so before starting time, and here I found Dan White, one of the Northwestern crackerjacks, giving the last careful touches to Locomotive 908 before the night's hard run. In almost our first words my heart was won by something White said. I had mentioned Frank Bullard of the Burlington Road, a rival by all rights, and immediately this bluff, broad-shouldered man exclaimed, "Ah, he's a fine fellow, Bullard is, and he knows how to run an engine." White would fight Bullard at the throttle to any finish, but would speak only good words of him. "Tell me," said I, "about the great run you made the other night." From a dozen lips I had heard of White's tremendous dash from Chicago to Clinton, Iowa. "Oh, it wasn't much. We had to make the time up, and we did it. Didn't we, Fred?" This to the fireman, who nodded in assent, but said nothing. "You made a record, didn't you?" "Well, we went 138 miles in 143 minutes. That included 3 stops and 2 slowdowns. I don't know as anybody has beat that much." By dint of questioning I drew from this modest man some details of his achievement. The curve-bent stretch of 17 miles between Franklin Grove and Nelson they did in 14 minutes, and a part of this, beyond Nachusa, they took at an 80-mile pace. They covered 5 miles between Clarence and Stanwood in 3 minutes and a half, and they made 2 miles beyond Denison at over 100 miles an hour. As the mail rushed west, word was flashed ahead and crowds gathered at the stations to cheer and marvel. "There must have been 500 people on the platform at Dixon," said White, telling the story, "and they looked to me like a swarm of ants, just a black, wriggling mass, and then they were gone. We came on to a bridge there after a big reverse curve with a downgrade, and I guess no one will ever know how fast we were going as we slammed her around one way and then slammed her around the other way. It was every bit of 90 miles an hour. You got all you wanted, didn't you, Fred?" The fireman looked up, torch in hand, and remarked, in a dry monotone, "Goin' through Dixon I said my prayers and hung on, stretched out flat. That's what I done." "Fred and I," continued White, "both got letters about the run from the superintendent. Here's mine if you like to read it." The pleasure of these 2 blackened men over this graciousness of the superintendent was a thing to see. For such a bit of paper, crumpled and smeared with oil, I believe they would have taken the Mississippi at a jump, engine, train, and all. Superintendent's orders, superintendent's praise, there is the beginning and end of all things for them. My first long ride on one of these splendid locomotives was with the Burlington night mail, no passengers, 590 pulling her and Frank Bullard at the throttle. It is said that the Baldwin Locomotive Works never turned out a faster engine than this 590. The man must be a giant whose head will top her drivers, and, for all her 70 tons, there is speed in every line of her. She is a young engine, too, only 4 years old, and Bullard swears he will back her in the matter of getting over rails to do anything that steel and steam can do. She's willing and gentle, sir, and easy running. You'll see in a minute. These words from Bullard, first-class engine driver of the C.B.&Q., a long, loosely jointed man, with the eye and build of a scout. As he spoke, they were coupling us to the mail cars, in preparation for the start. In overalls and sweater I had come, with typewritten authority to make the run that night. This was in the first week in January, the second time Bullard had drawn the throttle for Burlington on the new fast schedule. Burlington lay off there in Iowa on the Mississippi, with all the night and all the state of Illinois between us. Now the train stands ready. 3 mail cars and the engine, not a stick besides. No Pullman comforts here, no bunks for sleeping, no man aboard who has the right to sleep. Everything is hustle and business. Already the mail clerks are swarming at the pouches like printers on a rush edition. See those last bags swung in through the panel doors. Not even the president of the road may ride here without a permit from the government. Bullard takes up a red, smoking torch and looks 590 over. He fills her cups and prods a 2-foot oiler into her rods and bearings. Dan Cleary, the fireman, looks out of his window on the left and chews complacently. Down the track beside him, locomotive 1309 backs up, a first-class engine she, but 590 bulks over her as the king of a herd over some good, ordinary working elephant. As she stands here now, purring through her black iron throat, 590 measures 16 feet 3 inches from rails to stack top. Both engines blow out steam that rolls up in silver clouds to the electric lights. Bullard climbs up to his place at the right, and a hiss of air tells that he is testing the brakes. Under each car 16 iron shoes close against 16 wheels and stay there. Down the length of the train goes the repairman with his kit, and makes sure that every contact is right, then pulls a rope 4 times at the rear, whereupon 4 hissing signals answer in the cab. Bullard shuts off the air. "It's all there is to stop her with," says he, "so we take no chances with it. She's got high-speed brakes on her, 590 has, 110 pounds to the inch. 24, Dan," he adds, and snaps his watch. "We start at 30." Dan chews on. "Bad wind tonight," he says. "Reg'lar gale." Bullard nods. "I know it. We're 15 minutes late, too." "Make Burlington on time?" "Got to. You hit it up and I'll skin her. 26, Dan." 4 minutes to wait. 2 station officials come up with polite inquiries. The thermometer is falling, they say, and we shall have it bitter cold over the plains. They reach up with cordial handshakes. I pull my cap down and take my stand behind Bullard. Our side of the cab is quite cut off from the fireman's side by a swelling girth of boiler, which leaves an alleyway at right and left wide enough for a man's body and no wider. Bullard and I are in the right-hand alleyway, Bullard's back and black cap just before me. Dan, with his shovel, is out on a shaky steel shelf behind that bridges the space between engine and tender. That is where he works, poor lad. We are breathing coal dust and torch smoke and warm oil. "Psst," comes the signal, and instantly we are moving. Lights flash about us everywhere, green lights, white lights, red lights, a phantasmagoria of drug-store bottles. The tracks shine yellow far ahead. A steady pounding and jarring begins, and grows like the roar of battle. Our cab heaves with the tugging of a captive balloon. Our speed increases amazingly. We seem constantly on the point of running straight through blocks of houses, and escape only by sudden and disconcerting swayings around curves that all lead, one will vow, straight into black chasms under the dazzle. Whoever rides here for the first time feels that he is ticketed for sure destruction, understands that this plunging engine must necessarily go off the rails in 2 or 3 minutes, say 5 at the latest. For what guidance, he reasons, can any man get from a million crazy lights, and who that is human can avoid a snarl in such a tangle of bumping switches? I am free to confess, for my own part, that I found the first half hour of my ride on 590 absolutely terrifying. Thus, at breakneck speed, we come out of Chicago, all slow-going city ordinances to the contrary notwithstanding. We are chasing a transcontinental railroad schedule, and have 15 minutes to make up. I breathe more freely as we get into open country. We are going like the wind, but the track is straighter and the darkness comfortable. I begin to notice things with better understanding. As the lurches come, I brace myself against the boiler side without fear of burning. That is something learned. I find out later that I owe this protection to a 2-inch layer of asbestos. I catch a faint sound of the engine bell, and discover, to my surprise, that it has been ringing from the start. Indeed, it rings without ceasing all the way to Burlington, the rope pulled by a steam-jerking contrivance, but the roar of the engine drowns it. Deep shadows enwrap the cab, all the deeper for the glare that flashes through them every minute or two as Dan, back there on his iron shelf, stokes coal in at the red-hot door. 2 faint lights burn for the gauges, a jumping water column in front, a pair of wavering needles on the boiler. These Bullard watches coolly, and from time to time reaches back past me to turn the injector cock, whereupon steam hisses by my head. For the most part he is quite still, like an Indian pilot, head forward at the lookout window, right hand down by the air brake valve, left hand across the throttle lever, with only a second's jump to the reversing lever that rises up from the floor straight before him. As we race into towns and roar through them, he sounds the chime whistle, making its deep voice challenge the darkness. At curves he eases her with the brakes, and for grades and level stretches and bridges he notches the throttle up or down as the need is. Watch his big, strong grip on the polished handles. Think of the hours he spends here all alone, this man who holds life and death in his quick, sure judgment. Now he catches the window frame and slides it open. A blast sweeps in like an Arctic hurricane. Bullard leans out into the night and seems to listen. "Try it," he cries, but his voice is faint. I put my head out and come into a rush of air billows that strangle like breakers. "Gregg's Hill, 3 miles long. Let her go soon." He closes the window. And now, as we clear the grade, begins a burst of speed that makes the rest of small account. Faster and faster we go, until the very iron seems alive and straining underneath us. I am tossed about in hard pitches. The glow of the furnace lights up continuously. There is no sense of fear any longer. It is too splendid, what we are doing. Of course, it means instant death if anything breaks. Let the massive side rod that holds the two drivers snap, and a half-ton knife sweeping 70 miles an hour will slice off our cab and take us with it like a cut of cheese. Did not an engineer go to his death that way only last week on the Union Pacific run? After all, why not this death as well as any other? Have we not valves and tubes in our bodies that may snap at any moment? "How fast?" I call out. 80 miles an hour," says Bullard close to my ear, and a moment later pulls the rope for a grade crossing. "Woo, woo, woo, woo," answers the deep iron voice, two long and two short calls as the code requires. "Year ago killed 2 men here," he shouts as we whiz over the road. "Struck buggy through men 60 feet." I wonder how far we would throw them now. In the 206 miles run to the Mississippi we stop only once, for water at Mendota and at Galesburg. 9 minutes wasted for the two, and the gale blowing harder. Our schedule makes allowance for no stops. Every moment from our actual going is so much dead time that must be fought for, second by second, and made up. Drive her as he will, with all the cunning of his hand, Bullard can score but small gains against the wind. And some of those he loses. At Mendota we have made up 7 minutes, but we pull out 13 minutes late. At Princeton we are 15 minutes late, at Galva 14 minutes, at Galesburg 8 minutes, but we pull out 12 minutes late. Then we make the last 43 miles, including bridges, towns, grades, and curves, in 44 minutes, and draw into Burlington at 1:22 a.m., on time to the dot. This because Bullard had sworn to do it. Also because the road beyond Galesburg runs west instead of southwest, and it is easier for a train to bore straight through a gale, head on, than to take it from the quarter. We took the big, steady curve at Princeton, a downgrade helping us, at 100 miles an hour. So Bullard declares, and what he says about engine driving I believe. Indeed, these great bursts can be measured only by the subtle senses of an expert, since no registering instrument has been devised to make a reliable record. Across the twin high bridges that span the Bureau Creeks we shot with a rush that left the reverberations far back in the night like two short barks. And just as we rounded a curve before these bridges I saw a black face peering down from the boiler top, while a voice called out, "War! War! War! War!" To which startling apparition Bullard, undisturbed, replied, "War! War! War! War!" Then the head disappeared. Dan, from his side, was telling Bullard that he had seen the safety light for the bridges, and Bullard was answering something about hitting it up harder. How these men understand each other in such tumult is a mystery to one with ordinary hearing, but somehow they manage it. Halfway between Kewanee and Galva a white light suddenly came into view far ahead. I knew it for the headlight of a locomotive coming toward us on the parallel track. Already we had met 2 or 3 trains and swept past them with a smashing of sound and air. But this headlight seemed different from the others, paler in its luster, not so steady in its glare. The ordinary locomotive comes at you with a calm, staring yellow eye that grows until it gets to be a huge full moon, but it comes gradually, without much jumping or wavering. This light danced and flashed like a great white diamond. I watched it with a certain fascination, and as it came nearer and nearer, realized that here was a train of a different kind from the others, coming down on us at terrific speed. And Bullard shouted, "Number 8, with the mail," then added, as the train passed like the gleam of a knife, "She's going, too." End of The Locomotive Engineer, Part 1. The Locomotive Engineer, Part 2 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Locomotive Engineer, Part 2. We pick up some engine lore and hear about the death of Giddings. The next day, with comfortable rocking chairs to sit in and a row of hotel windows before us, Bullard and I found time for engine chat, and I was well content. First I asked him about putting his head out of the cab window there at Gregg's Hill and elsewhere. Was it to see better? Said I. No, said Bullard, it was to hear better and to smell better. Hear what? Smell what? Hear the noises of the engine. If any little thing was working wrong, I'd hear it. If there was any wear on the bearings, I'd hear it. Why, if a mouse squeaked somewhere inside of 590, I guess I'd hear it. Then he went on to explain that the ordinary roar of the engine, which drowned everything for me, was to him an unimportant background of sound that made little impression, and left his ears free for other sounds. I get so accustomed to listening to an engine, he added, that often up home, talking with my wife and child, I find myself trying to hear sounds from the roundhouse, and after a run I talk to people as if they were deaf. You spoke about smelling better. That's right. I can smell a hot box in a minute, or oil burning. All engineers can. Why, there was... This led to the story of poor Giddings, killed on 590 3 years before, through this very necessity of putting his head out of the cab window. Giddings had Bullard's place, and was one of the most trusted men in the Burlington employ. You saw last night, said Bullard, how the boiler in 590 shuts off the engineer from the fireman. And prob'ly you noticed those posts along the road that hold the telltale strings. They're to warn crews on freight car tops when it is time to duck for bridges. Well, Giddings was coming along one night between Biggsville and Gladstone. That's about 10 miles before you get to the Mississippi. He was driving her fast to make up time, 60 miles an hour easy, and he put his head out to hear and to smell the way I've explained it. There must have been a post set too near the track, and anyway, 590's cab is extra wide. So the first thing he knew, and he didn't know that, his head was knocked clean off, or as good as that, and there was 590, her throttle wide open, tearing along, with a fireman stoking for all he was worth, and a dead engineer hanging out the window. So they ran for 8 miles, and Billy Maine, he was firing, never suspected anything wrong, for of course he couldn't see, until they struck the Mississippi Bridge at full speed. You remember crossing the bridge just before we pulled in here. It's 2,200 feet long, and we always give a long whistle before we get to it, and then slow down. That's the law," he said, smiling. "And besides, there's a draw to look out for." When he heard no whistle this time, Billy Maine jumped around quick to where Giddings was, and then he saw he had a corpse for a partner. Another question I asked was about stopping a train at great speed for an emergency. How quickly could they do it? "I've stopped," said Bullard, "in 950 feet, pulling 5 cars that were making about 62 miles an hour. I don't know what I could do with this new train, only 3 cars, and going 80 or 90 miles an hour. That's a hard proposition." "Would you reverse her?" "No, sir. All engineers who know their business will agree on that. I'd shut the throttle off and put the brakes on full, but I wouldn't reverse her. If I did, the wheels would lock in a second, and the whole business would skate ahead as if you'd put her on ice." Then we talked about the nerve it takes to run an engine, and how a man can lose his nerve. It's like a lion tamer who wakes up one morning and finds that he's afraid. Then his time has come to quit taming lions, for the beasts will know it if he doesn't, and kill him. There are men who can stand these high-speed runs for 10 years, but few go beyond that term, or past the 45-year point. Slow-going passenger trains will do for them after that. Others break down after 5 years. Many engineers, skilled men too, would rather throw up their jobs than take the run Bullard makes. Not that they feel the danger to be so much greater in pushing the speed up to 70, 80, or 90 miles an hour, but they simply cannot stand the strain of doing the thing. "This doubling up is what breaks my heart," said Bullard. "Since they've put on their new schedule, I have to divide 590 with another fellow. John Kelly takes her on the fast run east, while I wait here and rest. And so I've lost my sweetheart, and I don't feel near as much interest in her as I did. You see, she ain't mine any more. And between you and me," he added confidentially, "I don't think 590 likes it much herself. You see, engines are a good deal like girls, after all." The next night, in workman's garb again, I made my way to a gloomy roundhouse, ready for the run to Omaha. I was to ride the second relay as far as Creston on locomotive 1201, with Jake Myers in the cab. So I had been informed. Being hours ahead of time, I saw something of roundhouse life. First, I followed a gaunt, black-faced Swede with stubby beard through his duties as locomotive hostler. Saw him take the tired engines in hand as they came in one after another from hard runs, and care for them as stabler ostlers care for horses. There were fires to be dropped in the clinker pit, coal and wood to be loaded in from the chutes, water tanks to be filled, sand boxes looked after, and finally there was the hitching fast of the weary monsters in empty stalls, whither they were led from the lumbering turntable with the last head of steam left over dead fire boxes. And now spoke the Swede. "Dem big passenger engines can werry easy climb over dem blocks and go through the brick wall." And he pointed to a great semicircle of cold engine noses ranged along not 2 feet from the roundhouse wall. Later on, in the dimly lighted locker room, I listened to roundhouse men swapping yarns about accidents, and to threats of a fireman touching a certain yardmaster set apart by general consent for a licking. Finally an Irishman came in, James Byron, and for all his good-natured face he seemed in ill humor. It turned out that he had just received a hurry order to take 1201 out in Myers's place. "Jake is sick," he said, "and they've sent for me. But I'm sick, too. Was in bed with the grip. Just took 10 grains of quinine. Say, I ain't any more fit to run an engine than I am to run a Sunday school." Then he began pulling on his overalls, while the others laughed at him, told him he was scared of the fast run, and said good-bye with mock seriousness. But Byron showed himself a good soldier, and soon was working over 1201 with a will, inspecting every inch of her, torch in hand, and he assured me he would take her through all right, grip or no grip. And take her through he did. At 1:16 a.m. my old friend, Locomotive 590, brought the flyer up from Chicago, 6 minutes ahead of the schedule. Kelly had done himself proud this time. And 6 minutes later, on time to the minute, we drew out behind 1201, with Byron handling her and 70 tons of mail following after. Our fireman was named Bellamy. He wore isinglass goggles against the heat, and, in his way, was a humorist, as I discovered presently, when he came close to me, we were running at a 60-mile gait, and, grinning like a Dante demon, remarked slowly, "Say, if we go in the ditch, will you come along?" The first feature of this run was some trouble with the feed pipe from the tank, which brought us to a sudden standstill in the open night with a great hissing of steam. "What is it?" I asked of Bellamy, while Byron, grumbling maledictions, hammered under the truck. "Check valve stuck. Water can't get to the boiler." "How did he know it?" "Water gauge." "What if he hadn't noticed it?" Bellamy smiled in half contempt. "Say, if he hadn't noticed it for 15 minutes, we'd have been sailing over them trees about this time, in pieces. She'd have bust her boiler." 5 minutes lost here, and we were off again, running presently into thick fog, then into rain, and finally into a snowstorm. Never shall I forget the illusion, due to our great speed, that the flakes were rushing at us horizontally, shooting upward in sharp curves over the engine's headlight. And, as we swept on, the shadow of 1201 advanced beside us on the stretch of white snow as smoothly and silently as the tail of an eclipse. The engine itself was a noisy, hurrying affair, but the engine's shadow was as calm and quiet as a cloud. And I recall that the swiftness of our rush this night caused in me neither fear nor any particular emotion, although this was practically the same experience that had stirred me so the night before on 590. And I realized that riding on a swift locomotive may become a matter of course, like other strange things. End of The Locomotive Engineer, Part 2. The Locomotive Engineer, Part 3, of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Locomotive Engineer, Part 3. Some Memories of the Great Record-Breaking Run from Chicago to Buffalo. There is a place in New York, the very last place one would think of, where stories without end may be heard about locomotives and the men who drive them. It is not a place of grime and steam, but a quiet and luxurious club spreading over the top floor of a very tall building on 42nd Street, and here every day at luncheon time railroad officials gather, superintendents, managers, and various heads of departments, men who may have grown prosperous and portly, but are always proud to talk about the boys at the throttle and recall experiences of their own in certain exciting runs. In the wide hall near the entrance of this transportation club is a driving wheel, green painted, from the DeWitt Clinton, the first locomotive that drew a passenger train in the state of New York. It is scarcely larger than a wagon wheel, though made of iron, and an inscription sets forth how it made the historic run from Albany to Schenectady on August 9, 1831. The walls show many pictures, famous locomotives, scenes of accidents, and there are thrilling memories here in abundance if one have with him some veteran of the road to recall them. "It's not always the most serious accidents that frighten a man most," remarked a high official on the New York Central one day, while the rest of us listened. "One of the worst scares I ever had was on a freight train when there really wasn't anything to be scared about. We had just pulled out of Ottumwa, Iowa, one dark night, with a caboose full of passengers, when rump-bang-rip! You never heard such a racket. First one end of the car was lifted up off the rails and slammed down again, and then the other end was treated the same way. Up and down we went, bump, 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 and smash went the window, and out went the lights. Now, what do you suppose it was?" "Hog under the wheels?" suggested one of the group. "More likely a mule," said another. "There's nothing so tough as the hind leg of a mule. Isn't a car wheel made that'll cut through one." "It wasn't a mule or a hog, and it wasn't anything alive. But it got us into a panic all right. We waved a lantern like fury to the engineer ahead, but he didn't see it for a good while, and we just bumped along, expecting every second to be split into kindling wood. We stopped at last, and found it was a beer keg. Yes, sir, an empty beer keg that had got caught under the caboose, between the rear axle and the bolster of the truck, and had rolled along over the ties with the car balanced on it like a man riding a rail. Wasn't broken, either. No, sir, not a bit, and we had to chisel through every blamed hoop before we could get it out. Talk about making things strong, that beer keg was a wonder." "I had a more exciting experience than that," said another official. He was in the freight handling department. "It was a long time ago, yes, back in '63. I remember getting out at a station near Cincinnati to look at some soldiers, and before I knew it the train started. I was up by the engine, and as the drivers began to turn I jumped on the cow catcher. You see, I had often ridden there, being a railroad man, and the engineer knew me. Everything went well for a few miles, and I sat on the bumper enjoying the rush of air, for it was a hot summer's day. But presently, as we swung round a curve, the engine gave a fearful shriek, and just ahead I saw a farmer's wagon crossing the track. There were 2 old men on the seat and an old white horse in the shafts. The men were so busy talking they never heard the whistle, or perhaps they were deaf. Anyhow, we were right on them before they looked up, and then they were too dazed to do anything. One of them made a grab for the reins, but I saw it was too late, and I drew my legs up off the bumper and leaned back against the end of the boiler. I must have made a picture as I crouched there. And the next second—" "Well?" said somebody. "Well, I guess you wouldn't care to hear how things looked the next second. We struck the white horse just back of his forelegs, and I had him on my lap for 100 yards or so. No, it didn't hurt me, but it wasn't pleasant. The 2 old men? I don't think they felt anything, it was so sudden. They just passed out. No, I didn't see them. But I can tell you this, I've never ridden on the cowcatcher of a locomotive since that day." There followed some talk about fast runs, and all agreed that for out-and-out excitement there is nothing in railroading to equal a man's sensations in one of those mad bursts of speed that are ventured upon now and then by locomotives in record-breaking trials. The heart never pounds with apprehension in a real accident as it does through imminent fear of an accident. And so great is the nerve strain and brain strain upon the men who drive our ordinary flyers that 3 hours in a stretch is as much as the staunchest engineer can endure running at 50 or 60 miles an hour. "So you see," said one of the officials, "the problem of higher speeds than we have at present involves more than boiler power and strength of machinery and the swiftness of turning wheels. It involves the question of human endurance. We can build engines that will run 150 miles an hour, but where shall we find the men to drive them? Already we have nearly reached the limit of what eyes and nerves can endure. I guess we'll have to find a new race of men to handle those locomotives of the future that they talk so much about." He went on to consider the chance of color blindness in an engineer, and told how the men's eyes are regularly tested by experts, who put before them skeins of various colored yarns, and make them pick out green from red, and so on. It is not pleasant to think what might happen if an engineer's eyes should suddenly fail him, and he should mistake the danger light for safety and go ahead at some critical moment instead of stopping. Nor does one like to fancy what might happen if an engineer should go mad at his post. "I know one case where an engineer did go mad," remarked a superintendent. "He was one of our most experienced men, and had held the throttle for years on the fastest trains. Then one Sunday, for no reason at all, he went to the roundhouse, got out the pony locomotive, that's the one fixed up with a little parlor over the boiler, and easy chairs and polished wood. It makes a pretty observation car for big officials. Well, he got her out and started lickety-split up the main line, running wild and without orders. He stopped at Mott Haven, and told the men he wanted the pony rebuilt and silver-plated. Crazy as a loon, you see. Yes, he's in the asylum now, poor fellow. That was his last run." After this, one of the group gave his memories of the famous speed trial on the Lake Shore Road, when 5 locomotives in relays, driven by picked men, set out to beat all records in a run of 510 miles from Chicago to Buffalo. This was in October, 1895, and I suppose such elaborate preparations for a dash over the rails were never made. All traffic was suspended for the passage of this racing special. Every railroad crossing between Chicago and Buffalo was patrolled by a section man. That alone meant 1,300 guards. And every switch was spiked half an hour before the train was due. The chief officials of the Lake Shore Road proposed to ride this race in person, and if possible, smash the New York Central's then recent world's record of 63.61 miles an hour, including all stops, over the 436.5 miles between New York and Buffalo. They had before them a longer run than that, and hoped to score a greater average speed per mile. But they wished to come through alive, and were taking no chances. It was 3:30 in the morning, and frosty weather, when the train started from Chicago, with Mark Floyd at the throttle, and various important people, general managers, superintendents, editors, etc., on the cars behind. There were 2 parlor coaches, weighing 92,500 pounds each, and a millionaire's private car, one of the finest and heaviest in the country, weighing 119,500 pounds, which made a total load, counting engine and train, of something over 200 tons. The first relay was 87 miles to Elkhart, Indiana, and the schedule they hoped to follow required that they cover this distance in 78 minutes, including 9 slowdowns. 87 miles in 78 minutes was well enough, but the superintendent of the Western Division had set his heart on doing it in 75 minutes, and had promised Mark Floyd 200 good cigars for every quarter of a minute he could cut under that time. But alas for human plans! Between upgrades and the darkness, they pulled into Elkhart at 5 minutes to 5, which was 85 minutes for the 87 miles. Not bad going, but it left them 7 minutes behind the schedule, and left Mark to console himself with his old clay pipe. 131 seconds were lost at Elkhart in changing locomotives, and it was 3 minutes to 5 when Big 599, with Dave Luce in the cab, turned her nose toward the dawning day and started for Toledo, 133 miles away. Great things were expected in this relay, for about half of it was straight as a bird's flight, and downgrade too, so that hopes were high of making up lost time, especially as Luce had the reputation of stopping at nothing when it was a question of getting there. He certainly did wonders, and 5 minutes after the start he had the train at a 62-mile gait, and 10 minutes later at a 67-mile gait. Then they struck frost on the rails and the speed dropped, while the time-takers studied their stop-watches with serious faces. At 10 minutes to 6 they reached Waterloo, and the long straight stretch. As they whizzed past the station, Dave pulled open his throttle to the last notch and yelled to his fireman. Here was where they had to do things. Butler was 7½ miles away, the first town in the down grade, and they made it in 6 minutes and 40 seconds, nearly 68 miles an hour. In the next 7 miles Dave pushed her up to 70 an hour, then to 72½, and let her out in a great burst which made the passengers sit up, and showed for several miles a top-notch rate of 87 miles an hour. Nevertheless, taking account of frost and slowdowns, they barely finished the relay on schedule time, so that for the whole run they were still 7 minutes behind time. The schedule they had set themselves called for such tremendous speed that it seemed almost impossible to make up a single lost minute. The third relay was 108 miles to Cleveland, and they did it in 104 minutes, including many slowdowns and a heartbreaking loss of 4 minutes when a section hand red-flagged the train and brought it to a dead stop from a 70-mile gate because he had found a broken rail. The officials were in such a state of tension that they would almost have preferred chancing it on the rail to losing those 4 minutes. There is a point of eagerness in railroad racing where it seems nothing to risk one's life. The train drew out of Cleveland 19 minutes behind the time they should have made for a world's record. Every man had done his best, every locomotive had worked its hardest, but fate seemed against them, and hopes of beating the Central's fast run were fading rapidly. The fourth relay was to Erie, 95½ miles, and some said that Jake Gardner, with 598, might pull them out of the hole, but the others shook their heads. At any rate, Jake did better than those who had preceded him, and he danced that train along at 75, 80, 84 miles an hour, so the watches said, and averaged 67 miles an hour for the whole relay. It's the kind of thing that makes you taste your heart and packs a week into 10 minutes, said the superintendent, telling about it. You may take one ride smashing around curves at 80 miles an hour, but you'll never take another. Still, in spite of these brave efforts, they pulled out of Erie 15 minutes late, and started on the last relay with gloomy faces. It was 86 miles to Buffalo, the end of the race, and they must be there by 11:31 to win, which called for an average speed of over 70 miles an hour, including slowdowns. No train in the world had ever approached such an average, and their own racing average since leaving Chicago was much below it. So what hope was there? There was hope in a tall, sparely built man named Bill Tunkey, whom nobody knew much about except that he was a good engineer with a rather clumsy 10-wheel locomotive not considered very desirable in a race. All the other locomotives had been 8-wheelers. Still, the new engine had one advantage, that she carried water enough in her tank for the whole run, and need not slow up to refill as the others had done. She had another advantage, that she carried Tunkey, one of those men who rise up in sudden emergencies and do things, whether they are possible or not. It was not possible, everybody vowed, to reach Buffalo Creek by 11:31. "All right," said Tunkey, quietly, and then... Within 40 rods of the start he had his engine going 30 miles an hour, and he pressed her harder and harder until 11 miles out of Erie she struck an 80-mile pace, and held it as far as Brockton, when she put forth all her strength and did a burst of 5 miles in 3½ minutes, one of these miles at a rate of 92¼ miles an hour, as the watches showed. "And I never want any more of that in mine," said the superintendent. The next town was Dunkirk, where a local ordinance put a 10-mile limit on the speed of trains. Tunkey smiled as they roared past the station at more than 80. A crowd lined the tracks here, for the telegraph had carried ahead the news of a hair-raising run. That crowd was only a blur to staring, frightened eyes at the car windows. The officials were beginning to realize what kind of an engineer they had ahead this time. Whiz! How they did run! War, war, barked the little bridges, and were left behind. Hoo, bellowed a tunnel. And rip, whir, as they slammed around a double reverse curve with a vicious swing that made the bolts rattle in the last car. Men put their mouths to other men's ears and tried to say that perhaps Mr. Tunkey was getting a little overzealous. Much good that did. Mr. Tunkey had the bit in his teeth now and was playing the game alone. At 11:06 they swept past Silver Creek with 29 miles to go and 25 minutes to make it in. Hurrah! They had made up time enough to save them. At 11:20 they passed Lakeview. 12 miles more and 11 minutes, yelled somebody, waving his hat. Toboggan slide all the way, yelled somebody else. We'll do it easy. Hooray! They passed Athol Springs at 11:24, all mad with excitement. They had 7 minutes left for 8 miles, and were cheering already. We'll make it with a half a minute to spare, said the only man in the private car who was reasonably cool. He was 6 seconds out of the way, for they crossed the line 26 seconds before 11:31, and won the race by less than half a minute, beating the New York Central's record per mile on the whole run by a fraction of a second, and beating the whole world's record in the last relay by several minutes, the figures standing, Tunkey's figures, 86 miles from Erie to Buffalo in 70 minutes and 46 seconds, or an average speed of 72.91 miles an hour. Do? Said the official. What did we do? Why, we... He paused helplessly, and then added with a grin, well, we didn't do a thing to Tunkey. End of The Locomotive Engineer, Part 3. The Locomotive Engineer, Part 4 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Locomotive Engineer, Part 4. We hear some thrilling stories at a roundhouse and reach the end of the book. It was in the roundhouse at 45th Street, a place of drip and steam and oil smears, that I listened to Bronson and Lewis, two good men at the throttle, as they held forth on the subject of killing people with an engine. After all, it's an easy death, said Bronson. I know, said Lewis, but I don't like it just the same. I mean killing 'em. Last one I killed, observed Bronson, was a woman, wife of a congressman, they said, all done up in furs. 'Member her? Up by New Rochelle? Yes, sir, there at the platform end, where they've made a path over the tracks. Too lazy to follow the road, those folks are. Take a short cut and get killed. Well, this congressman's wife, she sauntered across just as I came through with the express. Never turned her head. Never heard the whistle. Queer about women, ain't it? Lewis nodded. Had 4 minutes to make up and we were going good. 55 an hour easy. Slammed the brakes on, but pshaw. Congressman's wife, she stopped the last second and that settled it. If she'd taken one more step I'd have scraped by her, but she stopped. Had to kill her. What's a man to do? Why did she stop? I asked. Oh, some idea. Probably forgot where she was. Nice lady, makes a man sick. Tell you what I think, said Lewis. I think there's women start across a track to take a chance. If they get hit, it's all right, and if they don't, it's all right. Same as girls pull leaves off a flower to see if some fellow loves 'em. There was... She didn't do that, put in Bronson. I don't say she did, but some might. There was a woman up at Larchmont walked across in front of me the other day. Had a baby, too, in her arms. Now, why should a woman start over 4 tracks just as I was coming, and walk slow, if she didn't want to take a chance? Mind you, I was on the far side, and she had to cross 3 tracks before she got to mine. and all the time I had the whistle wide open. Why, a dog would have heard that whistle and got out of the way." "Did you," I began. "Hit her? I didn't know at the time, it was such a close call. Thought I had, but I found out afterward she got past, by the skin of her teeth. Bet you she'd had some trouble. Thought she might as well quit the game and take the baby along. Then maybe she was glad when she got across safe." "Can't tell," reflected Bronson. "I believe there's such a thing as people getting drawn to a train. I don't mean by the suction, but drawn by the idea of its going so blamed fast and being so strong, especially people sick or down on their luck. Now, last year I was coming through Rye one morning, and as I struck the bridge after that reverse curve, I saw two young fellows running along the number 3 track away from me. I was on number 1 track, so they were all right, but as I came up they both swung over to number 1, and I cut 'em all to bits. Turned out they were a couple of lads that had tramped it down from Boston goin' to enlist. They were weak and hungry, and I think they just gave up to the train because they couldn't help it." "Might be," said Bronson. "Tell ye who was the nerviest man I ever killed," went on Lewis. "Fellow in West Haven. Say, but we were coming that night. Northampton Express, ye know, and a downgrade over the Salt Meadows. First thing I knew a man was standing at the side of the track, fairly close, but not where he'd get hit. I thought he was some friend of mine in West Haven trying to make me whistle. But when I got near him, say 100 feet away, he stepped out between the rails and stood there a few seconds with his arms lifted and a smile on his face, quite a pretty smile. Then, just as I was on him, he turned and knelt between the rails. I got the brakes on quick as I could, emergency and everything, but I couldn't stop her in less than a length and a half, and, well, I guess you don't want to know what that engine looked like when I went over her." "I know," said Bronson. "They scatter something terrible. Say, I've noticed that sort of pleasant look in their faces, too. Once I was waiting on a siding, and a man came up and spoke to me very polite, and wanted to know if I'd please give him a drink of water. I told him the water in my tank was too warm to drink, but I let him have my cup and showed him where there was a spring right near. He thanked me and walked over to it, and I watched him bend down and take 2 good drinks, then he brought the cup back and thanked me again." "Any train along here soon?" he asked. "Which way?" said I. "Don't matter which way," said he. "There's an up train due now," said I. "She's the one I'm waiting for." "Is she a fast train?" he asked. "Fair," said I, "'bout 50 an hour along here." "That's good," said he, and I wondered what he meant. He seemed like a nice man. Pretty soon along came the up train, and I saw him run down the track to meet her. Then he stopped, faced sideways, and let himself fall square across the rails. Say, I was mighty glad I'd fixed it so that he had that drink of water. That was his last drink. "Queer how they like to be hit by a fast express," reflected Lewis, "when the slow freight would do just as well. Now that man at West Haven, the one who took it kneeling down, he'd waited around the tracks all day. The section gang saw him. And he wasn't doing a thing but picking out a train fast enough for him. He'd stand ready for one, but when she'd turn out to be an accommodation or something slow, he'd step away. Didn't propose to shake hands with anything under 50 an hour. Mine was the first one suited him." "Do you ever think of their faces?" I asked. "Ever see them at night, the way they looked when you struck them?" "No," said Bronson. "Can't say I ever do." Neither did Lewis, and I judge that engine drivers are not deeply affected by these sad occurrences. Which is fortunate, for few escape them. Indeed, in going about from engine to engine, I found the following dialogue repeated over and over again. "Ever in a collision?" "No, sir." "Ever go off the track?" "No, sir." "Ever kill anybody?" "Oh, yes. Why, only last week I struck a—" Then would follow a story of sudden death. and they all spoke in a kindly but matter-of-fact way, as if these swift executions were part of their business. And I have it from a veteran that any engine driver would sooner hit a man than a hog, for a hog is very apt to wreck the train. A hog is worse than a horse, whereas a man makes no trouble. He simply gets killed. Near the roaring roundhouse at Motthaven is another interesting place, the Young Men's Christian Association car, which is not a car at all, but a dingy shed built of 4 cars, and serving as a lunchroom, washroom, reading room, and sleeping room for men of the trains. This is a homely refuge spot where any morning we may meet engineers resting after a hard night's run, or making ready to go out again. Let us drop in and join one of the groups. Here is a man telling about the mad run Big Arthur made the other night down from Albany. We just get the tail of the story. So the superintendent, he ripped around about how they were 27 minutes late, and Big Arthur, he sat in the cab and never said a word. Now, says the superintendent, rather sarcastic, I suppose you know this is the Empire State Express you're running. Yep, says Big Arthur. Well, do you know what time she's supposed to pull into the Grand Central? Yep, says Big Arthur again, and that's all he did say. But holy smoke, how they went! Had those porters on the private car scared green. 100 miles an hour some of the way, and they came in on time to the dot. Oh, you can't beat these new engines with the firebox over the trailer. But say, wasn't that great when Big Arthur snapped out yep to the old man? I asked if I might see Big Arthur, and one of the engineers said he'd be along pretty soon, and in the meantime he told me about the individuality of locomotives. How one is good-tempered and willing, while another is cranky. How the same locomotive will act differently at different times, just as people have whims, and how some locomotives are fated to ill luck, so that nobody wants to drive them. Take these 10 new engines the company's just put on. They're the finest and strongest made, a whole lot better than the ones we've thought were wonders on the Empire State. They're beauties, and all exactly alike, measurements all the same. But every one of 'em has its own points, good and bad. One will go faster than another with just the same steam. One will pull a heavier load with less coal. And very likely there'll be some kind of a hoodoo on one of them. Takes time, though, to find out these things. It's like getting acquainted with a man. Other men came in now, and the talk changed to accidents. I asked if an engineer plans ahead what he will do in a collision. It seemed reasonable that a man always under such menace would have settled his mind on some prospective action. But they laughed at the idea, and declared that an engineer can no more tell how he will act in an emergency than the ordinary citizen can say what he would do in a fire, or how he would meet a burglar. One engineer would jump, another would stick to his throttle, and the chances of being killed were as good one way as the other. The mention of a burglar led one of the newcomers to tell of William Powell's adventure with some Sing Sing convicts. Powell was the oldest engineer on the New York Central. He died a year ago, and this thing happened back in the 70s. It seems there was a trestle over the track about half a mile below the Sing Sing station, and on this trestle some convicts working in the quarry used to run little cars loaded with stone and dump them into the larger cars underneath. Of course, they worked under the surveillance of well-armed guards. On one occasion, however, 4 or 5 convicts outwitted the guards by dropping from the trestle upon the tender of a moving locomotive, and the first thing the engineer knew he was set upon by a band of desperate men, who covered him and his fireman with revolvers. At the same moment half a dozen shots rang out, and bullets came crashing through the cab sides from the guards firing at random after the fleeing engine. Altogether it was quite the reverse of pleasant for William Powell. "Out you go now, quick," said the convicts. "We'll run this engine ourselves." The engine was number 105, Powell's pride and pet, and he could not bear to have unregenerate hands laid upon her, so he spoke up very politely. Let me run her for you, gentlemen. I'll go wherever you say." They agreed to this, and some distance down the line left the engine and departed into the woods. "And the joke of it was," concluded the narrator, "that the revolvers those convicts had were made of wood painted black, and couldn't shoot any more than the end of a broom. It was a big bluff, but it worked." "Wasn't any bluff when Denny Cassin got held up at Sing Sing," said another engineer. "Convicts had revolvers all right that trip, and Denny threw up his hands same as any man would. That was 20 years ago on old Engine 89. It was right at the Sing Sing station, and 3 of 'em jumped into the cab all of a sudden and told Denny to open her up, and you bet he did. Then they told him to jump, and he jumped. But first he managed to fix her tank valves so she'd pump herself full of water and stop before she'd gone far. That was Denny's great scheme, and he walked along laughing to think how mad those convicts would be in a few minutes. It turned out, though, that Denny spoiled a nice trap they'd laid up at Tarrytown to catch those fellows when they got there. You see, the telegraph operator wired up the line that a runaway locomotive was coming with 3 escaped convicts on her, and the train dispatcher at Tarrytown just set the switch so the locomotive would sail plump over a 12-foot stone embankment down into the Hudson River. That's what would have happened to those convicts if Denny had left his tank valves alone. But, of course, 89 got waterlogged long before she reached Tarrytown. She just kicked out her cylinder ends a few miles up the track and stopped. Then the convicts climbed down and skipped away. 2 of 'em got caught afterward, but there was one they never caught. Presently somebody reported that Big Arthur was out in the roundhouse getting 2994 ready to take out the Empire State. It was clear enough that Big Arthur was an important figure in the eyes of these begrimed men, and setting forth across the yards, I came upon him presently, torch in hand, looking over his deep, purring locomotive against the dangers of the run. Another engineer by the firebox was discussing a theory of some of the boys, that a man can run his locomotive by his sense of time as well as by a watch. Denny Cassin says he'd agree to take the Empire State from Albany to New York and keep her right on the dot all the way, and bring her in on the minute just by feeling. What do ye think of that? "That's possible," said Big Arthur. "A man can feel how fast he's going. He's got to judge big speed by feeling, for there ain't any speed recorder that's much good, say above 90 miles an hour." At the first opportunity I explained to Big Arthur and his friend that I would very much like to draw upon their experience for some thrilling incidents in engine driving. "Tell him about the time you went in the river," suggested Big Arthur. "That was way back in '69," said the other, "when I was firing for Boney Cassin, the brother of Denny. It was in winter, a bitter cold day, and the Hudson was so gorged with ice that part of the jam had squeezed over the bank and torn away our tracks. So pretty soon, when we came along with 23 cars of a train of merchandise, why, in we went, and the old engine Troy just skated ahead on her side into the river, smashed through the ice down to the bottom, and pulled 13 cars after her. You couldn't see a piece of that engine above water as big as your hand, and how I got out alive is more than I know. Guess I must have jumped. Anyhow, there I was on the broken floe, and I could hear the old Troy grinding away in the river, churning up water and ice like a crazy sea serpent. She struggled for nearly a minute before her steam was cold and her strength gone. Then she lay still, dead. I looked around for Boney. At first I didn't see him. I thought he'd gone down sure, and so he had. But just as I was looking, I saw a big black thing heave up through the ice, and I heard a queer cry. Well, that was Providence, sure. It seems the engine had ripped her cab clean off as she tore through the ice, and here was the cab coming up bottom side first, with Boney inside hanging onto a brace and almost dead. I hauled him out, and then we scrambled ashore over the wrecked cars. They were full of flour, and the barrels were all busted open, so by the time we reached the bank We looked like a twin Santa Claus made of paste and three-quarters drowned at that. But Boney stuck to his throttle, I remarked. Yes, said the other, he stuck to his throttle. The boys generally do. After this I asked Big Arthur for a story, but he assured me he couldn't think of anything special. Tell about that woman on 11th Avenue, said his friend. Yes, said I, tell about her. Oh, said Big Arthur, that wasn't much. I was pulling a freight train down 11th Avenue one day, going slow through the city, and at 35th Street a woman turned down the track ahead of me. I whistled, but she never heard me. She was going marketing and couldn't think of anything else. I saw I'd strike her sure. There wasn't time to stop. So I ran along the boiler side to the Pilot and got there just as we were on her. Another second and she'd have been under the wheels. I braced myself and made a jump at the woman and struck her back of the neck with a shove that sent her sprawling off the track, with me after her. You see, I had to jump hard, or I'd have stayed on the track myself and gone under the engine. Did it end in a romance? I asked. Romance nothing, exclaimed Big Arthur. That woman got up so mad, why, she called me names and clawed the skin off my face until, well, I couldn't get shaved for 3 weeks afterward. In about a minute, though, she cooled off, and somebody told her I'd saved her life, which I had. And then, sir, blamed if she didn't go down on her knees and try to kiss my feet, and pray I'd forgive her. Say, that's the only time I ever got prayed to. Here Big Arthur's fireman whispered something to him, and the engineer nodded. That's so, that's a good story. And then he told how an old lady of 75 saved a New York Central Express some years ago at Underhill Cut, about a mile south of Garrison's. She's a relative of my fireman, so I know the thing's true. Besides that, the company gave her $300. You see, it all happened one winter night, and this Mrs. Groves, that's her name, was the only person near enough to do anything. She lived in a little house beside Underhill Cut, and about 4 o'clock in the morning she heard a frightful crash, and there was a freight train wrecked right in the cut, and cars piled up 3 or 4 deep over the tracks. She knew the express might come along any minute, and of course it was a case of everybody killed if they ever struck that smash-up. So what does she do, this little old lady, but grab up a red petticoat and a kerosene lamp, and run out as fast as she could in her bare feet. Yes, sir, and nothing on but her nightgown, right through the snow. That's the kind of a woman she was. Well, she went down the track until she heard the express coming, and then she took her red petticoat and held it up in front of the lamp so as to make a red light. And, what's more, it worked. The engineer saw the danger signal, slammed on his brakes, and stopped the train a few car lengths from the wreck. Yes, sir, only a few car lengths. Big Arthur nodded thoughtfully and climbed into the cab. It was time to go. In ending this chapter now, and with it the present series, I venture the opinion that the men who follow these careers of danger and daring, the divers, steeple climbers, and the rest, are very little different from their fellow men, except as they have developed certain faculties by their exercise, and established in themselves the habit of courage. They were not born with any longing to do these daring acts, nor with any particular aptitude for them. They have been guided nearly always by the drift of life and by opportunities that presented. As to fear, they have the same capacity for it that we all have, and are serene in their peril only because they feel themselves, by their patience and skill, well armed against it. The steeple climber would be afraid to go down in a diving suit, the lion tamer would be afraid to go up in a balloon, the pilot would be afraid to swing on the flying bars, and so on. I will even go further, and say that the average good citizen who is sound of body has as great capacity for courage as any of these men. He could develop it if he cared to. He would develop it if he had to. That is the main point after all. These men must be brave, they must conquer their fear, and the only trouble with the average man is that nothing ever occurs to show him and those who know him what fine things he could do if the pressure were put upon him. Yet any day the test may come to any one of us. Pain to bear, losses to bear, bereavement to bear. And then the great test. Well, perhaps these humble heroes whose lives we have glanced at may give us a bit of their spirit for our own lives, the brave and patient spirit that will keep us unflinchingly at the hard thing, whatever it be, until we have conquered it. And perhaps we, too, may feel impelled to cultivate the habit of courage. That would be a fine inspiration indeed, and I can only hope that my readers may feel it. End of The Locomotive Engineer, Part 4. End of Careers of Danger and Daring, by Cleveland Moffett.